Inside, I feel it inside. Inside, 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 I feel it inside. Inside, 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 I feel it inside. Inside, feel it inside. Inside, 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 feel it inside. Inside, 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 feel it inside. Inside, 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 feel it inside. Inside, One for the loving, two for the vibe. Three for the feeling, four, I feel it inside. Come on. One for the loving, two for the vibe. Three for the feeling, four, I feel it inside. One for the loving, two for the vibe. Three for the feeling, four, I feel it inside. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Day 3 na ngayon ng ating playoffs. Welcome to the PH broadcast ng Valorant Masters Tokyo. At yung nag-iiba today is that 2 teams will be going home. First day na ngayon ng elimination. Welcome guys! Ako si Mika Fabs at kasama ko ngayon sa panel si Raf and si Azuray. Welcome back, Azuray. It's been one day.
Yeah, it has been. Like, after 24 hours. So, yeah, I'm here. Yay!
Wow! Okay, thank you. Thank you for stating the obvious, pero welcome back, Azuray. And guys, looking very solid with your colors today, actually.
I just feel like I'm so disappointed after that initial exchange already with Nasser.
Grabe,
Welcome back.
It's
Raf,
okay.
kaka-start lang. Wala pang 5 minutes. Wala pang 1 minute. Disappointed ka na.
Grabe siya eh.
Yeah.
Sobrang aga pa nga.
I exceed expectations in terms of disappointment.
Wow, good
Yun na
speed.
lang, bumalik lang si Azuray at disappointed na si Raf. But for sure,
Di
there will
naman.
be 2 teams that will be very disappointed today because unavoidably, we do have elimination day today. Pero before that, let's take a look at our recap from yesterday. We had 2 very exciting matches yesterday and a very fast day yesterday. Of course, starting with NRG versus Fnatic, diba? Very proud to say, my boys at Fnatic. Siyempre, naka 2-0 yan versus NRG.
Grabe, may height difference kasi eh. Parang basketball lang.
Mini,
diba?
Coach Mini talaga
Mini
yan.
daw.
Alam mo,
Mini ng ano?
magka-height lang kami.
Oo nga, medyo
Yeah.
obvious nakita ko. Parang lang sila, same weight class,
Paano
same size lang.
paano mo nasabi na na Mika size yan?
Kasi yung presence mo on the panel, diba?
Wow.
Sobrang larger than life. Pero, yun nga, sobrang linis ng laro ng Fnatic kahapon actually. Sobrang, I guess, still in that championship form from Bakken, I would say. And tama naman din yung sinabi ni Fluff na yung purpose sa mga agent picks sa NRG, or at least on the side of NRG. Sobrang disconnected sa playstyle ng team. And that's probably the reason why they're in the lower bracket, unfortunately. Kasi mataas naman din yung caliber ng NRG. Kaso, sometimes, both ends just did not meet.
Yeah, and again, parang honed din na ngayon ng Fnatic eh. They're still on that, as you mentioned na nga, parang just consistent factor na lang din. Nakikita mo na lang siguro yung mga members nila when they're on their free day just making content. Nakita mo yung kay Boaster when he was just looking for like a...
Ready to fans,
yeah,
diba?
looking for like meeting the fans, like looking for stores lang to just visit sa Japan. Literally, lang sila. They're cool, they're calm, they're collected, and they're dominating.
And I feel like that's the best form ng Fnatic, diba? This current roster, definitely nakita natin yan during lock-in and we're definitely gonna see more of that. They are one of the front runners dito sa Valorant Masters Tokyo, diba? Pero our second match of yesterday, diba? PRX versus DRX was VCT Pacific Grand Finals revisited. And syempre yung PRX, malaking question kasi na parang how would they perform without something? Yung answer obviously was that we're just fine without something.
No something, missing nothing. Diba?
Missing nothing.
Tapos grabe yung analysis ni Fluffy kahapon. Sobrang talino talaga ni Mr. Analyst. Nanalo yung PaperX kasi they didn't lose. Sabi ko,
Grabe.
oo nga, no?
Hindi ko naisip yan eh.
Ako,
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Pero yun nga, the PaperX DRX game, I feel like it's a big callback to what PaperX truly is. Like yung sobrang classical form nila na Forsaken at Jing talaga yung magpa-frontline. Tapos yung supporting cast, obviously they have their own firepower, but they also really did all their roles. Well, I thought that CGRS, despite not having the highest of volume, impact was still felt.
Yeah. And honestly, you gotta give credits then to Mind Freak. I think ang maganda dito is there's 2 stories to that. The one from PRX and the one from DRX. The PaperX one is because of yun na nga, yung nakita at W Gaming, you know, the 3 prongs approach of Jing, Forsaken saka something. I think that ignited something then on the back end of the team. We've seen the Vite, again, take the helm na nga of the IGA, tapos he's making highlights na rin, clutches. Mind Freak na rin, you saw that one play that he had on inside the Viper's pit, he was able to clutch down the 2 versus 1, which is incredible. And the story naman for DRX, I think they're hitting a plateau na where these teams na nakakasabay nila ngayon sa playoffs are teams that they can't really overcome with their current state. So yun na talaga yung parang, is this they've hit their limit na ba? Yeah, their peak. Thank you.
Yung nagustuhan ko lang sa PaperX, at least in comparison to DRX kahapon, kasi alam naman natin yung DRX champion din, yung PaperX champion obviously. Pero on the side of PaperX, it's like, okay, we're champions. We're gonna do well, relax. On the side of DRX, we're champions. We have to do well. Let's get going. So, you know, yung may stiffness talaga yung laro nila kahapon. And yun nga, nakita natin sa mga mukha nila na sobrang tense. So, yun, they didn't have that free-flowing playstyle that could potentially counter PaperX. And it's kind of really weird to see them in the loser's bracket. And all honesty.
Yun din yung dahilan kung bakit napaka-unique, di ba? And then why it's so enjoyable to watch Paper Rex. Kasi alam mo they're having fun. And it's really their style, di ba? Na alam din nila na parang they thrive in the chaos and they really lean into it, di ba? Why not? Nakikita mo din sa mga content nila, yung mga vlogs nila, yung mga tweets din nila, di ba? Yung parang, we're just here to have fun. We're just gonna do whatever.
Yung stress nila, hindi sa players na pupunta sa coach.
Oh.
Yun ang nangyayari, diba?
Si Coach Alex parang,
Kaya gano'n na siya sa,
Oo,
sa table niya.
yung desk ni Alex, guys. Maawa
Kawawa,
tayo.
oo.
Maawa tayo sa desk ni
Pero diba,
Alex.
at least, yun yun. Siya yung nag-even out. Kung sobrang chill ng players sa Paper X, have fun lang. Si Alex yung nasa stress para sa kanila.
So, in fairness mo lang, ang MVP pala ng ni Alex, diba? Sinasalo niya talaga. He really absorbs all of the stress of the players para pagdating sa stage, parang, oh, just have fun. Oh, Jason. Oh, JJ.
grabe, no? Kasi yung responsibility of a coach minsan, kasi parang sila yung maging scapegoat sa mga talo. So, pero si Coach Alex, parang literal, give me all your stress.
Oh, what a guy. What a guy indeed. Pero, syempre, we will take a break from Fnatic and PRX and we will first proceed to our matches for today. Let's take a look at our updated bracket sa ngayon, diba? We're going into our lower bracket today and it is going to be DRX versus NRG, EDG, and Loud. And, alam naman natin, diba nasabi nga ni Fluffy, in Valorant, may isang team na mananalo at may isang team na matatalo. And it's really hard to see these four teams in particular sa lower bracket, but somebody has to go home and it's gonna be two of these teams today.
You pointed out yesterday na siguro sobrang ganda ng storyline if Loud and EDG would potentially meet not in the LV because Maisa is, again, shaping up to be one of the contenders on the global stage, tapos yung isa defending champion. So parang super, super opposite sides of the spectrum to meet on Elimination Day. And I know like the pressure is always gonna be there. It's just really strange.
Really strange nga na. And the one thing that I really expect here dito din is Loud being on this particular lower bracket, as you mentioned, diba?
Yeah.
I think okay pa siguro ang EDG. Kasi again, kahit man explosive si Kangkang and such, I think this is still the young team debut match nila in their international scene. Pero Loud really is hitting a certain weird,
Slump, no?
slump. I don't think it's plateau. It's more of a slump na parang like lahat ng yung match with EG just showed how kind of slow they are to that particular pace. Pero the thing is, even on that slump day ng Loud dito, does EDG have the capacity? Kasi that's going to be the the Aspas versus Kangkang matchup. So parang feel ko pa rin Aspas still has that that higher level
Championship duelist kasi yan, di ba?
True, exactly.
Parang they're still the defending champions dito, di ba? And taking a look at Loud's lineup right now, Sadak did mention yesterday sa press conference nila na inamin talaga niya they started out cold. It was totally their fault. They were not playing the way they should be.
Totoo.
And yung sabi din ni Fraud kasi syempre natanong na parang okay, you're in the lower bracket now, facing elimination. Ano ba yung mentality nyo going into this match? Nasabi din niya na parang benefit sa kanila, benefit sa Loud na magkaroon ng short-term memory. Which in the sense means na your next opponent is your toughest opponent. All the time. Yun ang sabi ni Fraud sa press con. And I feel like for Loud, that's the reason why yung championship mentality na yan, they'll carry it over all the way, whether or not they go home in this series. Nakakaano parang, oh my God, can they really be eliminated? Pero it's true
Totoo. And you know what? That type of mentality, kahit sa traditional sports, it's super, super, again, prevalent. Kasi kahit sa, I don't know if you guys remember this commercial, pero sabi ni Scottie Pippen, di ba? Siya yung greatest bull to ever play the game. So parang, okay, if you get the joke, Do you get the joke?
A little bit.
No, you don't.
that was
Never
before
mind.
my time kasi, so I don't
Wow, okay. Sige.
Nice flex.
Totoo. I'm the oldest one here, so it's completely fine. Pero yun nga, yung major worry sa Loud is
hunting you.
so parang sana they go back to the championship form today kasi yung sobrang I guess passive gameplay nila kahapon is again not of Loud. Sometimes we look at Loud, they're super clean, but they're always the ones that are leading the dance and pushing the tempo kasi si Aspas talaga yung parang okay, I'm gonna be the one with an operator in an awkward spot to make them adjust instead of the other way around.
Yeah, you never feel like they're out of control.
Yun
Yeah.
nga.
Diba?
Tapos di natin nakita against EG. So.
Yeah, and EG did a great job of, again, parang forcing them to always go for those desperate pushes na lang where they were just hoping na if we 4-push a site, kakayanan natin to. Pero the setups for EG, yung crossfire nila, yung timing on when to position on the site, it actually was a little bit DRS, parang remind me of like the peak form ng DRX ng Pacific League. But in any case, that just means na, again, that slump for Loud has put them in this spot na it's kind of good na yun nga yung mentality dito nung coach na to say that because if you're a championship team or if you're a team in a competitive scene like this, a hella competitive scene like this, acknowledging yung ganun kasing mga mistakes and kind of dwelling on it too long is also pretty bad for your mental.
Which is also why the short-term memory. Gusto ko yung
Exactly.
yung term na yan from Coach Prod, diba? Na parang short-term memory definitely works, especially in a tournament format like this, diba? On the other side, we do have EDG. And EDG, I was also watching their interviews yesterday, and I have to say, parang napaka-wholesome ng team na ito, especially Chichu. They are really like yung parang happy to be here. Hindi just happy to be here, happiest to be here. Alam mo yan, yung parang, yes, this is their biggest step into the global stage yet, diba? Parang, pag na-interview yung mga teams, parang sobrang saya nila just to be in the same space as all of their idols, diba? Yung parang pati si Chichu, tingnan mo si Kangkang, diba? He was blowing kisses to Redgar kasi idol niya si Redgar. Yung sabi nga ni Chichu, that parang they feel like fans who have just won a raffle to play matches against their idols. It's so wonderful to see that
Wholesome,
energy.
Nakakatuwa talaga. And it's so, again, it's so admirable that they have this warrior mentality to constantly face all your challenges, standing up, and obviously with pride, right?
Yeah.
And again, they're not backing down from it. Alam nila kung anong power level ng TL, but they still stepped up to the plate and gave TL such a hard time, by the way.
Yeah.
But, well, once again, they're happy to be here. We would love to see them further in the tournament. Pero ang hirap yung kalaban nila ngayon, Loud.
Yeah, but again, they've shown how very malleable they are as a team din, diba? They try to do so many things. Ang ganun din yung core factor na always the first contact ni si Kangkang. If he is able to explode, everybody follows suit. Pero if that isn't the case, nakikita mo yung step up dito ni Howdong, ni Chichu, in being able to just kind of supplement yung playstyle na yun ng team. There's a lot of lurks that comes through. There's a lot of, again, 1v1 fights that go through their way because, I don't know, just Chinese players are just incredibly cracked for some reason talaga. But if that's going to be the case, again, there's still a possibility to para sa EDG.
And if they do go, in this series, diba? What a way to go out, diba? Loud yung kaharap
man.
mo, diba?
Yeah,
totoo.
Yung mga defending champions of that title dito sa Valorant. Imagine this Kangkang, this young prodigy from the Chinese region, diba? Going up against Aspas naman sa Lao, diba? And checking out, Aspas, of course, we know that he has a lot of incredible heights. We know what he's capable of, diba?
yeah.
And just to see this matchup between Aspas and Kangkang is really, really a treat for Valorant at its highest level.
Totoo. And I actually feel like, and compare Aspas and Kangkang, if you really compare them, sobrang similar yung early parts ng career nila na parang when you see their shots, it's like, uy, parang that's not real. Like, it's like you can't deny how gifted both these players are, but obviously one is more tenured than the other. But again, another thing that I am worried about, or at least not worried about, is yung what I'm trying to praise on the side of EDG. Sobrang structured na yung Valorant ngayon that they throw a wrench to that tempo and play their own game. And I really like that they go against the grain kasi syempre daming analyst na nagsabi na ay yung attack on attack is not very good, not optimal. Pero syempre si Kangkang, he makes it work, and that's what I like about Valorant. It's just really the fluidity and the creativity of the game itself.
If you're talented enough, you can do anything.
Of course.
That's literally
Tama
it.
lang.
That's the Kangkang way, the Kangkang special.
Reyna is not bad agent. They're only bad players. Diba?
Enter, pasok si something, di ba? And right now, di ba, we're seeing here the stats that we have for Aspas and Chichu. And really, Chichu, di ba, yung parang pag, let's say na Kangkang, they managed to take him down, sino ba yung usually last one standing? It's going to be Chichu on the side of EDG.
Totoo. And I like that comparison point na Aspas will always try to break through the defense and Chicho's going to be the one responsible to try and contain Aspas. And wow, that is a responsibility. Kanina pa na ulit-ulit na he's a championship caliber duelist against an up-and-coming. So, well, good luck, Chicho. At the same time, Chicho's landed so many crazy clips and unbelievable clutches. I think yung pinaka-memorable siguro yung against T1 na parang, okay, 1v3, Haven. He's not gonna win, he wins.
That's pretty insane nga din naman. But again, big factor talaga yung capabilities pa rin na meron dito ang Loud. I think never nawala yung potency din ni Aspas. Even though nahirapan siya na tether siya na onte against that match with EG, you'd still see him be able to hit those insane shots na make EG shiver, But yun na lang. It's more of like just being able to use that to overwhelm EDG at this point.
And with that, I do have to ask you, gentlemen, for your predictions for this series. Will it be Loud? Will it be EDG? Napakasakit that we have to say goodbye to one today. And parang napakaaga din yung parang, parang ngayon ba mangyayari tong series na to? But fact of the matter, it is. So, Raf?
Well, the thing is, kahit anong mangyari, EDG is a young team, but Loud, I don't know how much they have left in their tank, so I'm still gonna go with Loud.
Ooh, sa akin naman, it's more of like, I think it's still too early para sa EDG to reach that next level, especially na we still have yung mga champion teams competing dito sa playoffs. I feel like Loud still got this in the bag. I think they have that championship mentality. I think Aspas still overtakes Kangkang at this point. So yeah, Loud.
I definitely think na yung parang in terms of experience, Loud has that. In terms of the wider playbook, also, the parang Loud has that. And hindi naman to yung first time nila dito sa lower bracket. Nakita natin to so many times throughout their run sa international tournaments. So I do think that Loud definitely has the mettle to really, make their way out of this lower bracket. For EDG though, make no mistake, this is a very, very strong team. A very, very scary and a very frightening team indeed, diba? Yung parang unang, I guess yung parang this is what, their second international na
I think second,
tournament, diba? Yung parang, tas ganun yung pinapakita nila against Liquid, against Loud, diba? Against the best teams that we have. And considering that their players, parang, again, technically wala pang Valorant sa Chinese region, mga kaibigan, di ba? Wala pang Valorant, but they're dominating this game. So, it's a very painful series kasi ang ganda sana ng storyline nitong dalawang teams. But I do think that in the end, experience will favor Loud in this series. So, I think na parang, may aligned yung panel for today that we are favoring Loud for this first series. Pero napakasakit indeed that we may have to say goodbye to EDG.
If I'm not mistaken then, I think EDG's first appearance was Champions. Was it Champions last year?
Yes.
It was, right? So, yeah, it's like,
Kangkang
hey
was
guys.
already turning heads nun.
Oh,
Yeah.
diba? Now it's, hey guys, I remember you. You won last
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
That type of dynamic. But like you said, unified panel. So, are we gonna have a panel curse? Who knows? You haven't lost a prediction just yet.
Not yet. Jinx mo ba ako?
Baka.
No.
That's why we went lang. It's not our explanation. It's more of like gusto naming i-align lang yung namin sa kay Mika para siya.
Ay,
Pull
nako.
down.
Kinokopya na nila yung homework ko, guys.
Oh, wow.
Pero it's still such a parang bittersweet day kasi pagdating sa lower bracket kasi when you're under the threat of elimination, 'di ba? May lumalabas talaga sa mga players that yung parang really fighting for their tournament lives, 'di ba? It really unearthed something totally different na minsan hindi natin nakikita sa upper bracket, 'di ba? It's that pressure.
That is so true. And I feel like this is my biggest criticism of, I guess, yung karamihan ng teams na parang I guess, not my favorite teams. I don't like it when teams don't play with heart. You know what I mean? And we see a lot of that from Loud. We see a lot from EDG, obviously, that they really play with heart. They play with grit. They don't give up, honestly. Like, they really play till the very last round. Parang wala sila yung, ano yan yung GG go next mentality.
Yeah. It's championship mentality nga kagaya sinasabi natin kanina pa, diba? So, I also do like that talaga. Kasi aside from just, watching it as a player, as a viewer, then it's like you just feel the emotion, the energy para sa kanila.
Yeah.
And you can't help but just want them to win and just get onto that next level. Always reach that next bracket na dito sa tournament.
Of course. And going into this series, no, of course, the map select is going to be very, very important indeed, diba? Yung parang we've seen the EDG usually do ban Ascent. And actually, isa rin yan na tanong sa press conference yesterday na parang why do you always ban Ascent? And actually, all 5 players have confirmed na ayaw nila sa Ascent. So that will definitely, I think, be banned today as well. And good thing, kasi it's a very favored pick din for Loud.
That is true, but the last Loud performance we saw on Ascent was pretty rocky. At the same time, there was a lot of data, pardon me by the way, a lot of data against Loud. So, at the very least, kung maban sa EDG yung Ascent, I feel like it's, at this point in time, mutual benefit kasi nag-usap din tayo about what is truly the weak map of Loud, right? And statistically speaking, wala naman. Stylistically speaking, wala naman. If anything, I feel like Pearl should be another ban that EDG should consider because I feel like Loud have had a lot of memorable and comeback type of performances on that map.
To be fair din though, EDG had the same thing then on their, on the starting matches that they had against Navi. So, honestly, para sa akin naman, ang tinitingnan ko, once we get into that, into that map pick and bans, I think they're gonna have to ban Haven. I think that's one of the weaker maps ng EDG dito. Just from how we've seen it, but that's just my 2 cents on it.
I think that's also a good pick for Loud, actually. Haven. Is a good pick for Loud. I have a feeling na Loud may ban Pearl and Split, but we're gonna see that when we enter map select. For now, we are going to go into a quick break, and when we come back, we are going into Loud versus EDG, ang first elimination match of the day.
今天因为赛前的时候，要跟 Team Liquid 打的时候就已经是很兴奋了，因为 Team Liquid 我们也知道是欧洲的冠军嘛，然后我们也是作为一个挑战者的心态来的，然后今天其实也是没有压力的，然后打完过后能打这个分数其实已经超乎我们期望值了，说实话，然后也能跟着 NAS 交手，我觉得今天就应该就是很高兴嘛，也看到了我们的一些潜力，然后我们还想再。
Holding close, but not messing around. All the way straight back into the side as well. Cypher holds for him. Give him the ace. Why not? For the halfway round, and there you go.
试试看能不能往上面冲一下。我说实话，我今天是没有想到闹的会输的，所以说我觉得大家这2天准备时间会准备的很充足，然后看有没有机会把闹的给掀翻。我其实打 EU 的队伍的话，对我们的一些中间的一些游戏思路可能会有帮助。然后美洲这边他们风格因为跟欧洲这边不太一样，所以说我觉得对我们去拉扯他们应该会有一些帮助。然后总体的话还要看我们这2天的调整，因为我们也发现我们的问题所在嘛。然后争取拿下之后的每一场，然后看看我们的极限在哪。
일단은 뭐 도쿄뿐만 아니라 어느 대회든 일찍 집에 간다는 건 너무 힘든 사실이기 때문에
Being sent home is definitely difficult for us.
It'll have to be a lower bracket run.
It hurts every single time. That feeling of regret because you feel like you could have done things better, that feeling doesn't go away.
작년 2022 챔피언스 때 3등 했을 때는 아무 생각 안 들다가도 관중들 보니까 또 갑자기 슬퍼져가지고 이번에는 또 다시 그런 감정을 만들고 싶지 않아요.
Eu acho meu pai uma pessoa muito conhecimento, né? E ele falou uma coisa que ficou muito na minha cabeça, no meu coração. As vitórias você celebra e as derrotas você chora, mas nunca em excesso. Perder, ganhar, sempre manter o pé no chão, ser humilde, né? Que é o mais importante.
我们现在已经到8强过后，我们现在面临的所有队伍，我们都是抱着学习的心态去的，然后就是挑战者的心态，展现出我们一些前所未有的潜力，看看我们的极限在哪。
프로로서 이제 높은 자리로 올라가는 건 참 부담감도 있고 힘든 거지만 또 이제 그만큼 저희를 응원해주는 팬분들도 있기 때문에
我们都对康康充满信心，我们都有信心帮助他去拿下去我的偶像，所以说pass。
Our backs are up against the wall. We're gonna give everything we have.
Parte o caminho a ser campeão.
Ang bittersweet ng video! Ang bittersweet ng video kasi nakikita talaga natin all of these teams really do have that championship mentality, diba? Napakaganda din ng sinabi ni Kangkang, diba? We are playing here as students. We are here to learn. We're here to limit tests. So imagine mo yan, yung parang they're going into this series knowing na potentially ma-eliminate sila and they're gonna absorb as much as they can. They're gonna learn as much as they can. Paano kaya yung comeback ng EDG sa next tournament, diba?
I mean, it is so admirable, as I mentioned. Like, sobrang ganda na they do enter this type of tournament, this type of prestigious tournament, like that way, you know what I mean?
Match one of the day, we'll go ahead and jump in. Loud, you are higher seed for this match. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team A.
Team A. So you will have the first band. You can go ahead and pick your first band.
Band Pearl.
Band Pearl, your band. And Ascent. Map number 1.
We pick Lotus.
Side on Lotus from UDG. Attack. Map number 2. Fracture. Side on Fracture. Attack. So we'll go into the next set of bands starting with Loud. You have Haven, Bind, and Split.
Band Split.
Okay. And your band, you have Haven and Bind. Haven. So map number 3 will be Bind, Loud, Side on Bind. Attack. Okay, so I'm going to run through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bands, we have Loud with Pearl, EDG with Ascent. Map number 1 is Lotus with EDG on attack. Map number 2 is Fracture with Loud on attack. Next set of bands were Split and Haven, so decider map will be Bind with Loud on attack. Okay, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
We are going into Lotus, Fracture, and then Bind. Napaka-interesting talaga ang map picks natin dito, especially that Lotus pick, no? Na sabi din kasi ni, I believe it was Kangkang, or I think it was Haodong in the press conference na they really did look into their adjustments sa defensive side dito sa Lotus. So parang yun talaga since their last series, yung homework ng EDG, they really studied that. So I wonder what they really have prepared for Loud.
Yeah,
gotta say din naman, I think my predictions dun sa fans was on point then. They didn't want to play the Haven kasi kahit man nanalo sila against teams like T1, dun sa start, they lost hella hard to Team Liquid and they kind of feel na, I feel at least, na up against a team like Loud, mahihirapan sila sa reads dito ng Loud, their capability to do the defaults and such. And again, they want to bank on the fact na maybe they can reutilize yung operator ni Kangkang, and I think these 3 maps can really do that even though Kangkang's such a unorthodox operator player.
Parang yung maps mismo, they lend themselves to that operator, and I completely understand your sentiments about banning a map like Haven kasi kahit papano naman, their scrim partners and the teams that they scrim against are still fairly close to T1 and all those types of teams. Meanwhile, international experience is still something that EDG are not super, I guess, exposed to just yet.
It's all of the factors, diba? Oh, yung dogs ni Aspas. That's the crowd, it's the dogs on stage. It's the stage, it's everything that leans into the series. May kwento pala ako sa mga stock toys ni Aspas. So apparently a lot of the dogs were given by friends, yung mga special loved ones na as good luck charms. And ever since Istanbul, dala daw niya as good luck charms. May isa na bago, which is like the smallest one, which is a corgi, and the corgi's name is like Zeta. Because it was given by Zeta.
Kahapon si Cao Paulo, diba?
Yeah, si Cao Paulo on Fnatic. And the Aibo, which is their, yung dog. Yung dog na binuhat ni Chronicle, na ni Lion King ni Chronicle.
Mukhang robot yung dog nila, diba?
Yeah, it's a special dog. It's a special robot dog.
Gano'n kalaki yung yung luggage just for
yung stuff toys.
Tanong mo yan pag day 1 din, parang lahat na lang.
I still keep it kasi like, how does he keep bringing that?
Yeah. Ito pa nung kailan ba yan? I think it was Istanbul. Every win na nakuha ng Loud, may bagong stuff toy.
Stuff toy.
Oo. So, lumalaki talaga yung
collection.
Yung hack.
Yung hack niya. Wow, the pack!
And right now, as we prepare for our map number 1, Lotus, diba? Again, nabanggit ko na yung EDG really did work on this map, no? And for Loud, I'm gonna be interested to see kung ano yung ilalabas nila dito, especially knowing na yung EDG, again, they lean heavily into Kangkang. Nasabi din sa video, diba, na parang they will really trust Kangkang and support Kangkang in whatever he needs. But as we enter our Prime Gaming Agent Select right now, we are seeing that, Loud, Aspas, we're gonna see on the Neon once again.
I think it's fair naman kasi if parang challenge yun on the side of Kangkang if Aspas went Jet, and I feel like I understand if they wanna try and brute force this out, pero ayaw din nila ibigay sa EDG yung okay, let's give you the benefit of your own game plan and give you that level of comfortability. So again, Loud, this isn't super crazy naman for that type of lineup and for this type of map.
You think there's gonna be a lot of zone control para sa EDG, but I think parang it's a mirage in that kind of sense na if alam mo marunong mag-clear Loud dito ng utility ng Cypher, so that's really gonna reduce, I think, the zone of influence dito. And again, yung parang utility that the double duelist has is just gonna be momentary para sa EDG. So they really have to laser focus on this impact moments talaga.
And sana dahil nga magsisimula na ang ating series, nagising na si Aspas dahil we are going to Lotus right now for map number 1. Casters, over to you guys.
Sana mas gising pa yung mga players kesa sa atin, di ba? Magandang umaga mga kaibigan! Ito na naman tayo. Balik na naman sa playoffs. Pero ito na ang araw na may mawawala na sa Japan. Ako si Dax, kasama si Dio sa Black and Blue. Ito na, elimination time, my friend. Isipin mo, Loud nandito sa lower bracket. At sino kalaban nila? EDG. Edward Gaming has been impressive rin ngayon eh.
Very different yung parang yung path nila para dumating dito. And for Loud, as their first seed, galing sa kanilang region, would make it on this way. Tapos, babaaga dito sa unang laban pa lang nila nung kinalaban nga nila nung in their first upper bracket game. Lower bracket agad. Nobody was expecting this from the team na talaga ang ganda ng performance ng Americas, and then now we're here.
Isipin mo, number 1 seed ka, talo ka ng number 3 seed mo. Payag ka dun. Bigla kang siniro to. And I think here, lately for Loud, sinabi na nila mismo, inadmit nila, sorry, akin. Nagkamali kami. Hindi kami nag-play sa kanilang standard. And right now, ito nga ang kailangan gawin ng Loud. Because EDG, on the other hand, si Kangkang pa lang, alam mo na, God himself, tuloy-tuloy yung mga pitas, tuloy yung mga frags. They were 2 rounds away from taking down Team Liquid. And ito talaga isa sa Cinderella story na nakikita natin ngayon sa EDG. It's up to Loud to try and punish that, shut that down, or can EDG continue para sa glory ng China?
Well, tignan naman natin paano nila gagawin this time around. Nung huli na nakita nga natin ang EDG dito, maganda naman ang performance, especially ni Kangkang. Nakita naman natin lahat yung ace na inilabas nga niya that have been going around dito sa Sockmed. Pero tignan naman natin, attacking side here, going on for EDG at mukhang C ang sinusubok.
Dito niya ginawa yun. Sa seaside.
Dito mismo sa mound.
mga ilang beses ko pinadyan, mga 10 times. Tuloy-tuloy. Pero, yun nga, EDG, they've really gotten so many incredible wins under their belt. Tingnan natin kung matutuloy pa nga dito versus Loud. Aspas ngayon. Neon nga, na-mention kanina ni Mika, medyo pagkakaiba tong klaseng roster nilalabas dito ng Loud. Minsan lang sila maglaro ng Lotus. Pero ito na kaagad. Howdong with the paranoia. And as it stands, B-side talaga magiging hit ng EDG. Nag-pull lang sila utility kanina.
Pivot bigla dito sa B-side. Kailangan niya may panalo to. They lose the link control dito. Galing kay Smoggy na, tamo, CT din rather, yung B-upper. Sinusubukan pa nilang makontrol. So, Edward dito, really making sure na madami silang hawak sa post-plant.
Edward, first name basis kayo ni paring EDG. Pero ito na nga sa CT na mismo, si 2Ease. Too easy for him. Kangham falls. Chichu, the over out to the corner. And aggressive talaga nature dito ng EDG. Pwesto kagad sa may sulok. Ayun ang si Tuis na kuha pa ng isa. But then again, EDG handa sa lahat ng pwedeng angle na puntahan ng Loud.
At saka, syempre, naipapanalo pa nga nila doon yung karamihan ng kanilang mga duels. And that's a big thing. Especially when you open up doon sa unang pitas nga ni Smuggy nung napitas niya si Les. For them to take that lane control and then get even further yun dun sa B-upper. Nawawalan talaga ng posisyon dito ang Loud sa pag-retake nila. They didn't even get within the side dun sa retake.
Yun nga, diba? Hindi pa nga sila makapwesto. And you think na for Loud, pwede sana dito gumana sa may upper, pwede sana dito sa may pintuan, pero wala pa rin eh. And EDG, if they get off to that hot start, dun mo makikita yung confidence nila. This is a team na pwede maging very streaky sa nature nila. And pag na-push nila talaga yung mga ganitong klaseng rounds na anti-eco with a lot of players still alive, magagamit nila yung mga baril na yan, yung mga utility, especially moving forward para sa mga future rounds mismo. And here you have it, EDG, future clear. A-site is theirs.
Walang problema. Loud on the retake na naman here. Eco ang kanilang isusubok. And for them to have this mount control, it's going to be very difficult para maka-out-ease sa Kwanzin na nakita mong nagbabalak, maka-flash on through. Kangkang, sisimula.
Alala mo pa nung kinas natin si Kangkang nung panahon? Hindi pa natin alam masabihin yung pangalan.
Wala pang may alam.
We're like, Zimjik.
Isa siya sa mga una.
Si kapatid at si tropa, eto na, si paring Kangkang, nakatato na. Kapatid mo na, kita mo na nga, di ba? And because of that, dalawa na lang kulang para sa kanyang Bladestorm mamaya.
Well, pasensya na, nung panahon na yun, Dax, wala pang Pacific League, wala pang partner teams, wala pang kahit ano-ano. APAC pa lang tawag natin nun. C. S-E-A.
S-E-A. Pero ngayon nasa Tokyo na tayo.
Oo nga. Ang layo ng inabot natin dito.
Nakisakay ka pa. Alam mo nga naman, my friend, ito ang time zone na hindi gumagana sa atin.
Oo nga eh.
Umagang kay ganda.
Napakaganda.
So, anong oras pa? So, GMT plus 9 sa Japan.
Isang oras ang silang lamang.
So, 12 o'clock ang start. Hapunan ng mga Hapon.
Grabe.
Ang Valorant.
Isipin mo yun? Lunchtime, good time.
Pero ito, good time sana para sa Loud. They are gonna be playing the rifles, pero kita mo yung arsenal na handa ng EDG. May rifle nga sila, isa kay Howdong, may bulldog pa rin. At kung si Kangkang makapitas pa lang dito ng dalawa, nako, yung Bladestorm, delikado. Slow play muna dito sa EDG. Alam nila, ang Loud may control na dito sa Rubble eh.
Siyempre, weapons advantage dito. Nasa Loud. And the fact na nasa kanilang Rubble, it's gonna make it difficult here on the hit para sa EDG. Pero tingnan natin, paano na gamitin yung utility? They have that pain shell para maka-isolate dito, para makapag-push. Toys gets the opening pick. Shut down agad kay Kangkang.
Pato muna sa Rubble. Kaya nga, kung Omen player ka, dun ka po pwesto. And especially Loud. Dahil may Neon sila, marami silang pwede makuha ang map control mismo sa mapan to. EDG daw, rotate na lang papunta sa may C-site. Napabagal bigla ang approach dito ng EDG. Dahil sa defense na ng Loud, and case in point, handa pa rin si Aspas at si Sadak. Ayan na yung Cyber Cage para lang cover yung cross. Nobody gusto sana mag-aggress, pero si Sadak makakulat kay Howdong. And from this point on, Loud, just with this backside control, handa sila sa kung ano man dalhin dito na EDG.
Tignan naman natin, EDG still 3v5 to get this pick. Pwede pa sana, pero the trade's going in the way dito sa Loud. Weapons advantage nasa kanila. I mean, they picked this map, so you can assume na may inaabangan sila or may expect dito na playstyle ng Edward based on sa nakita nila nung kinalaban nila ang Team Liquid. But it's a very interesting pick, I think, knowing that Loud, it hasn't been their most favorable so far nung kalaban mga ibang teams sa kanilang region.
Yeah, parang minsan lang nila lalaro to eh. Feel ko nga, hindi nga nila lalaro at all eh. Last game ba nila? Nung
MIBR.
nung lock-in pa.
Oo.
Nag-champion sila sa Americas. Never nila to linaro dun.
Oo nga, sa buong league na Americas, not one time.
Dami na, pass tayo dyan. Wag nga dyan. And ito yung magiging pwede gawin ng Loud talaga. With this Neon, they can play aggressive. Pero syempre, ingat sila kasi rifles ready here for EDG. And how you doing? Ganda talaga ng corner control nakuha dito ng EDG. And from this point on, diretso na sa A site.
Diyan talaga malakas dito yung EDG. When it comes to this style of play na tipong you can give them these isolated moments sa pwede silang mag-individually pop off. Katulad ng nakita natin doon, galing kay Haodong. Doon yung kalakasan nila. Winning these type duels as nobody wins his on the trade dito kay Les. Sadhak, wala pang magagawa. Wala nang magagawa kama. EDG up 3-1.
Sino yung nasa Sky?
As in yung anong Sky? Yung agent o yung langit?
Hindi, sino yung nasa Sky ng EDG?
Hindi ako sure.
Si Nobody. Trinay ko mag-lame joke doon actually. Trinay ko mag-astray joke pero wala.
Yung tono mo kasi parang legit eh.
Buti naman ako at least alam mo. Legit.
Okay. Si Nobody.
Si Nobody. Hindi, somebody siya eh.
Nobody, but...
You. Di ba ano yun? Ay hindi, iniisip ko. Iniisip ko, di ba si Sandara Park yun? Hindi pala.
Hindi,
Wonder Girls. So, ibang Pilipino yun.
Pinoy din yun.
Walang Pinoy dun. Pauso lang dito. Sige na nga, pauso nga. EDG. So, dahil lang kanina pa kino-condition ng Loud na yung rubble kinukuha nila. Maaga papa-invest nila ng utility ngayon ng EDG,
Oo nga eh. Nakita naman natin, di ba? I mean, early on, katulad ng sinabi mo, Paint Chill, naigamit na. So, they don't have that for the hit anymore. Kangkang shutdown naman agad dito, Kwanzin. They have to start parang setting the tone early dito, Loud on the defense. Ma-shutdown yung mga simpleng individual picks gano'n ni Kangkang because when he gets confidence, dun talaga mahirap kalaban dito ang EDG.
Yeah, especially na pag linabas na niya yung operator, diba? Right now, Loud, pull away muna, hanap ng pitas, and then use that numbers advantage para mas madali ang buhay nila. Seekers muna dito, Repolyo naghahanap ng target. Si Chichu, nakita na kagad dito sa may lurk. And EDG, iniisip nga nila paano sila magsasama-sama papunta ng B-side kasi andyan pa rin si Kwanzin nakatakas na sa blast pack. Muntik pa nga makapitas-pitay. But no, Smoggy instead. Dalawa nakuha na niya. Nice entry dito sa EDG and they can still play towards that B-side.
Grabe si Smoggy. I mean, madaming tao. Siyempre, nakatutok dito kay Kangkang but you can't forget about Smoggy and what he does for this team. The double entry doon, malaking bagay. 3v3. But I'm looking at the position dito. Galing kay Les mismo because he's gonna be the only one from CT. Nobody with a pick.
Pero fast time muna ang palag. Aspas though trying to set things up. 1v2. Walang nag-cross, wala pang nag-peek. Ito na, pero andyan na naman si Chichu sa may sulok. Nakatago. Mahuhuli pa siya ni Nobody dyan. Somebody got him. And it's EDG with another round. 4-1 na to. EDG. Gusto lang pa uwin kagad isang champion.
Oo nga eh. Early on, I mean, wag natin kakalimutan, syempre, attacker-sided tong mapa na to, but you're looking at Loud here. The first seed galing sa VCT Americas, one of the best teams in the world, should be top 3. Wag natin kakalimutan, champions din nung huli. And yet, EDG, ang unang pagpasok nila dito sa playoffs ng kahit anong LAN event, ang unang win nila ng group stage of any event, and they're performing this well in such short time. Sino makaka-expect nito?
Diba, EDG, breaking expectations more and more. Bigla na lang sila. Lumalampas sa expectations mismo. And eto na! Up time para kay Kangkang. Hanap sana ng target si Sadak though. Tago muna sa sulok. At iniintay na to ng Loud eh. Na kailan ba lalabas ng EDG yung operator? Kailan sila kailangan mag-adjust? Also interesting enough, baka nga si Kangkang may Blade Storm na handa na dito. Flash muna para sa EDG. Konting intel, pero back off ngayon.
Well, syempre weapons dito. Medyo hindi pabor sa Loud talaga, but they can still play off of this. If they have the proper timing with their utility here, going for that rubble push na naman. Trailblazer, tignan natin kung makakita talaga ba ng info. Ina-expect na nila dito ang boost ni Toys.
Aspas, tago muna sa may smoke. And EDG, yet again, ayaw nila pumalag dun sa malapitan. Gusto nila makuha ng konting rage advantage. Find that pick-off courtesy of Kangkang especially. At Seekers muna ang ilalabas nila. Rig mo na rin. Showstopper. Tatlong ultimate na ginamit dito ng EDG against the eco round of Loud. Bladestorm though, hindi tatama. Si Sadak pa nga. Stinger lang ang sapat para makapitas. And from this point on, Loud, malapitan ang galawan. Smokey though, tries to go for the push. Gets one. Nobody there. Returns fire. Nice straight shot sa EDG. 3v2 na to. And Loud putting pressure per EDG. Now they have that side control na habol na at may flank pa nga.
3v2. Tingnan natin paano gagana dito. They have to get the pick off on the nobody quick and early. Ayan na nga, Les gets the one. But 3-2. Dahil malapit nga siya dito sa kanto, makakapag-trade agad. Les, alam niya yung angulo. Pero syempre, ang baril dito mas lamang para kay EDG at kay Haodong. So EDG 5-1 against si Eco.
Yeah, one shot, no shot, and 1 point pa rin ang Loud dito. EDG absolutely decimating the opposition. Pero isipin mo costly round pa rin to sa EDG. Tatlo ang nag-ultimate. Namatay si Kangkang. Sana nakuha na lang yung operator. And really, for EDG, baka nga yun yung mga tools na magamit nila against the rifle rounds na dadalhin dito ng Loud. Buti na lang, nakikangkang pa yung op at doon talaga asa ang EDG ngayon.
I mean, not the best call dito, I think, para maglabas ng operator against an Eagle like that, but at least they take the round. Pero nakita naman natin ano yung causes of that. Rubble na naman. Malaki ang focus talaga dito ng Loud para tanggalin ang Rubble. We know the strengths of that A main position, diba? Parang makapag-pivot ka, biglaan ng B, galing sa Link. So, they're really placing importance on that. Kaso, EDG have been doing a good job circumventing that or busting through it.
Well, to be fair, para sa side ng Loud, though, yan yung best angle dito sa Lotus para gamitin yung operator. The only other one really is peeking into that C side. So, EDG, aasa kay Smokey, pero hindi siya kuha yung timing ni Myers Luis. Ganda ng retreat. Si Kuwansin nag-push na rin. And Loud finding those small little holes nung kung saan sila pwede manalo.
3v5 dito. Les, you don't have to spam that, brother. Alam mo namang, lamang kayo 5v3. You don't have to take a risk like that. And he gets punished for it. So nice punish dito galing kay EDG.
Kinagat. Muna si Kangkang doon.
Oo nga.
Oo nga eh. Bad
Buti
yun.
lang malakas yung kagat niya.
Ito, si Kangkang. Pwesto muna.
Muntik.
Sana. Bilis ka agad eh. Nag-out rin. Pero dito Mama John K2 is may smokes pa pwede gamitin ngayon ang Loud and EDG. Faking it muna. So, Loud has a chance actually. Kung makapush sila dito, courtesy of Aspas. But spike planted, nobody puts it down, and Kangkang really the one to watch out for.
Try natin. Sabi dito ng Loud, 4v3 pa naman. They have the advantage in the man count. At saka masalang may op dito. It's gonna be hard for them to trade out immediately dito, EDG, kung isinabay-sabay nila ang kanilang pagsubok. They have this ult galing dito kay Aspas, pero walang mapipitas. Everybody going down, but not the Loud members so far. 2v1, Sadhak taken away, and they finally get around dito. Loud bumawi.
Nagka-overdrive pala.
Oo nga eh.
Bigla lang
Nilabas.
Nagka-blackout, nagka-brownout. Yung pawawang neon. But then again, Loud, they had the numbers anyway. Nakapwesto na nga sila dun sa may link, diba? And truth be told, for Loud, just them having the numbers advantage early on, laking tulong para sa kanilang mga retake. Pwede lang pabayaan ng EDG mag-plant kasi alam nila, mas didikit yung labanan dahil dun.
I mean, luckily, they had the man advantage. Nakita, as we saw there, diba? Kangkang, he gets a kill, pero as we're talking about, medyo mas mahirap maka-follow-up kill because he has an op, he has a shorty. Usually only good for the one bago matradean, and that's exactly what happened even if they found the opening 2 picks. Pero medyo naging hindi sabay-sabay yung push, hindi coordinated yung sugod ng Loud dun. Nagka parang 1 wave, 2 wave na naisay tuloy yung iba.
Oo nga, may naiwan pa eh.
Oo nga.
Di pa sinama. And now, Loud, they're gonna keep going for that trouble control per ibang plano. Sadak here with the Viper Spin. And Kangkang shuts it down! Kitang-kita ka, boss! And EDG, they just dare to do those kind of things. One thing also na ngayon pwede gamitin na EDG, ang bilis ni Nobody nagka-seekers, oh.
Oo nga, that will allow them to really push the pace dito. Naka-operator si Aspas, but that's far away from the action and where it's happening right now. Neural theft, dahil doon, medyo napaalanganin si Kwanzin and nobody gets a pick off of it. So, EDG talagang playing and subverting expectations of Loud here. Smoggy with a double. walang pumipigil ngayon sa EDG.
Simple na mag-Valorant, pre. Patayin mo lang sila.
Oo nga.
Diba? Kang all the way toward that's A site. Medyo naglalurk. Yun sa may rubble rin. Bigla na lang. Andun pala ang EDG. At aspas nag-off ka pa. Wag na yan kasi mali pa yung magiging timing mo sana, Smoggy. Could have actually went for the white swing there. But anyway, EDG, sa kanila tong round na to at kita mo sino gusto makipagpalago. Akin na yung operator yan. Kang pumipwesto. Ito na the rest of EDG. And will they pick it up though? That's the question. Flawless round though para sa EDG.
Grabe ang EDG. They're really making sure a lot of times dito na they're pulling away the defense to one side of the map bago sila mag-hit dun sa kabila. And they really have so many points of presence na alam nilang Loud. They want to put forward. It's a classic South America style na gustong sumugod. At tinatapatan lang dito ng EDG ang style na yun.
Hindi na nga nila kinuha yung operator. Kala ko, sasabihin ni Kangkang, pakita ko nga sa'yo paano ito gamitin. But Loud has just struggled so far in the duels themselves. Okay sana yung map control. Okay sana yung play. But look at EDG go. Kwanzin though with 1-2. He's still on the high ground. Nice position to get back into cover. Isolates the fight pero hindi pa rin sapat. Kasi si Smoggy handa pa rin dyan pumalag. And EDG now looking to go for that A site. Hindi pa sapat yung pagkuha ng site mismo. Les though trying to get in position. Gugulatin pa niya ang isa dito sa EDG. Chichu. Bantay naman Chichu. No, wag ka dyan. Timing nga! Gulat ka na lang, may tao pa dyan. Pero Kangkang with the 3K. Sadak, the only one left.
Kayang-kaya pa ni Sadhap. Especially here. If he gets a pick off, Cage, mawawala na rin yan in a second. Allow him to get even closer. Huwag kang tatama para hindi na alam. And the thing is though, EDG, naka-double up dito sa 3. So it's gonna be difficult for them to isolate the fight.
Oh, walang camera though. So may chance, may rifle pa nga.
Oh.
Pinabayaan lang ng EDG. And now, fighting chance para kay Sadak. Per tama ka nga, double up. Kailangan talaga mahuli Sadak pareho. Pero no chance whatsoever. One tap sa ulo, apat para kay Kangkang at isa na naman para sa EDG.
Grabe. The timing here, I think, is the biggest thing kung bakit ang galing ng instincts dito ng EDG. This is what we've been seeing. And it's what has really been, I think, the biggest problem for teams na nakalaban nila. Even for a team like Team Liquid na nanalo na muntikan pang hindi. Parang magugulat ka na parang ganun sa Spider-Man, isipin mo, yung isa nandito, yung isa pala nandun. And they're just getting timing here really well because yung EDG, they understand kung anong mga tendencies ang kalaban nila and how to punish it.
Ba't parang pang EDG yung mousepad ng ng Loud? O ganun ba yung mousepad ng
Ano
lahat?
nasabi?
Oo, parang may characters eh. Hindi ko alam.
Baka kasi nasa Tokyo sila.
Totoo nga, para sa Masters
may
Tokyo.
kanji.
Totoo. Timeout muna, Loud. Kung ganito pa performance sila moving forward, ganyan lang yung upo mamaya ng Loud sa airplane.
Oo nga.
And it's such a struggle for Loud na alam mo na sana okay yung magiging pwesto nila sa mapa. Papabaril yung isa ng kay Kangkong, oh.
Grabe ah.
Pag makita ni Kangkong, may kita mo, bigla siya mag-180 papuntang crowd eh.
Tututok siya dun sa yung crowd.
Magugulat ka lang. But as of right now, this isn't the Loud that we know. And yun yung sasabihin natin rin, nung naglaro sila versus Ichi, asa na yung Loud na nag-champion last year? Asa na yung Loud na nag-champion dito sa Americas? Kasi, sige, may plano nga sila, but they keep losing these duels. And makakasabi mo na hindi kasing synchronized than expected. And really, Loud right now, hindi ito yung team na in-expect ng mga rami na mag-perform dito sa Masters Tokyo.
I mean, one has to wonder, bakit nga? Kasi, di ba, iniisip natin, coming into the Americas League, they lose a big player like Sassy, na pumunta nga sa Sentinels, and then you wonder how they perform, and they still perform super well. And alam naman natin that these guys, they've experienced LANs in the past, they won a LAN even, and you wouldn't expect the big stage to be kung saan pa sila mahihirapan, and yet, that is the exact thing. It hasn't only just been against this Edward squad, kung hindi, nung nakalaban nila ang fellow Americas team nila, dun din sila nagka-problema.
Baka ang problema starts with the letter E and ends with the letter G?
Ano?
Yun. EG. Tapos ito, EDG.
Oo nga pala.
Oh,
may D lang na sa gitna.
Kita mo? Same team pala kakalaban nila eh. Dinagdagan lang ng middle name. Si Edward Delgado Garcia.
Ito pala ang kanilang pinsan.
Oo, kapatid. Pwede na rin.
Nagulat sila, malamig daw sa Tokyo.
Napunta tayo Tokyo, gusto mo?
Tara.
Malapit lang.
Bukas.
Tokyo.
Sabagay. Oo nga. Isang Wagyu.
Ano ako, beef Misono boy ako ever
Beef
since.
Mizono.
Ay, alam mo yung na-miss ko doon sa Tokyo na binilik nila? Yung yakisoba.
Talaga.
Did you ever like that?
Hindi ko
Hindi trip.
binibili.
Ako yun. Like, bata pa ako, trip ko na yun. Tapos
Na-try mo
nawala.
na ba yung burger?
Oo, okay lang.
Hindi maka-expect na may burger sa
Okay.
Tokyo. Pero
Hindi,
meron.
yung katsu nilagyan ng tinapay. Sabi,
Hindi,
ito,
may
katsu
burger
Yung Wagyu
talaga.
cheeseburger.
Yung beef
Oo
cheeseburger.
nga, alam ko yun. Tapos may kasamang potato ball.
Oo nga. Saya.
Okay talaga tayo, Masters Tokyo.
Oo nga eh.
Dagat doon lang tayo eh.
Galing.
Buti naman, pinapunta tayo sa
Kahit pa paano,
Take
no?
Me to Tokyo.
Umabot pa rin.
Ito, take pause. Sanay ka na?
Oo.
Uy, bawal yan.
Kahapon nga eh.
Oh.
Parang nung Paper X, DRX ata.
First time.
Sabi nga nila, uy, may tech pause. It's been a while since we had that. Sabi nga gano'n.
Uy, English yun ah.
Sabi ko, alam mo ba, sa amin, normal lang yan.
Hindi, parang wala akong nakikita masyadong take pause eh.
Actually, medyo, it's been quite smooth itong Masters Tokyo.
Ayun, smooth 7-2.
Yan, smooth na smooth.
Kangkang
Kinalbo.
is number 1 Jet. Kangkang EDG.
So, bakit
Let's go.
Simjik? At paano umabot?
Yung Kangkang, yung KK, di ba pangalan niya? Tapos yung
Oo.
ZMJJ, kapatid niya. Sabi niya, love ko, brother ko. Dalin kita dito, broski.
Ganon.
For real.
So, bakit gusto niyang Kangkang yung pangalan niya?
Baka yun yung pangalan talaga niya.
Eh, ba't hindi lang iba yung IG niya to Kangkang?
Dito mo, pangalan ko, di ba? Pangalan ko naman talaga.
Oo nga, pero tawag naman sa'yo Dax.
Oo
Wala
nga.
naman tumatawag sa'yo ng iyong date.
But that's my full...
Para mong sinabing IGN ko 10, pero dapat sa casters tawagan niyo akong Bison.
Ito, ito-dox ko kagad si Kangkang. Pangalan niya ay Zeng Yong Kang.
Okay.
So, may Kang. Tapos gusto niya dalawa, Kangkang.
Good luck na lang sa akin.
Oo, di ba? Parang kung,
Best wishes.
kung ikaw si Nico, ikaw si Nico.
Tama.
Oh, Nico. And ito si Kangkang. Balik na nga tayo sa laro. Pero Loud, lumalaban kagad dito. 4v3 and seems like Loud, iba na ang plano. Direct conflict kagad dito sa EDG. And EDG actually stuck here. Nahulog pa ngayon Spike. At ipit na dito si Smoggy. Gulat na lang. May trap palang set ang Loud ngayon.
Finally, Loud dito. Nagamit na yung konting tech pause. Konti lang naman.
Konting timeout.
Konting timeout. Para makabawi na rin at saka pigilan dito ang momentum ng EDG. But really, the punish there is a big thing. They expect the push to come. At dahil nga doon, mas handa sila dito para pigilan ang mabigat na pagsubok dito, pagsugod ng Edward. And if they can do that more consistently here, get 2 more rounds to end the 7-5, I think pwede pa lang maibawi yung mapa na to talaga.
Oh, kung maipit talaga na yung EDG, dun maging delikado. And right now, here we go yet again. Aspas though, nandito na malapitan sana, pero yung Pulse bigla na lang dinabas yung ball. 2 ways with the takedown though. Smoggy with the showstopper shut down by Aspas who's still here. Nakatambay lang sa sulok. Huli pa si Kangkang dyan. Anong smoke ang alam mo, Bets? 3v2 na to and Loud this time. Contact lang kung contact, laban lang kung laban. At ito pa, may tropa pa sana si Aspas. Nobody though with the trade already. Sadak though, fights back. Nice bang there. Through the wall even. Nobody versus less now in a 1v1.
It's always 1v1, so I think this is the problem of Loud. They started that round so good, had a great advantage, 3v2. Pero binibigay nila ang 1v1s because they all want to find the pick of their own. And this is not the style of Loud na umabot na gumana sana para mag-champion dun sa Americas, tsaka sa LAN dati. And they can't let this be how they face a team like Edward na pag nilaban mo ang EDG na harap-harapan sa barilan man lamang, ayan ang kalakasan nila. EDG, make no mistake, magaling sila. But they do lack some of the bit of structure pagdating sa team play in terms of set plays. And that's where they have to punish them Loud, being the more experienced team. Hindi lang nila nagagawa kasi tinatapatan nila ang style ng EDG, the way that EDG won.
Totoo, kala mo pang out sana kay Aspas yung pagdating ni Kwanzin. Instead, nag-tradean na lang sila.
Lumaban na lang.
Oh, pumalag na lang dito and nobody using the flashes para ma-confirm kung saan man sana dito si Les. Spike now planted, A-site talaga. Kung saan sila papalag, Trailblazer rin pero wala pa siya makuha ang intel. Si Les, ngayon, nandito na sa taas. Nakita ni Nobody, pero babalikan ni Les. Ito na, 1v1. The lockdown is there too. Ganon, kapraning na dito ang Loud. And Les will find a shot out to Nobody at the very end. It took a while though for them to get these runs. And sige, madumi pero I mean, it works.
It came down to a clutch situation. Hindi ka pwedeng umasa doon. And even less, didn't even wait for the lockdown, diba? Hindi niya hinold yung angle. Actually went for the peak there. So, I mean, it's good that Loud are getting this confidence, pero hindi pwedeng maging overconfident. And that's kind of what we were seeing for the meantime there. Kaya silang nabalikan pa ng 1v1.
Hindi, ito naman yung magiging plano ng Loud. Kung makuha nila itong mga contact plays na to, kung slowly but surely nila whittle down yung confidence naman ng EDG, maybe that can help them out in the long run. Pero yun nga, diba? Such a gamble na aasa ka sa clutch situation para manalo sa mga rounds na ganito. Here we go again though. Ready na para sa A-Rubble take na naman ng Loud.
I mean, maganda naman talaga ang unang contact dito ng Loud. How they've been playing this Rebel, it's been pretty nice. Sa start of the first half of the round, but pagdating sa later stages, dun sa nahirapan when it comes to recovering. But now, dahil ang EDG, walang balak naman muka. Pumunta ng A. This now gives them different options to spread the defense thin.
Tuwa naman si Aspas Tumatakbo lang biglang na wallbang ng Guardian sa lahat ng bagay.
Tamaan ba?
Oh, kaya wala siyang armor Umabot siya ng 43 HP. Kita ko yon sa ating barracks. But nobody now. Nice scout with the Trailblazer. Alam niya kagad na hindi lang isa kundi dalawa dito ang nasa rubble na naman. And we see this from EDG. Pull muna ng konting attention. Keep Loud in certain spots para lang they can go somewhere else.
Well, medyo nahirapan naman ang Loud dito sa pag-retake madalas sa B-side. Smoggy, good for the one. Yung Seekers, malaking tulong, harap-harapan. Hindi tumama ang kanyang... Oh my goodness, Smoggy, dalawa pa nga!
Ba't buhay pa siya? Ba't nandyan lang siya nakapwesto? Shorty pa rin, reign supreme there. And here we go, Chichu na, pwesto na naman. Sadakto, saan ka titingin? EDG is just everywhere and anywhere kung saan manggagaling at Loud. And si Les na lang natitira. Pero nako, oy! Operator, talo sa rifle, talo sa Vandal. 1v3, ito na muna siya sa may link na naman for Cyber Cage. Laking harang, may tripwire pa nga. Saan ka dadaan, boy? Paano ka na, Les? Walang chance ngayon. Si Howdong na Guardian lang para pumitas. And in the end, it's an 8-4 half in favor of EDG.
One tap ata yung ginawa niya doon.
For sure. Bilit ka naman, one tap pag Guardian eh.
Hindi, I mean, as in, hindi niya in-spam yung one. As in, one and done.
All he needs is one.
That's, at the end of the day, isang bala ka lang. Pero isang round sana dito, I think, would have been really big para sa Loud, para makabawi. It just never comes.
Ayan. Well, alam naman natin na EDG right now performing so well. Pasa naman natin sa ating panel sa breakdown. Yung nangyari doon sa first half na yun.
And what is happening to Loud? Nakakatakot ito, especially since we were discussing during the pre-show, diba, yung EDG, they did special homework on defense. Ngayon, the halves are going to switch. So, mas nakakatakot to for Loud.
To be fair naman, Lotus 4-8 is pretty usual. And I do agree with our casters with what they said about Loud trying to, again, ruin the confidence of EDG. Pero pag-usapan din natin kanina na dapat they can't use that brute force because that's exactly EDG wants them to do. Again, may moments naman na na-funnel nila yung EDG kung saan nila gusto, again, to take the fight on their own terms. But EDG still kind of getting bailed out on a lot of their fights. And I feel like ang daming moments na parang sobrang impatient ng Loud, nag-rush na sila. And again, that last round was just a bit of a disaster in the end on the part of Loud.
Yeah, and on the flip side, then yung discipline naman dito ng EDG, grabe yung kanilang, they're not over-peaking angle. Yeah, okay, that last round, yes, pero 5 versus 1 na yun. Okay, pero every other scenario aside from that, nakita nyo na lang na EDG had everything locked and loaded. This was, parang honestly, it feels like they're playing Loud's game more than Loud are playing their own game. Parang ganun ka sila. Kasi Loud, you know how disciplined these teams is. Alam mo na parang their synergy is there when they try to do any kind of approach. And this time, it's EDG is able to do that in this particular first half.
They can't seem to parang take that step forward into EDG just because of how aggressive they are. Diba? We were talking yesterday kung yung Loud, yung parang aggressive sila, yes, pero in the sense na malinis yung aggression nila. They can't seem to put that in. Kasi napaka forward maglaro yung EDG eh.
Sobrang weird din ng timing and yung mga rhythm sa sa EDG. So, I feel like kahit wala silang experience sa international scene, well, the international scene doesn't have experience against EDG also, which I guess fair play. At the same time, you know, I'm pretty sure the casters have a lot more to say about it.
Oh, yun nga, parang Loud is facing an enemy unlike any other dito sa international scene, diba? But we're gonna see how the rest of this map plays out. Over to you, casters.
Kami na pala ulit.
Oy, tayo?
O ganang usapan nila eh. Yung isa, syempre yung hostess.
Oo.
Yung isa, yung talaga gusto magkwento ng buhay niya sa pamilya. Tapos yung isa mukhang businessman na nagtatrabaho lang sa sulok eh.
Totoo. Hindi pong isang kape, 4 na oras.
Oo, diba? Sulit na sulit ang tambay dyan. Pero thank you, panel, for breaking that down. Ito na tayo though, Loud. Siyempre, sila ang alanganin ngayon. They're gonna want to win this pistol. And dito natin makikita kung gaano karaming space mga kuha dito, especially courtesy of Aspas. We saw that a lot para sa rubble control. Loud naman para sa pagkuha nilang site doon magiging importante.
Hindi naman yung wall dito ni Sadhak pupuntang C. Nakakapagtaka lang. Like yung actual value.
Oo nga, plano niyan.
Kasi mamaya tayo magpanel. Pero sa ngayon, nakapagtaka. Just keep in mind that we'll bring it back later if they use it again. I think it's been for conditioning, pero Aspas, opening pick naman dito sa A-site.
Totoo naman, kita mo, napatambay nga ang EDG doon sa Mount dahil lang doon tinitinan nila, ano tong wall na to? Ba't ganito? Nandun sila sa iba't ibang sulok at na-overrun na tuloy ang EDG doon sa may A-site. 5v3 na kagad to. Kang trying to go for the push pero anti-lurk muna pwesto dito ni Les. Rubble is still held by Loud no matter what. And Les is best to get that takedown. Kang though gets the one. And 2v4 na to. Link up sana kay Nobody. High ground kinuha muna mismo dito ng Loud. Sadak to with first contact now onto the side. May smoke pang inatapon sa kanya. And 2 is with the takedown. Nobody all alone. 1v3. Kaya pa ba? Flash muna dyan. Na-blind dito si Aspas. Nakapitas nga. But no, 2 is still right behind him. And Loud, they needed that pistol win. Nakuha naman nila.
And that's how they have to play Dax. Nakita mo naman may points of redundancy. If one point of contact fails, may taga-swing agad. They don't play angles na pwede silang ma-isolate. They make sure there's always a pinch dun sa pagpasok sa kanilang close band. And that's more of what we wanted to see ng defense. Ngayon lang nila nilabas.
Inihintay ka lang talaga eh. Paano yung POV ng EDG doon? Ba't ganito yung wall?
Ba't ganito yung wall? To be fair, may ibang teams na ginagawa din yun. We've seen that a bit.
Maganda yung wall na yan para pag pagpapalagan mo yung mount eh.
Hindi kasi medyo binibigay mo din yung backside control ng mount and then you also have a hard entry into C. What we kind of see a lot of times team use that for is yung paglabas nila from B door papuntang C mount, doon medyo pas nagpapagana. But otherwise, I feel like there's better ways to use that wall.
Ang talino naman mag-Viper.
Grabe.
So ano tong Viper wall na to ngayon?
Wala, petty. Joke lang. Para lang sa B.
Para lang dun sa B, para dun sa may upper.
Saka link.
Mapupunta ka sa lower.
2-in-1 mo.
Kung ano ka, upper Antipolo, bigla ka lang sa lower Antipolo B site. LA.
LA, B?
As they like to say. Pero ito na, Loud, take 2. A site pa rin, yung EDG, napatingin na naman dun sa wall na ni Sadak. Pinag-a-analyze, pinag-aaral, and now, si Kang na lang natitira dito sa site. Loud already with a good entry, Aspas with the take-top, pero Nobody nakaflank na rin. Aspas though with a second, and from this point on, Loud, kinukuha lang nila as much of the site as they can. Flash muna dito kay Nobody, at napatay pa nga niya si Tuiz! Nice pop flash there, EDG fighting back, 3v3 pa to.
Si Tuiz naka-ghost mang lamang, kaya medyo pistol v pistol battle. Maybe not the best risk to run against a team like EDG. Nobody with a 4! Naghahanap ng ace. Hindi pa payalag ni Sadak. Malapitan! Smoggy is gonna smog Sadak. Malapitan niya.
Oh my God, Nobody almost got everybody there. Nakuha niya yung rifle, and from that point on, EDG, meron silang firepower para makuha lang yon sa side ng Loud. And you can see, this is where it all started. Nung nakuha ni Nobody talaga si Les, and then he got that play going with the flash. Doon na talaga yung position na pwede gamitin ng EDG. Lahat ng pwedeng angulo papunta ng A-site eh. Kasi ipit na doon eh.
May util naman si Les dun sa flank. I'm not sure why hindi siya na-alert. Or baka medyo masyadong busy dun sa laban na hindi niya napansin na yung alarm bot niya eh umalarm na rin. But it's very weird dito. Loud, nagtipid si Tuiz. He went in that round with a ghost at kaya may talo pa siya ni Nobody sa duel.
Yan, you know, EDG dito sa defense nila. Na, sige, inaano natin yung pagtingin ng toxic ring, but ina-timing talaga nila eh. Na meron flank silang available, may angle na pwede sila gamitin. And right now, Loud, gamitin mo yung unang wall para lang makuha tong orb. And because of it, meron na kagad ditong lighting finger si Aspas. Overdrive is upon us. Naghahanap ng target. But EDG, a different plan. They wanna catch Sadak first. Ipit na siya dito at si Smoggy nag-blastbox na lang, nag-flights na lang dito para kuha yung unang pitas.
Well, this wall definitely helped them doon sa pag-unang kuha para lang safe. Pero EDG, on this retake, heavy advantage dito. All the weapons in their favor. Malamang pa din naman ang man count. Aspas pa mananalo sa harap-harapan.
Yeah. Kamali doon si Kangkang, tapang kasi. And it's now 4v2. May konting firepower dito ang Loud, pero si Aspas lang natitira. 8 HP, flank trying to be ready. Aspas with the find, pero syempre EDG, they can just take this anyway. Sige na, audition muna dito. Smoggy though with the shutdown yet again. And makasampu na nga ang EDG dahil doon.
Muntikan pa. Good damage done dito on the defense, but even better, galing nga sa EDG. I mean, Loud, you can see there's moments here na nakikita nila na what they're doing is right, pero hindi lang nila may pagpatuloy all throughout. This is one of their final chances para makakuha ng konting momentum pabalik sa kanila. You can see on their faces that they're not comfortable in this spot.
Yeah. Alanganin ngayon, sobra ang Loud, and let's not forget, this is actually their map pick, so dito na talaga pagdating ng Fracture, baka mas comfortable pa ang EDG, even more so. Aspas though with the fine Howdong's here in position, at kung ginawa dito kanina lang Loud, mas kaya pang gawin ng EDG, and even better, 3v2 though, and Kang gets the shot going! Ayan na ang operator na hinahanap nyo. Tira na lang dito si Les.
The defense pa naman, mahirap ang pagana. Bulldog ni Chichu! Choo-choo! Sabi niya. Parang trend lang, walang tigil.
The little blue engine that could, and you can see here for EDG, confident na confident talaga, palag kung palag, and you can see it na Howdong, iniintay talaga lang niya ang opportunity kung sino man nag-play doon sa may trade, doon sa may mga ugat mismo. Then there's always that second chance for EDG. Kangkang had the long angle, nakuha lang nila yung control para sa mga mahaba na site, mahaba na pwedeng pastuhan. They're gonna be happy to use that to their advantage.
Oo nga. Ang problema dito ng Loud is they're trying to use a hammer for a screw.
Uy!
Di a screwdriver. It's a nail, brother.
Gumagana yun!
Sige, sirain mo yung thread. Sirain mo yung thread ng butas.
Oh,
pero, ayun na nga nangyayari. Like, they're trying to brute force this. We see that they're towards A main. And I would like them to exercise a bit more patience katulad ng ginagawa ng EDG. Surprisingly enough, dun sa attacking side ng EDG, ng Edward, they were the ones who kind of showed a bit more discipline and just reluctance na para mag-W key ng basta-basta. We see them giving multiple points sa mapa ng presence na mapapahula na lang ang depensa dito ng Loud.
Yeah.
And that's something that Loud haven't been doing on the attack.
I think that's the biggest concern kasi okay pa sana yung first few rounds ng Loud. Pero pagdating nila ng rifle round, hindi nila respeto mismo yung rubble play na pinaggagawa na nga nila nung kanilang first half. Sige, nag-try sila mag-hold ng mga angles, tingin sila kung saan sila magko-contest, na si Aspas nga nakapasok dun. But no one was checking out kung saan nakapwesto si Howdong. No one was checking out kung pwede nila i-smoke off or i-cut off kung anong pwedeng angle gamitin ni Kangkang. And those are the instances where EDG takes advantage. Rinig kagad ni Kangkang dito, may trailblazer papunta sa kanya. Out muna with the updraft, and well, at least, ito na ang Loud. Alam nila kagad, may up pa rin.
Oo nga. They now know where the op is, pero ang tanong, how do they deal with that? They have put a bit more presence here, but the fact that in-stun yun ni Aspas, that's a signal here for EDG. They know that they should be rotating, especially now nasira yung tripwire off that Viper lurk, but yet, hindi pa rin nag-rotate itong EDG. Instead, they wanna clear out the C mound, and because of that info, alam na nilang, ito.
Kitang-kita, CCTV ng China. And we have Chichu in position at the ready yet again. High ground muna para sa pwestuhan EDG. Nice fight! And Chichu truly, the pain train continues. Double kill for him before he falls. Kangkang ang tapang. Pwesto mismo sa drop. May updraft pa naman. At dito sa cross, nobody with a find. It's all EDG. And here we go again with the Blade Storm. Para lang paging flashy.
I mean, nag-gets ko naman, malapitan, retake, Blades. Bakit hindi? Total.
Total, panalo na sila eh.
5-12 din naman. So, ang problema, I think the real problem here is Loud so far. We just haven't seen them be able to play the way that they would like to. And we've come accustomed to dun sa VCT Americas. And a lot of it is, katulad ng sabi nga natin, the timing here, that EDG know how to play against. Talagang sinasubvert ang expectations ng Loud, and when Loud least expect it, dun pa nagsistrike ang EDG.
Oh, I mean, you can always say that about Loud, pero it's really EDG stepping up to the plate eh. As you mentioned, mas malinis talaga yung mga execute nila. We've seen them have a lot more awareness sa mga situation. And of course, on the fly, kung saan sila nag-re-reposition, reassess kung paano nila magagawa yung contact. It's one of the biggest reasons why EDG is winning na hindi na ma-punish yung mga small little mistakes. Pero maybe I spoke too soon, maybe nakakaintindi ng Tagalog si Sadak, at yun nga, napatay pa niya yung operator.
Sa bagay, no? Baka nag-gets pa rin naman niya. EDG, tingnan natin, they have to go for this risk, Chichu. Gets damaged, could have won that fight, so not a bad risk to take knowing na 4v5 sila. Taking mount control back and ngayon, Loud, sent packing para mag-rotate sa A na may pwesto naman din sila.
Yeah, they're trying to chase here sa EDG pero maganda rin naman na may stun pa pwede gamitin si Aspas. Aspas though, gusto niya makipaglaban from the shadows na dito si Haodong just to keep that top control as much as possible. And here we go, tatlo ang kalaban dito ni Aspas. Papalag ka pa, linabas na nga yung overdrive. Alam mo ba yung chords? Handa na siya dito mag-play ng tunes. Paranoia, nandyan na rin EDG. Ipit dun sa may lobby. Wala silang appointment at dahil nga dito, baka nga isipin pa ng EDG. Kung hindi sila makapwesto, mapapasave sila.
Wala makakadaan dahil dito sa paglaban ni Aspas dun sa mound. At overdrive, medyo mahirap i-shut down, especially if you can't isolate the fight in 4v5 here. Smart for EDG para makapag-save. Smoggy, sasaw-saw na lang para makahanap ng isa.
Yeah, EDG, habol na lang nila dito, exit. Gawin na lang mahirap economy ng Loud pero nagkamali doon. Si Haodong. Les also with the second one. Loud fighting back at least. May laban pa.
Pero mabigat ang investment na doon ha. They used the lockdown and the overdrive nga. That would have been very helpful later on. And of course, nagsimula doon ng round yung advantage nila after getting the pick off to Kangkang. Pero how many rounds will that happen? At least consistently. Especially with Kangkang being so on point so far gamit ang operator niya. And not just, you know, the way that they play, but just individually, EDG dito, they know how to, in the scramble, kung saan sila pupunta. Yun yung talaga malaking bagay dito ng EDG. They are very great at making good decisions dito sa paglaban.
Oh, ayan, great decision talaga, great taste. One already for Kangkang, one for Chichu, one for Smoggy. Ginawang 3-in-1 kape ang Loud dito. And from this point on, 5v2. May palag pa ba ang Loud? At least, may stun pa nga pwede gamitin. But with the CCTV up online for Chichu yet again. And now the contact is made. If hit, binuksan yung pinto. At sinara kagad ang potensyal ng Loud comeback. Edward Gaming with a 30-6 victory over such a champion squad. Ay nako.
Grabe, walang kakupas-kupas. And this is the third stomp na natikman na dito ng Loud. We saw nung kalaban ng EG, I think those games ended like, what, 13-5 or 13-7? So, it hasn't really been a great performance from Loud, that's to say the very least, but I think a lot of it is really just them trying to overplay their game, trying to make it so that na mapagana nila yung basta nilang brute force tactics. At katulad ng sinabi natin kanina, that's not gonna work against a team like EDG na pagdating sa barilan, they're really well at doing that.
EDG, alam nila paano pumalag. Alam nila paano pumitas. And especially what we see here from EDG, kayang-kaya nila mag-adjust on the fly when they need to. But then, you have impact players na hindi lang si Kangkang ha. There are times na, especially the first half, parang shutdown yung operator niya. You look at what Smoggy does. You look at what Haodong does. You look especially at Nobody. This is a squad na, sige, kilalang kilala ang kanilang star jet. But it's a whole team putting in the effort.
Especially Smoggy and Nobody there na. Ang daming mga moments na makikita mo na lang biglaan. They just come up big. And the fluidity ng team na to mismo against a team like Loud, who are one of the more fluid teams that we've seen here in the VCT. The way na ipapakita ng EDG against their own map pick is really a big thing. But that's what I said about this map. Medyo inexperienced ang Loud pagdating sa mapa na to. And even though natalo nga ang EDG doon sa Team Liquid kahapon, sa Lotus mismo, it's one of the maps that madami talagang experience ang EDG and they're comfortable on this map.
Totoo, sa Chinese scene, palagi na nalalaro. So I guess, sabi mo nga diba, nakitikim na naman ng stomp ang Loud. Isang stomp Sudon ang nakuha nila.
Okay.
Alam mo yung Filipino version nun?
Ano?
Yung Durog Silog.
Durog Silog. Grabe, napaka-ingay.
It's a little quiet here for Loud, that's for sure. And given that, paano sila babawi pagdating naman ng Fracture. Syempre may experience sila more so on that map compared to what we've seen on Lotus. Pero ito na ang map pick ng EDG. And this is something they're comfy in, especially nung kalaban nila yung T1 nung group stage.
And I'm wondering, diba, if you're in this position, Loud, the pressure must be something big. You're former champions, you've been that first seed, and now you're in the lower bracket facing elimination against a team who made it here for the first time. But we're gonna see you guys after the break. Pagbalik dito, nandito naman tayo sa Masters Tokyo.
Então, meu desempenho um pouquinho para baixo. Que vai ser um jogo muito difícil. Já foi um jogo difícil no VCT Américas e eu sabia que eles é um time que aprende muito. Então, com certeza, nunca subestimei eles e sabia que vai ser um jogo difícil. Os caras jogaram muito, muito bem. Eu acho que todo mundo entende que, tá, a gente perdeu, temos que passar por essa situação negativa e voltar positivo, né? Voltar bem. Pode aprender muito dessa derrota. Eu acho que a lower vai ser muito boa para nós.
Gearing up steps, that paranoia is going to send most of EG scrambling. Best trying to buy some time, switch to his by side as well. It's very nice, and the crunch is on the way. It's just murder of Dish. Beautiful from Loud.
Não temos vontade de jogar contra ninguém em particular, só temos vontade de jogar. Primeiro, para continuar ganhando experiência com o time, né? E segundo, para ver como que o time vai reagir nessa situação de derrota igual. Vamos voltar para casa. Então vai ser uma experiência muito legal de viver com eles e ver como que o time cresce e como afronta essa dificuldade.
EDG continue to surprise everybody. At ngayon, sa lower bracket, they are now leading the series with the first map. And I think na parang it's very scary for Loud, especially since yung parang nandyan na yung pressure na if we lose this, if we mess up even just once, diba, maaamoy yan ng EDG and they will hound you.
Yeah, tapos mapick pa sa Loud. So parang, anyari dun guys? Kasi yung
13-6. This isn't good.
It really isn't. It's so concerning that the cleanliness of Loud's game was just so absent. Again, like, you can't necessarily pinpoint kung sino talaga yung weakest link dun. Kasi yung spacing nila medyo kulang. Yung trading, they were lagging a little bit behind. And again, that last round on the first half was such a telltale sign of rushing and just being impatient in general.
Moving away from the fact na rin na if you look at the match history for Loud, they actually haven't played that many games on Lotus. Then they've only played like 2, and that was like previous tournaments pa, not even dito sa Tokyo Masters. So that being said, I don't know if you can ascertain it to pakakulang sila sa gauging how well they're sa repetition on the on the map. Pero more than anything else, kitang-kita niya na yung difficulties nila. They just can't somehow find that opening for Aspas. We were discussing nung bago while the game was progressing na would it have been better kung nandun na siya sa jet niya. The Neon was okay for a certain time, pero he just can't find that rhythm, and I don't know it's because of him being on that particular agent or EDG just being absolutely demolishing everything, especially with that double duelist na si Smoggy sa si Kangkang.
And seeing our MVP right now, si Nobody, diba? It's also nice kasi yung EDG, diba? They also mentioned na gusto din nila i-elevate yung lahat ng members sa team. Kasi hindi lang si Kangkang, diba? So nang yun na parang MVP dito si Nobody, we really saw how effective the Skypick was on this map. And I just have to point out, diba? Si Aspas, parang sa akin, hindi ko siya masyadong gusto on the Neon. Parang hindi siya nakakalaro ng game niya. Pag siniya, like, compared to the Jet, diba? When we see Aspas on the Jet, alam natin kung gaano kagaling siya. Pero dito on Neon, it's been happening over and over again. Parang hindi pa siya comfortable on this Asian pick.
Sana the next time you run into him, uy, parang sobrang weak ng Neon mo. Jet ka na lang.
Wow!
Diba?
Tapang ko na.
Order by Tita Mika. Pero nakita naman natin yung merits of the Neon. Syempre, I keep talking about the biggest differences between the two agents is that while the Jet has the capacity to burst a bit better, especially with knives and dash, and again, those momentary windows that, again, Aspas and even more so Kangkang have been able to use. Neon can really stagger the pressure, pero yun nga, parang walang pressure on the side of Loud.
I think a big problem na nandito might actually be the comp itself. Specifically. Kasi, again, even though sabihin natin na on paper, again, it looks like it should work. There's a lot of flashes and stuff. Madaming parang tempo control. You kind of miss the beat na sana meron kong extra stun at all. Anyways, real quick lang, syempre, aim labs with Kangkang. I was kind of hoping na baka maglabas siya ng operator lang para mapakita niya. Alam ko, it doesn't make sense, pero gusto ko sana makita. But anyways, dun sa sinabi ko nga lang, it feels like maybe they could have benefited more kung sana si Kawanzin was on, let's say, the breach. Kasi at least there's the follow-up stun, there's the follow-up proper utility that can actually assist kung naipit man si Aspas in those tight-knit corners na naipit siya kanina in that game.
Parang similar problems in their series against EG. On Fracture, by the way, that they just did not have enough fighting tools, direct tools to persuade just the initial contact to be somewhere else. Pero yun nga, I don't necessarily fault the comp. I think it's really just the execution on Loud's part.
Nakikita na natin na nahihirapan sila. And it's, especially against EDG, and kakaiba talaga yung rhythm ng team na ito, diba? Ang sabi nga, diba, may isang quote, diba? Let China sleep, for when she wakes, the world will tremble. At parang ngayon nga, nakikita na natin yan, na totoo ang nangyayari. Sino ba yung nag-quote yan?
Actually, I don't know. Ang natatanda ko lang na now everybody from China knows that you're here.
Valid quote then. Okay.
It's valid.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, but
Sorry, my references only come from things that are flat. Or 2D.
2D.
Exactly, thank you.
Hey, that was a great movie.
Exactly.
That was a great movie.
Very true.
Pero right now, going into Fracture, I don't know. Parang mas bagay kasi mas unpredictable yung rhythm ng EDG, diba? And on a map like Fracture, I think Loud really has to make sure that they are in control this time. Kasi kung hindi, nako, sobrang dali nito for EDG.
Yung tanong, how does Loud do it is the thing kasi they went for the double controller. Pero tingin ko nga yung kulang din sa double controller nila, they never mixed it up. Like, they never made EDG guess if the smoke was just to block vision or to be a staging area for a hit. So, baka they need to add layers or more layers to their play in terms of just those smaller skirmishes. Kasi nakita naman natin yung mga heavier hits ng EDG. It's just so hard to deal with. Nobody, obviously, with all the flashes and just his ability to utilize the space everybody created for him in that previous map was just, again, outstanding and just almost impossible for Loud to deal with.
Actually, I like how you mentioned yung sa space nga, diba? Kasi yun parang nanonotice mo rin sa playstyle pa rin ng EDG. When EDG are comfortable and when EDG are dominating, they like to overtake that space. Pero it's not to the point na parang they're overextending na, ay, parang pag magkakamali sila ng matindi dito, they actually know when to pace themselves, but at that point na parang hindi mo expect ng kalaban. You already see, now when somebody from Loud's like rotating out of nowhere, makita mo there's like this one player from EDG, nakaabang doon, gets the free kill, and then has that quick -1, tapos balik ulit sa team niya. And that's happened multiple times then in this first game.
It's just like a lot of pressure syempre on the side of Loud, diba? They are defending their title. This is going to potentially be their last map, diba? And to see this team syempre na nasa lower bracket and on the brink of elimination, I know that they mentioned na yung parang syempre short-term memory ng Loud, they will go into this as if it's map 1. Pero you can't deny that even the tension, diba, on stage in between these teams. And I think like for EDG, again, I love that mentality that they mentioned na they're coming into the series as students, diba? So they are testing their limits, they're slowly pushing it. And I like that parang nabubuo din yung identity ng EDG. They know that this is the style that works for them. They keep on pushing it further and further na parang Paper X, na parang when they really find that thing that works for them, they don't try to like, you know, adapt it to like somebody else or something. They're really just gonna go and, you know, push it further.
Yep, push it to the limit. Is this the point now where the student becomes the master at the end of this at the end of the series, diba? Yeah, wax on, wax off.
Yun lang pala.
Like,
Yun lang pala.
I just wanted to just drop that for some reason.
you know, sometimes, like, again, guys, this is for everybody's sake. Asper just likes to drop reference that for absolutely no reason. Like, okay, so how does that correlate to the whole thing? No, gets ko naman kung where the reference came from, but the wax on, wax off was just like, wow, it's there. You know, good for you, Asper.
Thank you.
Yung parang si Sadak, si Mr. Miyagi, ganun ba? So wax on, wax off.
He is so entertained. It's amazing.
Yeah. You know, masaya ang buhay pag madali kang natutuwa. Yeah. Simple lang kabuhayan.
Okay, yes.
Parang si Chichu lang actually.
Tama, simple lang din buhay niya.
Sobrang, I love that parang sa interviews. Di ba nakikita mo yung mukha niya? He's always on the brink of like smiling. Because he's just so happy to be here playing on stage. And parang nafe-feel ko din na yung EDG, like they're really just having their time of their lives dito. Kahit na elimination, they're going into this na parang we did our absolute best. Proud na proud kami sa ginawa namin. And proud na proud kami sa the name that we made for ourselves in this tournament.
With that being said, maybe that's what Loud need to do also, to stop overcomplicating the plan and maybe just stick to what they're good at, and which is basically playing clean, punish when they can, and try to hunt for those weaknesses whenever it presents themselves. Kasi yun nga, kanina parang ang daming siguro pwedeng potential set plays, pero yung mga utility nila sometimes short, sometimes yung smoke wasn't deep enough, and again, just the diligence on those swings into clear corners was just absent.
And now that we're actually going into na sa ating Prime Gaming Age Select, Fracture is going to be the map dito. I was saying this is the comp that I actually would like to see. And again, it's a comp that really utilizes itself well sa Fracture map na to. And I feel like, again, the combination of yung ano sabi mo ulit kanina, Raf, yung fighting abilities, fighting utilities, I think would lend itself better sa gustong gawin ng Loud coming into Game 2.
This is also the same comp that unfortunately Loud lost to EG
Bakit
with
may kasi
dito sa
nag-neon, hindi nag-jet? Yun ba yung gusto sabihin mo?
Baka! Parang inaantok pa si Aspas. Naka-lean back pa yung yung upuan niya. Pero makikita nga natin kung magising siya muli dito sa map na ito. Casters, over to you guys.
Oy! Gising na! Gising na. Simula na.
Lunchtime na. At tita nga natin dito ba, magigising na ba ang Loud? Or mapapauwi na ba sila ng EDG? Pero Fracture muna tayo. Second map, pick na to ng EDG. Dax and Black Blue, magkakasama na naman tayo dito ngayon. But eto na, ano ang gagawin ng Loud ngayon, my friend? Kasi kailangan nila bumawi.
I mean, madami naman tayong nakita mga rounds nung Lotus kanina. Parang munti na sana, okay na sana, pwede na sana. Pero hindi lang na napagana. At sa totoo sa yun, ang pinaka na-impress para sa akin is yung sinabi ni Mika about yung sa China, yung sleeping, kung gumising. Sleeping, gumising, lagot ka.
Best, ang alam ko lang talaga, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Bro, that's all I know. Pero,
buti tama, yung ibang tao sinasabi na Crouching
Dragon, Hidden Tiger. Pero totoo naman, and ito nga, mga composition na pinaghandaan na talaga ng parehong EDG at Loud. Neo na naman gagamitin dito ni Aspas. Pero sabi nga ng panel natin, diba, dito sila natalo versus EG. On the other hand, you look at EDG, and I think one thing na na-learn nila versus T1, the first into the second time, is how to play that defense. Now they're gonna start dito sa depensa nila, and let's see nga kung paano nga sila nag-improve, kasi from what we saw nung last time na kalaban nga lang ng T1, dun sa defensive half, shut down na lang nila yung T1 mismo.
I mean, funny stats for both of these teams. Pareho silang have played it 7 times, and they're both 4-3 at a 57% win rate. So, magkatay sila. Ang pinagkaiba is that Loud, the last time you played this, a bit more effective compared to what we saw from the previous outing dito, galing nga sa Edward Gaming. But, I mean, a map like this, you would assume that for a team like Edward Gaming, ito yung pabor sa kanila. Ito yung gugustuhin na there's a reason why they picked this in the first place. I think may nakuha sila nung kinalaban nga ang Loud ng T1, and I think from that, may na-extrapolate silang informasyon na, guys, may objective tayo dito, and there are ways and there are opportunities dito at may mga butas na pwede natin i-exploit. I think here, when you look at how Loud have been playing, the fact na binibigyan nila yung mga sitwasyon na yun to Edward, it makes it much more passable.
Nakita mo yung mousepad?
Oh!
May pangalan!
Grabe nga eh.
May may engraving. Ang cool.
May arts.
Gusto mo ng ganon? Mousepad na may pangalan mo?
Gusto ko ng hat.
Ng hat? Na may pangalan mo?
Oo. Or, hindi. I have learned the Hauri. Gusto ko ng Hauri na may ganon.
Yung Hauri ko nakig-craft.
Oo nga.
Tapos kinuha ko jacket niya.
Ninenok niya.
Nag-ano kami?
Swap.
Hindi kami nag-roll swap. Kami ay nag-attire swap.
Attire swap.
Pero
Approved.
ito na yun. Map number 2. Babawi ba ang Loud? Or is it another day, another early 2-0?
I mean, to go out without a single map win dito para sa
Actually.
Loud, malaking tama yun, ha? Especially for the South American fans.
Makatulog sa maga kung ganun.
Oo nga. Anong oras na kaya doon?
So, mga 12, 1, 2, ano?
Quick maths.
Isip ko,
According to my calculations.
Mga feel ko mga 9, 10, ganun.
PM?
Oo.
Grabe, ah.
Kasi ang New York sa East Coast ng America, 12 hours behind. Tapos siyempre, ganun pa konti yung mga Brazil, ganun. So, mga 10.
Okay lang.
Sila
Sila naman, tayo madalas yung umaabot ng hating gabi.
Sila naman puyat. Alam mo paano ko i-calculate yun? Inisip ko yung mapa. Uy, thank you.
Thank you.
Pinaghirapan ko yung pag-mat ng time zone. Pero eto na ba? Oras na ba ng Loud para mag-map 3? Or oras na umuwi ng Brazil? We'll find out. Loud starting on the attacking side at kailangan talaga natin makita kung ano magagawa ni Aspas. Medyo naka-warm up na siya kanina. Gamit ng Neon dito sa Lotus. But Kangkang, timing is everything. And when you're fault line, ipin si Aspas. And he had to do that. He had to fight kasi mahuhuli sana yung mga ibang members ng Loud kung hindi niya ginawa yun.
Yeah, they get to pick off of it, and that's all they needed here. Si Tuis, medyo may ipit, has to win this fight, pero dahil naka-classic lang siya, medyo mahirap. He still gets a double!
Anong medyo mahirap? Basic lang for Tuis yan, but nobody onto the site yet again, and nobody also doing the double kill too. 3v2 na to, snake fight muna, pero wala siya pakimuna. Guiding Light tries to go for the flash. Here comes the swing from Les, and nobody yet again getting everybody trying to go his way. EDG, panalo sa pistol.
Simula sa push na dun sa arcade, playing no games. Grabe!
Sleeveless!
Asoray, ikaw ba yan?
Eto na! Anytime fitness!
Inilabas na nila ang kanilang mga baril.
diba?
Mga big guns.
Mga macho men.
Grabe. Pero, I mean, EDG once more, setting the tone early, nag-push out dito sa arcade, they get the pincer. And even with a great play dun galing kay Tuis, siya lang ang nakahanap ng anything going their way.
Yeah, that could have been so bad para sa side ng Loud kung parang naka-zipline dun si Aspas, nahuli sila ni Kangkang tatlo. Isa na naman, boom, esports moment. But Loud, different plan right now. Kita natin pag Loud talaga they play on Fracture, gusto nila makakuha ng mga iba't ibang angles para lang ma-spread out yung defense. But EDG, they're not too scared of that. They're happy kahit mag-commit muna sila sa isang site ngayon eh.
I mean, EDG dito have firm A main control. But knowing that, at least dito for Loud, they have every other lane in their hands so far. B main towards that arcade, and ngayon sa drop. Pero ang Marshall, natag pa nga si Kwanjin sa likod.
Buti pa dito tumatama bala niya. Kanina nagko-comment tayo dun sa aimlab parang hirap Pero to, pag totoong tao, simple lang para kay Kangkang. Dalawa na gamit ng Marshall. EDG also on the clean anti-eco. Lesto at least fights on back. Munti pang mapitas. But then again, this is still EDG's round to win
Surprise, di siya napatay doon. But I mean, at this point, all you can hope for is damage economically. Coming into the third round para medyo mas mahirap yung bonus sila. But EDG so far, they're doing things right. On the pistol, go aggro. Dito sa eco nila, expect the push, play back, play safe, play the trades. That's why they're winning this.
Kahit ako, makikigolf cup na lang ako din.
Sobrang, pag tingnan mo yung Japanese audience, sobrang bait nila pumalakpak.
Ang polite.
Ang polite.
Tama
lang.
Pag pumunta ka ng Japanese restaurant, ginigreet ka
Oo nga.
Pag papunta ka.
Ano sinasabi nila?
Iroshimasu! Tapos tinatanong kanina si Asray, ano yung pagpaalis ka ni?
Hindi ko maalala
Arigato gozaimasu! Diba? Nag-thank you sila.
Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you very much.
Oo, diba? Pero, kaya tayo hindi... Tara, punta lang tayong Japanese restaurant pagkatapos na to. Kailangan ko maalala.
Sa Japan, sinasabi naman talaga na yun. Hindi lang naisnisigaw sa'yo katulad dito sa Pinas.
At least hype dito, diba? Pero yun, Aspas, mamaya ka na, pulado ka kagad. At natag pa rin! Ako si Aspas at ako ay namamatay na. Let's go! Pwede sana in contact dito sa may main. They set up the Poison Cloud para sa disengage in EDG right now. Sige, ginip up yung side. Gusto sana mag-retake, pero Aspas, somehow, someway, buhay pa rin.
Hindi tumagos yun in the way that he wanted to. Muntik ang pantumama. That could have been a kill here para kay Kangkang and picked up the free rifle. Pero now EDG, how do they play this retake? They know they can swarm the front side. Tower at Arcade ang pinaposisyon dito. The flag coming in from Loud to shut them down on the retake. Walang maigawa. Now Les gets the third here. Early on, Loud nakabawi naman.
Yeah, Loud at least. Nakuha nila yung sight. Handa pa rin sila sa contact points na pwede gawin doon ng EDG. And interesting na, sila pa mukhang nagde-defense, diba? And they reeled it all back though. Pumwesta sa tower. Ito yung sayang para kay Kangkang. But less here as soon as he swings out of tower. Ganda ng talaga ng side control lang kuha dito ng Loud, and especially with their composition. Marami silang ways para lang mas maging madali ang mga pag-hold nila sa mga angles na pwede gamitin ng EDG.
I mean, the type of post plant is kind of what we were hoping for a bit more. Galing sa Lotus nila. At hindi lang na magawa masyado, or at least weren't attempting to play that way. Aspas opening entry dito. Sadhak sa Sabak. And they get the opening too.
That was hot there from Aspas, pero Kangkang now labas na ang operator. Ang thing is, Loud, they're still playing double controller. Mahihirapan makakuha ng angle dito si Kangkang in terms of the post plant itself. And EDG, ano na plano? Chichu wants to go for that drop angle. Si Howdong nag-iintay ng konting tropa ngayon. And this tower take especially dito sa may rope na nakatambay na Kwanzin over onto the corner. Contact made by Sadak. Kangkang with a fight pero Aspas. Ang ganda ng punish. Now then, Kwanzin with the hold, and Loud has every base covered here.
I'm surprised they didn't actually just go for the save, knowing na medyo late nga dito si Chichu. And he wouldn't have been in position to help out the fight. They can do economic damage, yes, but round ultimately, this is already Loud, so Loud tie up the game 2-2 dito.
Mapapaiko talaga EDG. Operator pa binili ni Kangkang doon.
And
Loud right now, mukhang ito talaga magiging win condition nila eh. Something we saw kanina sa Lotus, when they got that A side confidently, maganda yung mga post plant nila. Now here on Fracture, same case, and mas marami pang angle at effectively, hindi siya crossfire eh, pero more of contact point. Pag bigla lang may makita kagad ang isa, out muna, and then someone else is ready for the swing.
Oo nga, may mag-a-adjust. Yun yung pinakaiba dito. Less fluid than the post plant that we've seen here galing sa EDG, but that structure dito ng Loud is what they have to bank on. It's what they're more familiar with, and what they're more experienced with pagkalaban ang team na to. And let's see, nakita mo naman sa ilalim ng pangalan nila, Americas #1.
Anong bang?
Pero sa ngayon,
Amer.
mukhang China. is number 1 for EDG because they have been doing super well. Let's see these ecos. Magaling sila mag-convert na to.
Oo nga eh. Ito na nga. Heavy
Ayan
with
na
the contact.
Ayan na
And nobody! Stinger lang! Sapat na dalawa lang kagad dyan. Howdong nandito na rin. At sabi mo nga, di ba? Thrifty lang ang tiwala ngayon ng EDG. And they're doing the damage needs to be done. Kita pa rin natin may rifle pahawak dito si Chichu and nobody. And Kang look to clean on up. Flying high and now down on the ground. EDG, they win it.
Grabe, Stinger man lamang ang hawak ni Nobody. Kada nila, walang tao. Tama nga. Nobody nga.
Nobody can stop this man.
Walang makakapigil.
Wala talaga.
Look at this.
Walang
Spray,
anyone.
The transfer, nag-line up pa.
Yung last bullet ng Stinger tumama dun sa ulo
Puro ulo ngayon tumatama Grabe naman yon EDG. Kakasabi lang natin, magaling sila mag-convert ng mga rounds na ganito, mga eco, at nagawan nga ng paraan. Now they're back up with the lead. Loud, stunned here after losing an eco like that.
Genau. Binati mo pero ito masyado nag-iinit si Kang yun tuloy. Napitas na ang EDG. Good punish here from Loud. At ito na rin si Smoggy. Gusto pumalag, dalawa na naman. Double kill here for EDG. But it's not enough. 3v2 na to. Howdong dodging the lightning. Nailagan talaga yung kuryenteng yan. And this is EDG trying to contest. Pero Howdong, distraction lang to, pre. Kasi si Chichu na naman on flank duty.
Chichu, do you love me? Sabi daw niya. Are you riding? Makisakay ka naman sa aking trip. Hinahanap nga niya. Binebait nila. Dito ang position ni Howdong. And they wanna do that to play off of Chichu.
Oy! Si Howdong nakapilas. So, hindi pa nila alam kung saan si Chichu ngayon. 2v1 though. An EDG. Kailangan makuha talaga ni Chichu yung isolated angle dito. Kuwansin, the jump peak though. Confirms his position. Fault line rin. Maganda na. Aspas though is still inside the smoke as time is running out. At kung nawala yon, nawala na rin buhay ni Chichu. Loud refusing to let this go.
The timing working out there for Loud. Still, great moments dito galing sa EDG. And for them to be playing this close. So, first half nila on the defense is already a pretty good sign that they can close the series on out 2-0. Pero tingnan natin, we have to expect the former champs have got a bit more in the fuel tank para lumaban nga. Maybe if they were able to buy a bit more time there, Chichu would have been into the fight quicker. It just so happened na yung napatay pa ni Howdong yung mismong mark ni Chichu doon.
Yun nga, diba? And really, especially yung na-spot siya ni Kuwanzin, ganda rin nung heads up ng Loud, eliminating the possibilities kung saan manggagaling EDG. Knife though thrown, gandang lineup para sa A-side. Gagamitin ko yan pag nag-KO ko minsan. Rolling Thunder though also the answer. Pero yung turret lang yung nagalaw. Loud trying to pull a lot of attention towards that B-side pero EDG's not falling for it
Pwede mong sabihin medyo loud dito ang Loud.
Oo, nag-ingay.
Tapos ngayon, cut noise naman, tumahimik. Siyempre, para pakabahin.
Ano yun, nagpaputok sila ng fireworks dun sa B. Pero talaga pupunta nila yung A.
Kala mo dun yung party?
Oo nga, gulat ka lang. Pagkita mo, pagdating ng A-side, Happy New Year!
Yung pala, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy. Ayun, sino sa happy? Si Smoggy. Smoggy.
Sige na lang. Tinuloy mo pa.
Siyempre. Sabi mo, makiride ako eh. Pero ito, EDG, they have a solid hold so far and I think that's the biggest deal. Trying to pull that rotation, EDG with the right read at kahit ngayon, huli pa rin si Toys.
Yung alarm bot.
Sama nung tingin ng alarm bot sa kanya. It's like, uy, ginagawa mo dito ha? Huli ka.
Alam mo ang position ni Chichu dito after shock para ma-flush out. Pico on wide, Aspas on the trade. The frags here going Loud's way at EDG. 2v3, never mind, 2v2 off the flank.
Isa na naman flank, isa na naman angle. Pero ito na, Kang, shorty lang, sapat na naman. At dahil lang doon, makapick up ng rifle. Nakita natin kanina, matapang siya. Kalaban yung Viper doon sa Lotus. Gagawin po ulit ni Kang dito ngayon. Si Les na lang though. The short is enough to get that takedown. Pero may bala pa naman siya sa rifle mismo. Gusto niya pababain yung pit para makita kung saan yung kalaban. Nobody already decayed. 1 HP. And Les is best there. Ang ganda ng play doon ni Les para sa clutch.
Grabe. The way that he was able to circumvent that. Pangalawang clutch siya ni Les yan in this series. Destroying the Trailblazers coming towards him. Na-isolate pa niya yung fight doon kay Kang with the shorty. Malapitan. And I was surprised the trade didn't come immediately. I thought that in that case, yung Sky nila doon dito na si Nobody would have been in position immediately to swing. Pero hindi talaga nila nagawa ng paraan, and it gives Les the opportunity to pull off another clutch.
Oo nga, parang si Les talaga yung nagdadala sa mga ganitong klaseng scenario. Aspas though also doing some good work sa pagka-entry, and Loud, kahit nahuli sila dun sa simula, nakakuha naman sila ng space na kailangan nila. And here you go yet again. Loud confident na ngayon with how they're playing entry.
3v5 and Loud. Talagang na-bulldoze, in-overrun dito ang EDG. Initial attempt ni Chichu na mag-push out towards B main. Never mind, takes a second guess. And interestingly enough, Loud dito, even though nakuha ng dalawang pick sa A site, hindi nila basta-bastang sinugod. They wait. But unknowingly to them, that allows EDG to be a bit more ready of this push.
And Aspas though with the find, and Loud right now, iniintay lang talaga mag-peak dito ang EDG. Haodong though with one, but that's all EDG gets. Hindi na magpapatalo dito ang Loud. This is more akin to kung saan tayo sanay sa kanila.
Well, they've been doing good on the favored side dito sa attack, pero paano mag-close out sa second half? Ayun yung mas malaking tanong. And I wonder here, with the op not necessarily finding the timing para kay Kangkang, will he stick to it? Because so far, the best moments he's had on this map have not been with the op. It's been when may shorty siya, may rifle siya, may mas malapitan na laban where he can play that scramble.
Yeah, when nakita natin dito sa side ng EDG, medyo dinadala yung mga lessons learned from that matchup versus T1, yung what worked against T1. Pero iba rin itong Loud ngayon eh. Maybe kung pwede gawin ng EDG, mas set up better si Kangkang sa mga angles with the operator. Kung mas maaga yung mga contest nila, the thing they're gonna have to be wary about, yung stun potential dito ng Loud. Pero kung EDG, pinapayagan lang kagad naman makapasok dito si Aspas, ganun rin yung nangyayari. Nakaka-entry ang Loud, nakakaset sila ng tone, at from that point on, yung numbers advantage, mas nagagamit dito ng Loud dito sa second map.
I mean, they have to use every advantage they can. Pagkalaban mo ang team katulad ng Edward Gaming. But, I mean, I think the thing here about EDG is they've been really good sa mga mismong not punishing necessarily, but creating openings dito to find opportunities to punish in the first place. So, tipong binubuksan nila yung pintuan. Hindi sila naghahanap ng bukas sa pintuan, kundi gumagawa sila ng bagong daanan mismo.
Wow. Hindi ginagamit yung pito, gagawa ng butas mismo.
Okay, ba't mo gagamitin yung stairs kung pwede ka man tumalon, sabi nila.
Galing sa ilang floor, pre.
Depende na lang.
Ingat ka dun, ha?
Kung gano'ng kagaling ka.
Oo nga, nagbabalili ka masyado. Pero eto nga, Loud. What else can they do? With Aspas right now, ready to try and play the entry. Orbital Strike, though! This is gonna be a good burn, and Haodong, nahuli pa si Aspas. Kala niya makakatakas siya dyan. Chichu also waiting for anyone to peek his way. EDG, eto na. Sa kabila naman, may op, pero hindi tama kay Kangkang. Natakot dun sa suppress. Natakot dun sa paranoia. And at least Loud keep their lives for now.
That needed to hit. They don't push with the first paranoia, and now that leaves Loud without as many tools sa pag-entry nila dito that they would like. They have 2 flashes left. Isa kay Sadak, isa kay Kwanzin. They can clear the site here with this from the shadows, but that's about it. Uy, nakita pa nga siya ng alarm, but
kasi nuloy pa niya.
Oo nga.
Okay yun ah. Dahil lang doon, nag-lockdown na ngayon ang EDG. Ubus na konti ang oras ngayon ng Loud. Really still have time to rotate if ever. Ayaw payagan to daw ng EDG. Nobody is already lurking. Double stack doon rin sa may rope ngayon ng EDG. Makapasok nga ang Loud sa may site dahil doon sa smokes. But beyond that, yun lang yung mga gamit ng mga angles ngayon. Rolling Thunder pa nga, ganito kaaga. Follow up though from EDG, actually coming in towards door instead.
Wala. Ang hirap na ng position dito ng Loud. 3v5, they have to win A main's control somehow. May aftershock nga. Pero what other piece of power positions do they have? Dito si Kangkang sa may ropes. Kita na niyan lahat. To his big pick. But the trade from Kangkang's huge.
Anyayin lang natin yung spike. At ito na si Kangkang. Nag-online na talaga. EDG set it up well. Naipit dun ang Loud. And from that point on, sa kanila na yung round. Ang ganda rin eh na isipin mo yung Rolling Thunder, pang stall nga dun sa spike plant. Pero ginamit ng EDG elsewhere para lang makuha yung space na kailangan nila.
And EDG dito, making sure na madaming rason ang Loud para mapigilan mismo yung plant attempt. For a team like EDG, they've also been doing a good job of making sure na ang Loud hindi makapag-follow up sa mga early utilities nila. Like, we see that paranoia dun sa may B main. Walang follow-up galing sa Loud. And I think part of that is Loud. I guess, tama naman na nire-respeto ng EDG. But there are some moments where you'd like to see a bit more of that confidence that they built up early on na makabalik.
Nga nga, bawi ba kung kailangan. And EDG right now, they're still setting up themselves well. Suppressed o tatama dito si Nobody. Where Nobody! Huli si Aspas on the cross. Toys gets one though, but Nobody's still here. Standard lang para sa side ng EDG. Contact kung contact. They have the advantage na wala na rin yung smoke. Sayang yung kay Howdong. And this does put Loud in an interesting predicament. If fit sila dito sa may tower, ito na naman yung long lurk galing kay Chichu, and EDG has to give up the site.
Yeah, they can plant now though. Habang may timing, the flank coming from Chichu. Kung makuha niya yung tower, this entirely is gonna get dismantled. But medyo lumapit pa siya. Now this makes it even more difficult kasi hindi nila alam ang position niya.
Oo nga, pa-explain muna. Naman! Tumagos dun sa kahon! Through the box, the headshot connects, and now EDG! Isa na lang kailangan lang pitasin para matayap yung scoreline. Smoke muna dyan. Fault line daw, dito tama. Yung swing daw, iniisip ni Smokey. Medyo natakot, pero nakuha ni Toys yung spike. Alam na niya kung saan manggaling ang sa Smokey Falls. 1v1 na to between Toys as well as Chichu. Timing, everything, iniisip dito kagad ni Toys. Baka manggaling siya dito sa kabila ng tower. Chichu though, moving closer and closer on site. Ito na naman tayo. Through the box na naman ang galawan. 10 HP. And goodbye sa'yo. Tagos lang ng tagos dito si Chichu.
Alam niyang nakuha niya yung dink. And from that, just has to spam through the box. Easy kill. And great job dito para sa ADG sa mga rounds na yun. Decision making. Pagdating sa mga mismong matchups like this where alam nila kung saan sila pupwesto para talaga mag-rat play, dagain. If anything, para sa Tagalog, asimin.
Ano ito? Anong klaseng alam do? Wall banger wrists.
Grabe naman yun. Any wall is bangable.
Asuray, nang magpupunta na ng panel, nag-shoutout ako sa kanya, nakita ko siya eh.
Oh, wow.
Grabe. Isipin mo yun, yung kahon, tatak EDG. Pero ito na, tatak kang kumapagana niyo yung blades. Muntik na magka-contact doon. Pero dahil ng stun, naka-disengage naman. EDG though, getting the hell out of there. Loud in charge ng dish. Can they continue on to get this pivot point papunta ng A-side? The Rolling Thunder now into play. Kang nakapwesto pa rin. Gusto makatakas. Pero Aspas with the find. Kawansin is there. Smokey, lalaban si Howdong Ren. Pero EDG falls this time.
Madami silang binato. And they burn the Seekers dito sa EDG. Medyo panic ultimate yun ata. Galing kay Nobody. I'm not sure if that was the best decision, but di lang talaga gumana in the end. Maybe otherwise, we would have said different things. But Chichu, 1v3 clutch na naman. Kailangan niyang gawin.
Wala yung kahon dito ngayon. Walang kawolbang-molbang yung pwesto niya. May poison cloud pa, so hindi niya alam anong nangyayari. Loud though. Ang ganda ng pressure na in-apply talaga nila. The flash comes in and Sadak makes a play for himself. 6-5, dikit ang labanan ngayon.
Finally dito, Loud on the attacking side. Looking a lot better so far. The best we've seen them in this series. Arguably one of the best halves they've had. Nung buong tournament run nila so far dito sa Masters Tokyo. Pero, I mean, it is the attacking side. 5 rounds, that's not bad already dito para sa EDG.
Parang first time masasabi dito sa Masters Tokyo sa Loud. Winnable. This is looking good right now. And EDG, not too shabby of a defense, especially kung ma-tie up nila yung scoreline. Sa attacking side sila, we've seen to be a bit more comfortable, especially sa pag-place ni Kang. But can Loud get that lead? Oy! Nag-swing! Hindi pa handa yung barrel! Masyadong maaga.
Dahil yung naping niya ng guiding light nandito pa sa malayong posisyon na si Toys. Kala niya dun lang ang kalaban. Toys gets the punish here on a Kang. And Loud looking to bring us up 7-5.
Oo nga, huwag natin kalimutan. Neon yan. Yung kay Aspas. Pinoy yan. Kaya mabilis.
Pinoy pride pa din.
Mabilis gumalaw.
Runner.
Ano sila? Snatch ng sight control.
Grabe.
Diba? Snatch ng area control.
Mga agaw.
Totoo, alam mo na. And fast lane muna dyan. Di parang EDSA. Chichu though. Alam niya, may nag-drop. Ang ganda na naman ng paranoia. Things are looking so much more well-oiled para sa side ng Loud. Pero Smoggy with the find. Lalawit pa na dito ang EDG. Pwesto dito si Chichu. Pero Aspas ang mananalo ngayon. 4v2 na to. Smoggy with the swing though. Pero Aspas hindi magpapatalo. Tuloy-tuloy lang tahol ni Aspas. And Howdong in a 1v4. Medyo mahirap na to.
Aspas buying them the space they needed. I'm surprised na nakuha pa nga niya yung opening pick doon. Could have been the other way. Pero EDG ngayon on a Howdong should be going down 5-7 as Loud finally have their first proper lead sa buong series na to. Okay, Dink. Okay, damage. Montigan pa, tapos huwag mo kakalimutan, low HP din si Aspas doon.
Oo nga eh. Kung ma-transfer yun, magiging 1v1. But right now, EDG on the back foot. 5 rounds nakuha lang nila doon sa depensa. We've seen nga na medyo nag-struggle sila nung nakukuha ng Loud yung mga angles at yung site mismo. Pero syempre, bibigay muna namin kayo doon sa panel para masabi ang nangyari kanina.
This is a much better showing from Loud. Diba? Parang mas may confidence sila ngayon, and we're seeing, you know, Aspas being able to set up for the plays that he really does want to, diba? And parang yung style kasi ng EDG, hindi kasi siya na parang, hindi naman sila na parang nakapush back, pero they're now meeting Loud where they should be.
That's true, and I feel like the double initiator is really helping a lot. Kasi, well, okay, let's start off at the fundamental level, right? Na, number one, Loud is finally punishing those super aggressive takes that EDG love to do across the map. Yung mga smaller skirmishes nila, at least panalo na yung gunfights, at least on the side of Loud. Plus, Quanson's been doing really, really well on Breach, segmenting all those fights instead of EDG or allowing Snowball to EDG towards Loud.
Yeah, and again, this is all akin na nga dun sa utility where they can use it to fight against EDG dito. The big problem naman for Loud is EDG, yung confidence nila, it's still booming din. So, sa Aserai fun times lang natin, kung natin i-zoom in na mabilisan, there was a play, I think that was round 9, where you could see na nag-op dito sa outside B main, si Kangkang. He got pushed back, pero after a couple of seconds, he still readdressed the angle, got the information, and started yung rotation ng teammates niya coming into the A site, where the rest of Loud, lo and behold, was prepping there. So basang-basa ng EDG yung movement na yon ng Loud. And it's again, all akin dun sa gano'n sila ka-confident sa paglaro nila.
It's so impressive kung, di ba, remember that this is a very, very young team, di ba? At nababasa na nila yung Loud, considering all of the experience na meron sa side ng Loud, di ba? The fact na nag-a-adapt na sila at parang nakukuha na nila yung information at parang nag-shift din sila to be able to deal with a championship team like this, di ba? It's so impressive, and nakakatakot din isipin na pangalawang international tournament yun lang to.
Diba? It's also like a testament on how good their competition is in their own region. So, syempre, sobrang excited din natin to see more of them. And of course, to hear our casters too.
And we'll of course see more of them kasi hindi pa tayo tapos. Babalik na ulit tayo sa ating map. Over to you, casters.
Thank you to Mika and the Regattas.
Oo nga.
Magkakasama
Sponsored.
talaga. Sponsored yung dalawa. Kita mo, nag-drawing yung isa.
Oo nga eh. Yun sa gitna.
Medyo na-gets ko. May blue line.
Oo nga
Tapos may green line. Hindi ko alam which line is which eh.
May bilogs.
Pero at least maganda ang drawing niya. Pero ito ba?
Artist.
Magagawa ba ng EDG ang drawing of the map?
Nakahanda naman dito ang stun nila. So as soon as contact is made, ayun na nga. Fault line out. Aspas, I'm not sure if that's the best option, buddy. Buti naka-atras pa.
Pag dinowing mo yun, yung arrow pabalok, tapos palabas. Out. In and out. Are you in and out?
Ano yun, Burger?
Hindi, yung kanta niya, no?
Ay.
Ano ba yung kumanta na? Sa Sandara ba yun? I always think of Sandara Park for some reason.
Bakit? Bakit naman? Sa isang kapot, Pilipino.
Pabansang kring-kring yun. And here we go. EDG now looking to play towards that B site here. Pwesto na kagad si Kangkang. Yung flash muna daw. Galing kay Sadak for the disengage. Pero hindi magpapatalo dito EDG. Hindi lang isa. Hindi lang dalawa. Kundi tatlo ang habol sa'yo. Wala kang takas, Sadak. Less though with the final nobody in response. EDG. Hindi pa nila natatanim yung spike ngayon. And here we go. Aspas on the flank. Pulado na rin ang EDG ngayon at baka masyadong nag-iinit ang EDG sa paghabol.
EDG, malapitan, Loud. We're actually coming out with a fight here. 4v1. It's all on the Chi-Chu. Wala nang magagawa dito. 1 HP and that's a 4K for less.
Medyo piso lang buhay nung marami dun sa EDG ah. Hinabol talaga. Tinodo yung tropa natin sa Loud.
All the way.
Sige, kahit matalo kami, basta mapatay ka namin.
I mean, nakita mo dun si Sadak, diba? Sinubukan niya maybe get a kill for being taken on down, but at the very least, dito, the rest of Loud nag-step up. Masada si Les, who has been one of the better players so far sa kanila this series.
You know, si Sadak sa tipong, ba't ako nahabol dun? Ba't di ako titigal? Takes 3.
Dami nila eh. Tapos, yun nga, medyo nagsastruggle pa siya. So, hopefully for Loud, that doesn't snowball into more problems later.
Yeah, we'll see. Loud now, anti-eco naman. May Bulldog rin siyempre si Aspas and We've seen really from Aspas such a strong series, especially the longer it goes. Yun na nga ang swing ng EDG, pero handa pa rin ang Loud. Snake ba yan, boss? Mahihirapan ka talaga kung pulado ka na kagad. This is just EDG falling so quickly.
EDG. I mean, should be a 5-9. Timing works out there for Kwanzin. Siya naman mga 4K this round against the Eco. Quick and easy. Pero the bonus is, yun parang pinagtatakahan natin. How do they convert it? Because on the flip side dito, pag nakita mo yung mga bonus, mga Eco rounds ng EDG, may mga times ako convert talaga nila and we just haven't seen that from Loud this series.
Yeah. EDG. Ano ba magiging next plan nila dito sa attacking side? Kita naman natin yung plano talaga is Kangkang leads, EDG sets it up, and the rest follow suit. Kung mahabol nga nila si Kangkang, kung makapwesto nga sila dito sa may site, and especially magsama-sama sila when they take both sides of the map, laking tulong sa kanila how they clear out Fracture eh. Pero Aspas! Papalag pa rin! Gulat lang siya. Tatlo pala.
Kangkang opening pick dito kay Aspas. Sinubukan na lang lumapit. Oh, that's a great Cloudburst dito para makakuha ng konting space. But Kwanzin nakasawsaw pa nga sa laban. 3v3. Alam nila magkatapat ang dalawang KO.
Yeah, Loud has some big picks right now. Ito yung paranoia pero gulat na lang. Muli, may isa pang tropa. Nobody there just to get the catch on.
Timing.
No?
Uy, nakaangat pa.
Naka-teleport to.
Atras.
Bilis nung transpo eh.
Huwag nang kakalimutan, bonus na doon ng Loud.
May hihirapan pa. P2P muna ang galawan doon ni Tuiz though. Also si Les. Gusto na mag-reinforce and Chichu. Lurk muna dyan. Gandang timing na naman, EDG. And look at the mind games that he's doing. Making noise with the rope. Bababa pa rin doon sa may arcade. And in the end.
Kala tuloy ni Les. Hey.
Double back, triple back. Pwesto na lang. And a 1v3 but Chichu, Haotong. Timing muna, diba? And you know what we've seen from EDG? Na sige, may utility tatapon sa kanila Loud, pero they use themselves as bait, and then suddenly there's someone else for the swing.
I mean, kung mabait na lang yung utility na yun on the defense here, they even better. Kasi they wanna kind of go Loud into pushing aggressively like that. And we know on a map like Fracture na, especially since medyo ipit nga yung mga daanan, the more utility you burn here in the attacking side, it triples the value of your own kung anong meron ka kasi naubusan nga ang Loud doon. That's what makes it hard for them to continue to fight and contest.
Kukontest na dito sa may dish. And we've seen this actually, yung trifecta ngayon na pwede gamitin ng Loud. Nobody though trying to go for the angle, pero Aspas is so ready for it. Ngayon, napapansin na ng Loud kung ano ang galawan ng EDG, but Kangkang does it yet again. Anong Viper Spit? Bawal yan, sabi ni Kangkang. Sadako over out to the corner. The flash connects, but Smoggy is there to protect his teammate. EDG ngayon, pwesto na.
Good timing dito para kay Smoggy off the flank. They get the plant down. May lamang sila, but never mind. Kwanzin, quick clean up on that. Rolling Thunder sa retake.
Yeah, mukhang alagang Smoggy. Hindi niya maalagaan ang sarili niya. 3v3 na to. At ang Loud nakapwesto na kaagad para makalapit doon sa spike. But Haotong with the find on Kwanzin. EDG, pwesto pa rin. Rinig na nga natin. Line up pa nga para dun sa stall. Paubos na konti-konti ang oras dito ng Loud. But Chichu finds that frag. All left to Aspas in a 2v1. Orbital Strike pa nga ilalabas ngayon ng EDG. Sapat na ba para sa round na ito? Mabibait out niya si Chichu pero yung swing mismo niya, mas wide expected ni Aspas. And this is a good win for EDG. They needed that one.
Yeah, especially para hindi masyadong lumamang dito ang Loud. And EDG still have comeback potential in this round specifically. Kangkang opening things up there. Smoggy coming in from the flank. Lamang dito in the man count. And still Loud did a good job of bringing that close. Could have been a 1v1 if nakuha niya yung opening fight doon, Aspas, sa bandang huli, rather. But at least so far, the Suns Loud into an eco.
Yeah. Also, EDG na especially yung highlighted nung pagpitas ni Kangkang kay Les, ang galing nila i-exploit yung mga konting timings na hindi handa yung Loud dahil sa utility. Nakakuha nila yung mga angles na yun, mga swings na yun, just because of their aggression. Sige, past few rounds, na-punish yun ng Loud, but this round especially, yung nakita natin last time, perfect yung synchronicity ng EDG. Maganda yung timing, At iba na ang palag. Underpass muna dito sa tulay. Pupwesto ang dalawa. Kangkang with the first. Wants to get a second. Sadak though. Tapan muna fragment. And this should stall EDG for now.
Well, to buy them some time. Pero, I mean, I'm not too sure if that's going to do much against this EDG squad. Loud. If they aren't able to at least stop the plan from happening. Sadak dito nasa torre. Dito sa mid tower. Pero, EDG. Free and happy to give that up.
Kangkang here. Ayan na naman siya. Angle niya dun sa may screen. Handang-handa pa rin para lang pumalag kung sino man. But nobody, different plan. Already spots out Luis there. Guiding light na naman. Ayan yung flash. Try mag-anti-flash pero syempre wallbang. Baka EDG yan. Tatak EDG ang mga kahon na to. Kwanzin though with the first there. But EDG will clean up nicely. All up to Kwanzin. Kulang pa rin. And EDG, sana lang.
8-9, EDG. As you said, 1 round to go para tie up na yung laban dito. I mean, if you're an EDG fan, the way that they've been playing so far is really, I think, no surprise to you, but it's a big surprise to everybody just how efficient they are in the way that they play. They do got the lockdown dito at walang pang sagot so far ang Loud unless they get that null command galing kay Sadhak.
Yeah, mahihirapan dito ang Loud kung hindi nila makuha agad yung numbers advantage. They want to catch Chichu, especially si Aspas. Pinaplano ka agad yan, pero Kangkang at Smoggy again, ready for this. EDG, handang-handa sa palag na maaga. Tuis though, at least finds one. Pero dito sa cross na to, mahihirapan nga siya. Teleport muna, tries to fake things out, pero handa pa rin ng EDG. Aftershock also, no escape, no chance. This is EDG's to take.
Yeah, he needed to be able to TP out there, but yung smoke, yung na-EQ niya, didn't expect the Aftershock to come. Didn't tuloy. Sinugod tuloy siya. Less here, 1v3. They know na sa may arcade siya. Can't get another. And EDG, mapatay pa nila yung laban.
Ang bilis! Ang bilis ng EDG na handa kung ano man ang gagawin dito ng Loud. Ano naman magiging best plan dito ng Loud? Tambay na lang ba doon sa may side? Maghintay na lang sa mga angles because pagdating sa pagpalag na maaga, EDG, hindi lang mismo na naghahanap sila ng pitas. The best thing that they do, gusto nila alagaan ang kanilang kapwa. And that's what they did para kay Chichu na may lockdown pressure pa for that whole round.
And they know their timing would work out for them. Siyempre, nakafocus doon ang Loud doon sa naipit na ng kakampi. But if they can time that out right, when they're trying to take him down, get the swing, double, napunta pa sa kanila. And that's why EDG are so good. The timings that they play with, knowing when the focus would be shifted off of which individual player, doon nila ginugulo ang Loud eh. Nakala ng Loud, okay na, I can take this one guy down habang nakasmoke off yung kalaban. Tapos biglang ipupush lang nila. That's where they've been really, I guess, surprising dito yung Loud.
Uy, humarang yung timeout. Binabasa ko yung notes eh.
Nangungopia ka pala eh.
Oo, ako pa. Sabi ko, ipatingin naman. Maganda yan na EDG win. Let's go, Kangka. Uy! I don't know.
Bakit?
I got scared a little bit. Kasi parang naka-blur pa yung effect sa kay Kangkang.
Porkit na sa...
Porkit na sa Japan, diba? Pero seryoso, gulat ako. Ano to? Jump scare. Yung pala, salamin lang pala ni Kangkang. My bad.
Buti na lang.
Nagising ako doon,
Oo nga
I was like, uy, ano yun?
Tanggal lahat ng antok.
Kala ko, sabi niya, you want to play a game?
Ayoko na rin yun.
Ayoko nga.
Well,
pero maganda tong larong to. Nakabawi na ang EDG 4 rounds in a row as soon as they got their rifles. At yun nga sinasabi ko, diba? Sa attacking side, they just look so confident kung ano man ang titapon dito ng Loud.
I mean, ito yung mapa na pinili nila, but I still wonder if Loud, how comfortable are they really on this? Talagang game face sila. All seriousness, alam nila, they can't let this lead na nabawasan na nga, na nabura na nga, be overtaken, especially down 1-0 in the series. Aspas, huge pick to start off the round.
Oo nga, fake pa dyan. Sabi dito ng Loud, hinandaan. The detain though, Toys is fine. Mukha naman naka-out siya. And EDG actually will take this B site away from Loud. So, nagamit naman nila yung lockdown. Ayan na yung suppress sana. Hindi makuha yung intel. But of course, Loud knows that EDG are here. Less already with the find out to 1. May null command pa nga silang mga gamit.
3v5. May Seekers din dito ang EDG, but they have no other utility for that matter. Nagamit na nga yung lockdown. And so they don't have any much more post-plant utility. No mollies. Nano Swarm na lang ang pwede nang ibato. They tap the spike to try and pull the reaction dito. Galing sa attacking side, EDG, they get the one trade.
Yeah, and nakahuli pa nga si Chichu. And also you have Haodong and nobody trying to play from main. The flash connects, makakuha ng dalawa. Pero hindi pa yon enough sa EDG. Pag may numbers talaga ang Loud, mas maganda yung mga retake nila. Kita natin na iba't iba yung mga segment na kinukuha nila sa pag-take back ng site eh.
Yeah, yung opening pick talaga doon, malaking bagay dito para sa Loud. The fact that Aspas started this round 5v4 na agad, lamang ang Loud. Help them out in the end here. Naipit doon si Wadong, Kwanzin as well. Getting taken out and yung flash doon, medyo nagka-team flash pa. Could have been a bit better. In the end, even with the nanostorms available, they wouldn't have had the position dito si Chichu para ibato niya yun dahil nga madaming nakatutok sa kanya. So, Loud, sige, hindi pa sila nalalamangan, but they have to build upon this.
Yeah, makita natin din sa EDG, importante talaga dito si Kangkang sa kanyang pag-entry. Kung hindi niya makukuha yung space, hindi sapat yung pwede nila gawin versus Loud. Hindi nila makuha yung mga angles na gusto sana nila. Rolling Thunder daw is the call. Kasama na rin yung Seekers. Pero syempre, iba rin ang plano ng Loud. Aftershock for the stall. EDG mag-swing pa rin. Kuwan si makukuha ng isa. Nihintay natin kung kailan po patitili sa si Kangkang. Pero si Chichu na ang nagdala ng laban. 3v3 na to. May judge na hawak si Sadak na matagal pa yung rotate. Makakapwesto dito ang EDG actually towards Sands. At si Kangkang na naman, pinapanood ng lahat. At ayun nga, huli ka boy! Aspas will fall. Kangkang with the blades. Doesn't get the right click to fully connect. Pero buhay pa sila, Espolado lang.
3v2. Naka-judge si Sadhak, so maybe up close he can do damage with this. The swing daw galing kay Les. Nakita ang bilis ng reactions ni Kangkang. Pero he still doesn't connect. But that's a warning not to get too close.
Okay, classic mo na lang, but he's waiting for Sadak to come his way. Ito na, pinagaan na naman ng EDG at simple lang kay Kangkang na naman. Walang katakas-takas, nakapwesto na dito sa itaas. And the EDG make it 10-10. Kung hindi si Kangkang, si Chichu rin eh.
Grabe attacking side up on Fracture. Sa lahat ng mapa, napapagana pa nga nila.
Baka EDG yan.
Baka EDG, baka Kangkang yan mismo. Walang kakupas-kupas. You see him on the push here, getting the trade out. Chichu really pulling, feeling for him para makapag-peek dito si Kangkang slowly through that sands, clearing out the immediate. Dahil nga doon, and the second kill he gets as well, just Loud, unable to really find their footing in the round. So, EDG, huge round for them para makabawi. Ikaw na naman ang Loud.
Ano ba ang stats ni Kangkang sa tournament na to? Last time nakita ko parang kalahati ng lahat ng kill sa operator. Galing lang sa kanya or something like that. Alam mo na, master siya ng mga ganitong klaseng angles. Kahit opensa, no matter what, papapagana dito ng EDG. And that's really one of their biggest strengths so far.
Well, tignan natin. Loud. Ang kalakasan naman nila is they know how to play off of each other in terms of what they've planned ahead for. Pero pagdating sa mga fluid moments na you have to be a bit more flexible. Doon naman dito ang EDG when things go awry. Pag tumamang plan B, plan C na. Fault line prep dito. Ayun na nga. Ito mismo yung kalakasan when they have these type of plays set.
Yeah, fast lane muna dyan. Keeping the orb in control. Pero ito na nakapasok na si Haodong and EDG are knocking on Loud's door. Nasaan na kayo, Loud? Nasa itaas. Ayaw po mabab dito sa may condo. Dito sa may tower. Si Kangkang iniintay pa rin kung may swing. But this is an interesting hold para sa Loud. Ipit sila for sure. Shorty, tumatago sana for Sadak. May judge pa rin. Ayun na si Haodong though with a second one. They want to clear this out as much as possible. Pero may takot sila dun sa judge. EDG. Get the plant going now and ayan pa nga, flash muna pero main ang magiging hold dito ng EDG.
May orbital pa naman dito ang EDG for that post plant. Sadhak, nakuha niya yung op as the option here. Does he save it or do they go for it? 3v4. So if they can find the pick, gamit yung operator na to, di pwede pa nang subukan.
Time ticking now and na nga, sige, try mo i-hack. Tuis, magagawa naman niya. Sakripisyo para sa laban na ito. Haodong though will confirm that kill. 3 na sa kanya, but here comes Les. Nobody though over onto the arcade side. Sadak tried to go for a last stand, pero wala talagang makatalo sa EDG ngayon. They take that lead, 11-10. And you can see the pressure dito sa Loud. Konti na lang sila ang unang mapapauwi.
Grabe. Number 1 dumating, number 1 ding umalis. Loud. Napakatahimik ngayon ng kanilang calm sigurado. Ng mga fans sila. Nagpapakaban na lang. And Edward dito, Edward Gaming, yung mismong fact na the way they've been doing these rounds, just overpowering, out-aiming a player like Aspas. It's incredible.
Yan, alam mo na, EDG. Handa na sila para sa global stage na to. That is pretty much confirmed. They've taken their time. Naka-experience na sila, pero they made history so far. Nananalo na ng mga series. Umabot ng playoffs. Kaya ba nila patumbayin ang one of the greatest teams dito sa Valorant ngayon? Still Loud. May laban pa rin. You hear the rolling thunder, the call. Gusto nila palaga dito sa may city side, but nobody! How do you hit those shots? Paano ba nagawa yun? Paano pa nangyari yun para sa side ng EDG?
Wala na. Nobody! Walang makakapigil sa kanya.
Just gets everybody and kita mo, stun is a mindset. Aim is perfect. Lesto, may laban, sige. Pero hindi pa to sapat, hindi pa to tapos. Lesto has to fight back. 2v1 now. Baka marinig yung pag-rope pa nga niya papunta dun sa may drop. Iba na kagad ang tingin dito ni Howlong and Smoggy. He's gonna save. He's gonna save your Black and Blue at EDG is 1 round away para mapatanggal ang Loud.
Match point. Tournament point. Tournament life point dito para sa Loud. I mean, great recovery by Les, but too little too late at this point. Gets a 4th. Maybe gets a consolation ace kay Smoggy. But that round, that's it. It's done. And grabe naman si Nobody. He's been mid-game. May mga konting rounds where he would struggle to confirm a kill that you would think he would be able to win the duel of. Pero when it comes into the big moments like this, yan talaga yung unang kay Aspas sa Squanzin, the flick back, the third, kahit naka-stun. Walang ka problema.
What was that? Ano ang napanood natin? Maganda rin yung laban ni Les. Les has been so clutch para dito sa Loud. Pero EDG knows na nagawa nila yon against Loud. Na nakatakas sila sa Rolling Thunder play. And na-feel mo na yung emosyon ngayon ng EDG na isa na lang talaga. Matatanggal nila ang kalaban nila. Timeout muna. Loud still has the fight. Still needs to make a plan here. Kaya pa rin naman eh. 2 rounds lang yung gap.
Well, it's definitely not out of the question. Pero yung pressure na yun, it's something Loud. Mas sanay silang gawin sa kalaban. They're not as used to taking the same favor thrown back at them. At EDG, to progress further dito sa lower bracket playoffs natin. Some of the best teams, already impressive for the second LAN outing. Second ba?
Ng EDG? Parang ganun.
Diba?
Second time.
Una yung lock-in eh.
Oo. Tapos biglang gusto niya sumama sa international tournament.
Yung champions, meron ding ibang team. Pero hindi sila.
Sino ba yun? Iniisip ko nga eh. Papatingin tuloy ako ng stats. Dahil sa'yo.
Wasn't it...
Pero tama ka naman in the first place na ito nga, this is the biggest chance China has ever gotten dito sa Valorant scene. Ang ganda ng palagayan ng EDG. At ito na ba? Oh! Tumama sa dalawa! Kang!
Dalawang ibon, isang bato. Less is more, less is gone. It's all on a sad hack.
What a shot and what a play. What a way to eliminate Loud here. And EDG have done it. Pinauwi ang number 1 seed ng Amerika. Una sa Amerika, unang uwi dito ang Loud. And EDG continue their run. Alam mo na, well-deserved win. Alam mo na pinaghirapan nila to, pre. And just the way that they end it is the EDG way.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. EDG. Edward Gaming all the way from China. Second outing. Let's not forget, ang pinakaunang series win they've had in an international tournament was in this tournament. And look where they are so far. A Cinderella run. You cannot not get emotional if you're Kang there for going this far, leading this team by example.
Nag-champion ka ng Americas, tapos wala ka makuhang mapa dito sa Masters Tokyo. Such a heartbreak for Loud, honestly, na marami nilang kailangan pag-isipan after this whole run. Hindi talaga nalalagay yung tournament to. And instead, you had teams like EG and teams like EDG stepping up to beat them.
Pero bakit kaya? Why isn't Loud playing the way that they are? Why aren't they hitting the shots that we've known them to be? Why aren't they playing the same structure na nasanay tayo? We have to wonder, is it uncomfortability kung nasaan sila? Sa Japan, malayo na to sa bahay, di ba? It's all across the world. Iba yung temperature dito. Iba yung pagkain dito.
Alam mo yung in-front temperature, yung mga nakalaban nila, ang step up ng two teams na pinalaga nila dito sa playoffs cannot be understated. Kaya nga nasa upper bracket pa ang EG. Kaya nandito ang EDG ngayon, ang nagtatayong mga winners. From what we've seen so far, gumagana lang talaga yung playstyle nila. Si Kangkang, syempre, one of the biggest threats with the operator. Pero big series, nakita natin sa buong team. Nobody especially, alala ko talaga, ang rami niya napitas nga nung Lotus. So many frags, so many clutch moments. And yun talaga, nung na-stun siya, nakuha niya yung triple kill pa rin. Alam mo na, kahit sabi ng Valorant, mananalo na ang EDG.
Ay, grabe naman. Basta pala, may EG sa pangalan.
Diba?
Kundi Edward Gaming o Evil Geniuses, yun ang kahinaan dito ng Loud. Napatahimik muna, pero hindi yon ang kanilang huling sigaw. Abangan natin ang Loud sa susunod na tournament pa naman.
Champions! Diba? Invited pa rin. Ganun yun. Nag-number one pa
seed diba? Kahit anong mangyari, pasok pa sa Champions.
Doon pa rin, makikita pa rin natin sila. And syempre, they're gonna take all this time para mag-prepare doon to get back to the Loud that we know and love. Pero ito, ang moment ng EDG. Ito ang moment ng China. At mukhang ito na ba talaga ang pagisin ng mga Dragon ngayon.
Walang makakapigil pag gumising na ang Dragon. Within them, ito na nga nakikita natin ang kalakasan ng region na yon. One of the best kind of runs we've seen so far from really a greenhorn team, di ba? Yung team na baguhan. And to do it against former champions, #1 seed currently ng Americas. What timeline are we in that?
Yung timeline talaga nasanay na ang tactical FPS, pre. China is here and China is ready to play. Handang-handa na kung may team players ka, like Kangkang players ka, like nobody. And honestly, it was just everyone from EDG stepping on up. Pero yun talaga rin nung tumama sa dala, nung nakulat pa yung Loud, nung gusto nila pumalag, you knew it was over. Kasi nakita natin to no first map especially. Papalagan ng Loud yung EDG kasi alam nila kaya naman nila. Pero this time, EDG shut it all down and shut up Loud.
Well, something naman dito natutunan natin throughout Tokyo Masters is that the students have been learning from their masters. Yung favorites ng kada regions, DRX, Navi, and as well as we see now dito Loud, sila ang natutumba pa nga ng mga ibang medyo mas kinoconsidered lower seeded or lower kind of expected teams dito.
Anong prediction, di ba? This is a whole different ball game. Iba talaga ang ikot ng mundo dito sa Masters Tokyo. And syempre, gusto natin makita ang mga yan kasi ito na talaga yung pag-rise ng mga iba't ibang teams and of course, such a historical victory para sa EDG. Pero syempre, hindi lang kami magsasabi nun. Yung panel natin, sasabihin kung paano nanalo ang EDG.
Let China sleep, for when she wakes, she will shake the world. And totoo yung quote na yan as we're seeing Edward Gaming pull through with Loud. Alam mo, going into this series, hindi din ako sure kung ano yung outcome na gusto ko. Kasi di ba masakit on both sides to see the defending champions exit Masters Tokyo this early. Pero yung Cinderella run nito ng Edward Gaming, parang ang ganda kasi panoorin talagang syempre yung journey ni Kangkang and the rest of EDG.
Totoo naman yung lahat. Pero there goes my pick'ems. First it was Navi, now it's Loud. Bye guys.
Oy, wala din ako. Wala nang perfect
yun
streak.
nga see you next time na lang. Pero yun nga, sobrang galing ng EDG. And I really appreciate that they bring a different flavor of Valorant to the global stage. So yun nga, I've said this over and over about them that they really break the mold of what you can do and what you're supposed to do, right? Another thing is that kahit within the meta, sobrang refined naman nila. So, they're both sides of the coin. On the side of Loud, we had a really, really valiant effort. On the side of Les, kaso parang offline din yung mga kasama niya today. At least for this series.
Imagine this, they've broken every single region barrier that they've been put against. They've had EMEA served up on a plate, may Pacific, may NA, may EMEA, tas meron
World
pang
Tour.
NA ngayon, or Americas ngayon, World Tour.
Lahat na.
Binasag na ng EDG. Wow.
And this is yung si Kangkang pala yung Grim Reaper, 'di ba? This is the third
Knocking
team
on doors.
that they have eliminated. Oo, siya yung Grim Reaper ngayon, 'di ba? And grabe talaga how emotional we saw Kangkang right after that. 'Di ba? Yung parang yung position na nga niya, kala mo talo yung EDG, 'di ba? Pero it was like tears of hindi din joy, parang disbelief na parang nagawa ko ba talaga to? So you can really see how he views himself as well, 'di ba? Yung parang yung mga idols ko yung nakalaban ko. Tapos ako pa yung nanalo, 'di ba? It's incredible.
Totoo, pero you know, as much as I would wanna give all of them, you know, like yes guys, you did it. Wala pa ding takas kasi whoever's gonna be falling from the upper bracket to beat them, it's still a pretty difficult challenge ahead of them. And I think what I assumed was kung longer series, syempre my experience yung Loud, hindi mag-mental block yung Loud, and maybe EDG's age as a team will show, but no, they remained really resilient. They still stayed the way they are, and they played to their strengths talaga.
So that means, sino yung kakalabanin ng EDG dito? Yung matatalo sa Team Liquid saka Evil Geniuses, di ba?
Oh.
I believe so. Ooh.
Imagine mo, possible
Uy,
rematch?
may EG. Di ba? May EG versus EG.
True.
Pwede dun yan. It was a good effort from Loud though on this second map, pero I feel like too late na. Yung, inamin din kasi ni Sadak na minsan kasi yung Loud, they need a little bit of time to warm up. So actually, they perform excellently pagdating sa mga best of 5, di ba? Or pag later on in the tournament. And ngayon, parang it was like a little too late. Despite the fact na parang, for example, yung si Les, di ba? Maganda talaga yung performance niya. Kahit naka-sleeveless siya na parang si Azurai sa gym, di ba?
Sleeveless ka na.
Wait. No. Ba't nakasumin sa akin?
Sige, oo, di ba?
Oh,
Ikaw din, Mika.
Yan. Actually, si Mika actually.
May
Sige,
constant
tayo
po.
na
Ayun,
lang.
oh.
Sige.
Oh.
Tayo na lang. Sige. Diba? Isn't this supposed to be like the gun show? Yeah, there you go.
Ito yung totoong bangbang.
Okay, guys. No more.
Wag na. Napapahiya tayo dito. Punta lang tayo sa isang break. And when we return, we're going to our second series, our second elimination of the day.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
일단은 지게 돼서 상당히 아쉽고 너무 분하고요. 저희가 조금 더 잘할 수 있었는데, 잘할 수 있고 이길 수 있었는데 저희 개개인의 실수로 좀 무너진 느낌이라 조금 너무 아쉽습니다. 뭔가 3연패 이런 거는 전혀 신경 안 쓰고 있고, 진 거 상관없이 패자조에서 저희가 낼 수 있는 성적만큼 내면 되기 때문에, 일단은 저희가 이번에 솔직히 사소한 것들이 조금 많았어, 사소한 것들 때문에 진 게 많아가지고 그런 것만 아니면은 마스터즈에서 어떤 팀이든 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
6 bullets towards the back. RB is playing it with patience. At its core, this could be momentous. Slow it all the way down, son. Don't reveal anything.
One enemy remaining.
Finds it. Brought it to a 1 versus 1. He expects it as well. He knew where CGRS was. Spike's picked up 14 seconds. Lands the shot. 3 kills.
일단은 이제 전 옵틱인 이제 현 NRG가 이제 멤버도 어느 정도 바뀌었고, 이제 저는 그 옛날만큼 시너지가 안 나온다 생각하거든요. 일단 그래서 충분히 해볼 만한 상대라고 생각하고, 이 마스터즈를 우승하려면 꼭 이기고 넘어가야 되는 상대 중 하나라고 생각하고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 옵틱한테 이제 많이 졌던 기록이 있어도 저희는 전혀 쫄아 있거나 그러지 않고, 일단은 뭐 저희도 이제 옵틱한테 많이 졌던 기억이 있다 보니까 이제 그 전 옵틱의 코어 멤버인 새 멤버들은 매우 자신감이 있을 거라고 생각하는데, 저희가 이제 또 많이 준비를 해왔기 때문에 절대 만만하게 보면 안 될 것 같습니다, 저희를.
Welcome back to the PH broadcast of Valorant Masters Tokyo. Nandito naman kayo dito sa panel with me, Mika Fabs, and Raf and Asarai. And ngayon, nasa second series na tayo of the day, the second elimination match of the day, which will be between NRG and DRX. And tulad na nakita natin sa video na yan with Buzz, diba? This is actually a rematch of sorts with different rosters coming in, diba? Yung Optic has eliminated DRX from previous international tournaments, and we're going to see if that will be the case, especially with the new roster. Pero mukhang si Buzz kasi sabi niya na parang yung new roster na to, wala yung synergy ng dating Optic roster in this one. So it could be a pain point for them.
That could potentially be true, because that was about to lead me up to my next point na parang yung weakness din sa DRX is the inherent play style of NA teams. But now that you bring that up, it is a very similar comp naman from their previous matchup na yung bago members lang, si Ardis at si Som, if I remember correctly.
Tsaka wala si Ye.
Oh, well, you know. It's actually quite sad what happened to Ye. You know, he got cut from the C9 roster. People were thinking, oh, C9's gonna be bad. C9 got really good, so maybe it was him that was the problem, but that's not the whole point here. DRX, bit on a losing skid din. Very uncharacteristic of them to have this type of performance, but as we saw in the video, they're recovering.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I kind of want to point out din dito. When NRG are strong, you really do see a lot of them just get those kills. When NRG start to lose the matches, one particular player comes out into the open, and nanonotice natin dito si Ardis actually. So a lot of the matches na nakikita nyo na natalo dito ang NRG with the Fnatic, I think, was again Ardis just like underperforming the most, whether he's gonna be on the KJ or on any kind of duelist that NRG needs him to be. And I think this is a good point para sa DRX, because I feel like there is a certain strategy na pwedeng gawin ng DRX that can actually work against NRG.
No, ano yan? Baka pwede
Ah,
naman
so pwede
siya.
ka na ba inaano?
Oo, pwede,
So,
pwede naman.
may
Wala
build-up
lang
pa,
eh.
no?
Okay, sige. Alam kasi may dagdag tayo. Pero, okay, so if that's the case, I can go into my next point na lang dito, where I feel like there's actually another thing that DRX can actually do. I'm not sure if they're gonna do it right now. I feel like they should bring back Foxy 9. Kung alam nila na yung frontline na energy dito isn't really hot as can be as of the moment, why not utilize Foxy 9 na lang? Kasi I feel like, I don't know parang there's just a gut feeling na even though they bring out Zez, which is, again, going back to the OG tactical approach ng DRX that hasn't been working, they might need that extra firepower. And since Energy are losing that firepower sa ano nila, hindi nakikita ng main character.
Hindi nakikinig kami.
Yeah. I think it just
I'm
might work para sa
getting my
DRC.
tea. I'm just getting my tea, okay? You do bring up a good point, but the roster of DRX, especially the inclusion of Foxy 9, and looking at their lineup right now, it does take on different dynamics, diba? This series is essentially both the Fallen, diba? The Fallen from NA and the Fallen from Pacific. They're both fighting to reclaim their crown that was meant to be theirs. More so painful, I think, for DRX because parang yung slump nila has always been yung parang preventing them from ascending to that championship title, diba? Long time coming na tong championship title para sa DRX. Even before with their old roster na nakikita natin sa jerseys nila ngayon, it's always been hovering around them. Kaso lang, palaging nawawala eh. Yung roster ng Energy, nabuhat na nila yung trophy na yan. Yung DRX, hindi pa.
Totoo. Tapos yung, again, if you just go call back on history, palaging may superstar player talaga yung nagsastop ng DRX or like that wilder side of the game that I feel like is also kind of exposing DRX na not only are they incredibly systematic but also incredibly stubborn as a team. Parang they're...
Yes.
Parang,
their way is the correct way, parang ganon.
And parang hindi naman kung sabihin ko na they're invalidating other playstyles. Pero bakit kayo natalo? Ganyan, di ba? So it's like, you have to conform that there are teams that are making these playstyles work.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the reason why medyo naglong explanation on it. I feel like they have to bring back Foxy 9. Kasi even though, siya yung parang hindi naman uncontrollable, pero parang yung
wild card.
Yung wild card is, exactly, thank you, na nakakatulong dito sa playstyle ng DRX na parang, it's more, they have to be a lot looser. They can't really play to the book nga kasi hindi sila pwedeng download. Kasi yung teams, sobrang adjust on the fly na. And that's really what we've been seeing from all of these teams. And the biggest example of that, again, is kagaya ng team ng EDG, di ba?
Yung, kumbaga, yung wildcard ang palagi natatalo sa amin. Kami naman may sariling wildcard.
Exactly.
Yun yung kailangan ng DRX. But on the other side, you do have NRG. And inamin din nila na parang they were so disappointed with their performance against Fnatic. Yesterday, inamin ni FNS na Fnatic really manipulated them. And they just had so much better map control. And nasabi din ni Chat na parang they went with what they were comfortable with, but they were not willing to actually step up to be able to meet a team like Fnatic, diba? So, sobrang disappointed sila, and I have a feeling they're really gonna take it to heart, especially this team that has, a lot to prove also. Gusto nilang patunayan na this roster does work and we can reclaim that glory for NA.
Well, if they keep picking Sage and play the way they do, maybe that's a dream that's only gonna remain a dream. And once again, sobrang critical ko on that pick kasi tama naman yung sinabi din sa NRG na they really got manipulated by Fnatic to play Fnatic's game. Nakita mo yung Viper mismo sa Fnatic pa yung nag-first contact on the pushes. And NRG remained just so static when they had a comp that's so incredibly, potentially aggressive and just proactive by nature.
Yeah, it's kind of gonna be a bit of butting heads nga kasi if that's the approach na gagawin ni Energy coming into the series, parang you also know that DRX also play like that, diba? Parang it's very strat heavy, very setup muna tayo bago tayo mag-push, ganun kasing bagay. So I don't know if that's what these two teams are gonna bring to the table. Basically, ang gusto ko lang masabi dito is both of these teams playing like, paano sabihin yun? I guess
they're
soulless.
boring and they're soulless.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
No,
I'll say it out loud.
Yeah.
The reason why I've never been a fan of DRX, even when they were Vision Strikers, I'll give them credit, right? Like, sobrang ganda ng innovations nila for the game. But when it comes down to moments where they have to show their heart and their grit, they always flake. It's like, okay, guys.
Yeah.
But again, it's just another point of evolution for them. And hopefully we get to see that now.
I'm not sure if it was Reykjavik ba? Or yung nag-third sila. Pero I feel like that DRX, so parang nakita natin talagang na parang
Yes.
yung puso nila lumabas
Yes.
talaga. Pero you're right in the sense na di natin yan nakikita. Even in Pacific actually, my point, and feeling ko talaga yung turning point dito kasi yung parang yung match nila against Team Secret, after nun, parang tuloy-tuloy talaga yung downward
What
slump
happened?
nila, diba? And again, NRG and DRX, we've seen these rosters come up against each other so many times before, diba? Pero may bago silang X Factor. Meron silang Foxy9 on the side of DRX. Meron silang Ardis also on the side of NRG, diba? Yung fusion ng NA and EMEA knowledge definitely has to amount to something, diba? Pero hindi natin yan nakita yesterday.
Totoo, parang may talaga conflict of interest sa mga calls. Kasi minsan may mga ibang skirmish na sobrang forward sa different part of the map. And you see the other part of the map where you should have your aggressive agents here, but there's no, again, priorities being set on the side of NRG. Hopefully both these teams have some sort of breakthrough here because it would honestly be disappointing to see them just go out on a whimper.
Ang big problem ngayon, again, going back naman sa DRX, is we talk about yung kaya nila mag-bring in a wild card, they have to play a whole different game to make that work. Pero alam naman natin na once, we've seen DRX actually try to do this, na nagkakaroon sila ng individualistic na parang hero plays, and it actually blows up in their face kasi parang obviously hindi sila sanay eh.
Din, sinabi ko din to kahapon na parang sila lahat superstar caliber, pero sila lahat din nag-shy away from that true superstar role. That they will be the one to push this team when it gets really rough, when the brawls start to happen. Kasi kahit anong mangyari, or kahit pa paano, let's say mag-overtime, right? A team will eventually run out of strats. Sometimes you just have to, fight it out. And you need those type of players to push you over the limit.
But I think na, we're talking about, like, for example, that clutch potential, diba? You have to bring up Stacks as one of those individuals na napakalakas talaga ng clutch potential. And I know it's been a while since we've really seen him on those heroic plays, diba? Yung parang na ngayon, mas nakikita natin from, say, Buzz or Zest even. Pero si Stacks pa rin, when you talk about clutch potential, diba? His name is definitely up there na sa leaderboard nun. And on the other side naman, he will be going head-to-head with Crashies on the side of NRG, diba? So, ano kaya yung magiging clash dito with these two contrasting styles, diba? Yung dynamic kasi dito is the push and pull that we will be seeing in this series.
Or we could probably see such a slow series kasi both these teams, again, they have a penchant for...
Bigla na lang yung parang, okay.
Yeah, parang, sige guys, teka lang.
Ayoko pumasok, wait lang.
May 30 seconds pa. Let's wait till 5 seconds and then let's explode. Parang, okay guys. Pero yun nga, ang daming potential ng, I guess, both these teams really. But maybe there's just, at least on the side of NRG na maybe too many chefs in the kitchen.
I think that still works in their favor in this particular series then. Kasi the thing na gusto ko rin palang sabihin dito, we're already looking at the head-to-head between Stacks and Crashies, is na-feel ko lang din na DRX doesn't have a huge map pool against international teams.
That is true,
So,
actually.
that being said, sobrang importante na ma-steer nila yung map veto, especially for map 1 and map 2. I'm not sure kung sino yung mauna sa veto nila. In any case, kailangan nila ma-steer to the point na if it's going to be that same DRX na nakita natin from the very start on Tokyo Masters, it has to be maps where they can at least outmaneuver ang energy.
Parang yung hindi natin nakikita yung DRX often enough to be pushed to the point na uncomfortable sila, 'di ba? Either safe sila or hindi. Pero yung middle nine na parang napupush talaga, yung nakita natin sa EDG, 'di ba? In their series against Loud na parang will they, won't they? Tapos diyan talaga lumalabas yung mga hero plays na nabanggit mo, Raf, 'di ba? Parang it's been some time since we've seen that from DRX, 'di ba? And on the side of NRG, I just wanna say na parang magandang story din na parang nagiging villain of EMEA itong si Ardis. So interesting din. I would be sad to see NRG go just for the point na parang gusto ko na parang makaharap ulit ni Ardis yung Fnatic, Liquid, and parang I am here on the other side of the big feud, diba, dito sa Valorant.
Hi guys. may hello dito ako. Doon kayo.
Parang pero dito na ako. And with that, we do have to go to our predictions. So, Raf, take it away.
I mean, obviously we still need the Pacific to win, so DRX.
DRX.
Ako din, DRX. Kasi Pacific Pride. I mean, may bias pa rin dito.
Tama
Oo,
lang.
wala yung Team Secret, pero may konting bias pa rin tayo dito.
Tama lang.
guys, diba? Nasa Tokyo, nasa Pacific pa rin tayo.
Parang kung matalo yung DRX, lalong mas magalit pa ako. sa DRX.
Well, let's head into our map select right now between these two teams, NRG and DRX. So we're gonna see what they have in store for all of us as we get into our second series, and again, the second elimination series. And I think na, syempre, these two teams, they are so used to dealing with this amount of pressure na galing, diba, for a series like this, on the brink of elimination, diba? Ilang beses na sila, and I think for DRX, nabanggit din ni Mako actually, na they have to acknowledge that they want the win more.
Totoo.
I think kasi yung nasabi nga natin, 'di ba, nawawala yung apoy na nandyan for DRX. They have to ignite that fire na kailangan namin to.
You know, like, come on, guys, you're champions. You know, act like it. Like,
Yung uncrowned champions alam naman ng lahat, 'di ba? Alam naman ng lahat that they're there already. Skill-wise, oo. Pero hindi pa nila nabubuhat yung trophy. Kasi parang wala pa sila sa point na parang, do you really want it? 'Di ba? Pwede. But let's head into our map select.
You are the higher seed. Would you want Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So DRX, you'll be Team A. We can start with your first band. Band Lotus, your band.
Fracture.
Fracture. Map number 1. Pearl. Side on Pearl.
Take attack.
Attack. Map number 2. Haven. Side on Haven. Attack. So gonna go to the next set of bands starting with DRX. You have Ascent, Bind, and Split. Then and Split. Okay, so map number 3 will be Split, side on Split from DRX. Attack. Okay, gonna run through this really quick. First set of bands, we have DRX with Lotus, NRG with Fracture. Map number 1 is Pearl with NRG on attack. Map number 2 is Haven with DRX on attack. Next set of bands are Bind and Ascent, so Decider will be Split with DRX on attack. Good? Alright, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
We are heading first into Pearl and looking at our map picks, diba? Nag-cheer na si Azuray and I think you're thinking what I'm thinking. This actually favors, on paper, DRX quite a bit. You have Pearl, you have Haven, and you have Split as a decider. All maps that DRX perform very, very well in.
Yeah, absolutely. So, dahil sa I actually have really high hopes ngayon para sa DRX, and looking into it, ilalo rin pala nila si Zest. But that being said, again, sinabi ko na nga, they have to steer this map veto sa favor nila, and I feel like they did a really good job right now.
I'm really curious though how energy is going to deal with this kasi yun nga, medyo I wouldn't necessarily favor it on the side of Derek. Statistically, yes, but playstyle-wise, medyo weakness talaga yung NA playstyle, and with maps that have a lot of safe rotations, like what we saw, especially on the attacking side, it might, again, maybe force DRX to be a little more receptive towards that aggro pulling and whatnot.
Yeah, well, at least, na lang. I know I said I was a big fan of RB Den from DRX, but right now, I have to put a lot of my faith kay Mako. Mako was one of the reasons kung bakit sobrang daming clutch rounds ng DRX during Pacific League. So I feel like if Mako can bring that din dito, which I think, kahit sama na, safe rotations means that also lurks or rotations from DRX would also be quite safe then. Mako can really shine in those kind of scenarios.
I really like RB actually on the, yung parang nagpa-partner sila ni Mako at the double controller. I think DRX do that so well. I also love RB on the Sentinel role. I think na minsan kasi nag-flex din siya sa duelist role, and he actually said din na parang he's very uncomfortable with that role kasi direct contrast daw siya sa personality niya. He's very calm. He prefers to hang back. Tapos bigla lang pag nag-duelist, na-challenge din yung buong personality ni RB pagdating sa role na yan. So I think that it's really, really great pag nasa controller role siya. I think that the head-to-head between him and Soms, and potentially with Mako as well, is going to be very, very crucial pagdating sa series na to.
I think Som is a bright young star. You know, he's been around for, my goodness, how long has he been around for? You know, it's been ages upon ages since we've seen him play, and tingin ko, like, once again, he might have that discipline of all the older players, but he still has that wild side that I feel like could potentially throw a wrench into DRX's plan. Kasi I've talked about this with a lot of teams na parang yung smoke, it becomes one-dimensional na, okay, it's just there to block vision and deny info and, again, make angles easier, but nobody really uses it as like a potential mix-up too.
Ngayon na hindi nga gagamitin ni DRX si Fox9, gamit pa rin nila si Zest dito. Sino kaya ang pwede nilang gamitin pang counter kay Ardis if ever man na mag-duelist siya?
Okay.
Yep, there it is. I mean, I know Buzz is the duelist for DRX at this point, pero I just don't know if he has the capability right now against Ardis to beat that down. And Ardis, if he heats up, alam mo naman kung gaano kalakas ang kaya niyang gawin dito.
Yun nga you don't really want to be on the end of an angry artist.
Yeah.
Yun pa rin, di ba? Para kahit na let's say na hindi pa natin makikita yung si artist na mag-shine talaga dito sa Masters Tokyo stage, di ba? But eventually, I mean, di ba, yung parang mahaba din yung history niya, syempre with the former FPX, di ba? But as we saw from our Prime Gaming Agent Select, we are going to see that head-to-head between Buzz and Ardis on the Jet roles, as well as this entire rosters going up against each other once again. So casters, over to you guys.
Thank you so much sa panel natin. Pero eto na naman, isa pang labanan para sa elimination. And once again, two incredible titans from yesteryear. Ngayon, maglalaban na maaga pa lang mawawala na. We are talking about DRX versus NRG. I am Dax here with Black and Blue yet again. At kita natin, di ba? Alam mo, ang matchup na to, sobrang uso last year eh.
Oo nga eh.
Nung, ano yung pangalan pa nung energy nun?
Optic pa nga yung dun sa may highlights.
Oo, Optic pa, di ba? At alam mo yung score nun ng mga series nila?
Ano?
Puro 3 map, 5 map. Puro 2-1, 3-2. At puro panalo ng Optic nun.
So baka naman ngayon makakabawi ng DRX. And this is kind of harking to the point na ginagawa natin nung patapos yung series kanina between that Edward Gaming and Loud squad. Nung tipong, if you look at how Masters Tokyo has been, all of the former number ones like DRX from Pacific, now NRG here from NA, they're the ones who are found themselves in the lower bracket sa round 1 pa lang ng playoffs.
Diba? And you saw DRX. Ito yung talaga naging interesting journey ng parehong DRX and NRG galing sa group stage. Nakapasok pa ng playoffs para lang malagay kagad dito sa lower bracket. Pero ito na naman tayo. Mga number 2 seed na ngayon. Isa lang sa kanila ang magiging number 1. At kita natin, diba? Itong Pearl ang magiging pick ng DRX. Flash kagad na tama courtesy of Crashies. Konting scout rin, and both sides, double wall pa nga magiging setup. Mirror matchup ang magiging palagan ngayon.
These are the same comps that we've come accustomed to from both sides. Nothing really too different dito galing sa mga squad na to.
No, the big difference actually, ako sasabihin ko na. Kasi hindi si Fox na yung naglalaro. Si RB, lilipat. Galing sa Harbor, punta ng Killjoy, si Buzz ang magiging jet natin ngayon. And I really wonder nga, kasi pinag-uusapan ni Astro, especially Big Fox9 fanboy eh. Gusto niyo makita kung paano mag-a-adjust dito ang DRX ngayon as energy play for B.
So ang composition hindi nagbago, pero yung roster mismo kung sinong naglalaro dito on Pearl is what changes up, at least for DRX. Let's see how that works on out. The retake dito sa defense ng DRX, manggagaling pa sa bilong, nagmumuka.
Oo nga, haba-haba ng ikot, pero dahil dito sila nanggaling sa may club area, hindi nila mapapansin kung saan manggaling si Victor. He also has a flank available right now. Lurk upon lurk. Lurkception muna tayo dito. Pero mukhang nag-iisa na dito si RB. Gusto sugurin ng NRG. Somdo will fall first and foremost. Si Finesse ang next. Andyan na rin si Artis versus si RB. Sige, huwag ka na magdulis. Pwede naman kahit Killjoy lang. 4v3 na to though. A good position for NRG dun sa may high ground especially. Crashes though. Tries to swing. Ayan na yung co-protection para sa aksyon ng DRX. And from that point on, sa kanila na tong round na to.
Big punish dito. Galing sa DRX. And especially RB. Para mahawakan niya yung heaven position na yon. Gets taken down pero dalawa ang dinala niya. Pasama pababa. That's really good here coming din sa anchor nila. Kada Killjoy, iniwan lang nila para mag-lurk. Pero in this case, it's RB who gets more value out of it.
Kaya na niyan. Malakas naman siya. Big boy ni.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy indeed. And DRX this is such a good map pool for them na pinag-mention na ng panel na, sige, maganda experience nila sa Pearl Haven split. But for me, the biggest deal, nakuha nila yung mga bans nila. Sila na mismo nagsabi, hirap sila sa Lotus, hirap sila sa bind sa mga scenarios against international teams. At dahil nawala yun pareho sa map pool, mas magandang chance ng DRX ngayon.
I mean, I don't think it's a bad map veto for NRG for that matter. Pero you can kind of count that split to be a bit more favored through DRX, especially statistically. But for the most part dito, walang masagot ang NRG. It's DRX making quick work sa pagpasok nila.
Oh, statistically, ano yung chances ng DRX ngayon sa round na to? Ilang percent?
1:5.
1:5? 20%?
20%.
Ang chance nila panalo. Matalo. Tingnan natin kung kaya ba i-1v5 ni paring Victor to. Ano na?
Actually, 100%. 100% panalo, 100% din pwedeng matalo.
Okay, grabe. 50-50 na lang eh. Ayan na. Ang iba na magsasabi, uy, nagawa mo dito, Victor! DRX. And, naman, pag nakita na natin, lock-in pa lang nun na handang-handa sila mag-play ng double wall style. Sila mismo ang mga masters of it. And through the high tide even, natamaan rin nila yung kalaban para sa flawless. So, clean so far para sa DRX.
Sabi, kala niya shooting fish in a barrel, tubig lang, pero sumagot din yung isda.
ano bang national isda ng Korea?
Di ko alam eh. Ano bang
Oo nga, kasi kung sa Japan, pinakauso, tuna, salmon, pang sashimi.
Oo nga.
Oo, ano yun sa Korea?
Mackerel din naman.
Oo, totoo naman.
Ano kaya?
Ano yung pinaka-fish ng Amerika? Carp?
Carp? Flounder?
Di ba sa Little Mermaid yun? Halibut.
Halibut.
Narinig ko yun sa Hell's Kitchen. Mga ganun. Parang, ano yung isdang yun?
Halibut.
Hanggang tilapia lang tayo, boss. Pero, sige.
Bangus.
Pwede rin.
Sa kanila, catfish.
Catfish? Diba parang garbage fish ang tilapia sa English or something?
Hindi. They call it like tilapia carp.
Okay. Sige, bahala.
So, carp pa din.
Yan, tilapia raw is tilapia. Based on our incredible producer. Pero ito na. Dahil sa pagkukwentuhan natin, nakapasok na ang energy dito sa may A-side. Tuntong dito sa artist, pero yung swing, ay, muntik na matingnan ni Mako. Pumasok pa siya ng dagat. Even though he wasn't that ready, finesse though, nice swing instead to get that takedown. Ito na ang plano doon ng DRX. High tide para makuha yung side. Prevent that plan. Crashies has to fight on back. Malapitan kagad ang labanan dito between DRX and NRG. Pero NRG anong una ngayon para sa 1v3.
Spike, wala sa kapit dito ni Buzz. It is a bonus. So for DRX, not too big of a stake in this round specifically, pero...
Stake, di ba? Isda pinag-uusapan natin.
Stake kasi, alam mo naman yon. As in, parang yung pwedeng maipanalo o maitalo.
Ayan. Sino panalo?
50-50. Either energy or DRX.
Isang coin flip talaga. But decent run from DRX though. Kita mo kagad, diba? Before pa nila ma-plant yung spike sa side ng energy, lumusog na yung DRX. Ginamit nila high tide para lang mas may chance sila. Still though, that was the rifle round of energy. And this time around, DRX, ilalabas na kagad yung operator.
Early on, si Buzz, one of the most proficient at that. It's funny we haven't seen it yet. Coming from artists to be too effective ng mga earlier matches dito ng NRG being that second seed. So let's see, baka mag-iba nga yun. DRX, on a map like this on Lotus, they like to give up this connector pag ilam nilang mabigat.
Yeah, DRX, back off muna dyan as NRG do take a lot of control as you mentioned. Meron silang options dito pero syempre DRX naghahanda pa rin kung mag-transit mo na ang energy dito sa may city side. I do wonder though, kasi ito na naman tayo sa energy. May pagka-slow play ang galaw nila. They always have one or two watching out for these lurks as much as possible. At ang DRX, happy lang na. Sige, ganun na rin gagawin natin. Konting tambay muna, hanap ng 1v1 contact towards the main angles instead.
I mean, for DRX, kung pwede naman daw ganun, bakit hindi? Diba? Wait for them to come into our trap. As what I talked about, they like to give this connector. Kung alam nilang medyo mabigat ang presence dito ng attacking side, they know it's not a position that they necessarily have to hold. They can play the retake as long as they have a reliable anchor dito katulad ni RB.
Yeah. Stall muna daw. Gamit ng lockdown, baka mapilitan na nga ang energy mag-try mag-hit. Papunta doon sa may B site. They have that link control. Papunta na rin galing doon sa connector ang mga kapwa ng energy. And that's a big pick by Artis. Hindi handa si Stax para doon. It's Zesto with a takedown in response. NRG planting pa rin. At may cove na nakaharang si Buzz. Naghahanap ng timing. Hindi pa alam na nandito siya sa may sulok yung turret and nailagan niya muna. It's all up to Tuz here to find an impact. Pero wala pa rin in NRG. Ang ganda ng rotate nila.
Timing working out for Energy dito. At okay naman sana yung idea dito ng DRX. They play on back. Let them come in towards the site. May anchor kada site, pero just didn't have the utility to play off of it. And even though DRX, they like to run this double wall. They've been... Uy! Isa sila sa mga nagpa-uso nun. Siyempre, bato-bato muna para walang makadampot. This is yung mga times na you kind of want to have that Astra if you are playing a wall controller here. A lot of teams, they give up that connector kasi alam naman nila, pag sumugod na sa site, may star ka pumunta sa B-League or galing sa art, and that's how you pinch and stop the push.
Eh, walang Astra ngayon eh.
Oo.
So sad lang.
Sad lang.
Sad lang.
Eh, wala.
And Energy, you can see right now na ina-exploit talaga nila yung parang mid-weakness ngayon ng DRX to their advantage. Kung bibigay lang yun ng DRX, mas may mga pwede gamitin na angles ngayon ng Energy. And as well as the nag-creep pa nga sila from that B-long angle all the way towards the site. Uy, shoutout kay Skimok.
Skimok?
Oo, parang nating Skimok na nasa panel ngayon. Pero 2-2 na to and Energy yet again na they just know how to assess kung ano ang kailangan nila gawin down the line. And they make such a sure decision na alam nila gagana dahil sa mga pinagkakuha nilang intel sa simula.
I mean, especially for a team like NRG na with all that experience that they've garnered throughout the years, of course, that's the way that they play. Alam talaga nila ang different fallback options nila sa mga sitwasyon na ganito. Only 2 rifles dito ang nai-save ng DRX na idala nila into this round. That NRG. A-site naman. Art dito. Pero silang napinturahan. Mako good on the one.
Nakatago pa si Zomdo for the reckoning. Eto na si Stax on the flank. And it's DRX. Inipit na lang yung kalaban. They just lull them in yet again. NRG. Kala nila mas safe laruin na naman yung connector. Pero handa na ang DRX ngayon sa round na ito. Because of that, nakapulot pa nga silang baril. And 3v2, the spike in the hands of the defense.
Napaulit-ulit nililikuran dito. Yung NRG, hitting them from different angles, at different timings, throwing them off at that done. DRX naman, ang lamang. They have the rifles that they need, and so far, if NRG aren't able to take this spike back, then this round is done.
Mahirapan si Finesse mag-push dyan. Naka-crouch, tapos may high tide pa. Inintay niya muna mawala yung wall para lang hindi ganun ka-slow. And the turret is there as well. Nanoswarm though for the stall. Victor picking it up and Zes. Nahuli na nga si Finesse. May chance pa dito ang NRG. Nakatakas kay RB. The time is running on out. Laban muna dito si Victor. 1v2. No chance this time around. And DRX, nasa kanila pa yung lead na to.
Oh, that was the right decision though para lumaban doon. If he got that kill doon kay RB, malay natin kung saan napunta yung round na yon. Still though, DRX even better on the eco. Bumawi lang. They come in with 2 rifles in this round. Pick up a third. DRX able to make use of that classic teamwork at structure na they've been known for pioneering.
No nga. At sige, pwede nga maging sobrang firepower si Foxy9. Pero ito talaga ang main 5 ng DRX. Classic lineup.
Starting.
Oo, tagal na. Ever since 20-something, 2021?
2021.
Diba?
Tama, Vision Strikers pa lang.
Diba? At kita natin din sa DRX, pag mabagal na laro ng Energy, tas naka-thrifty state ng DRX, kayang-kaya pa rin. I think Energy, honestly, need to pick the pace on up. At ito na nga, mas nagmamadali na sila papunta sa may B-side. Lockdown now to force DRX off. May ibang plano dito si Mako though. Nandun pa rin siya for an angle. But mukhang hindi na siya makaka-engage. Instead, NRG will take this.
They have the judge doon sa backholes control. Medyo magiging mahirap dito ang post-plant retake ng DRX. And see how they flush it out. They need that backholes control para makakuha ng konting space.
Viper split muna dyan. DRX, try magpwesto. Si Crashes though, nasa sulok lang. Tagu-taguan, makikita ba siya? Mako with the takedown. Here comes Victor with the trade though. NRG coming out of the woodworks. At bigla na lang DRX ang nahihirapan makahanap ng mga angle. Stax though does find one. Ito ang judge ni Ardis. Lugi ka dito sa halls. Talon-talon pa sa langit. It's 2v2 now. And it's NRG on the retreat. Victor wants to play the long-range game. May Cove na nakaharang. RB kailangan siya alagaan. But Victor does it this time. Simple lang kay Victor yan. Clutch pa.
Umabot pa ang oras para kay Victor. And the game state working in his favor doon. Okay na sana yung retake ng DRX eh. Na-dismantle na nga nila yung hold. Able to get the trades doon. Alam nilang may judge sa back hall. So inunahan muna nila yung mga iba para hindi masayang yung manpower nila Even with Crash, he's trying to lurk dun sa may Viper's bit. In the end, Victor, dahil nasa kanya nga yung planted for him, out in the open, madaling i-confirm. At kahit hinarangan pa yung katawan, ay natuluyan pa.
Oo nga eh. Tuhog na naman and timeout muna dito. DRX, see the problem. Nakalaban na ngayon ang NRG. Kahit umabat ng post-plant, hindi pa rin sila ganun kasigurado mismo. Ano ang kailangan nilang gawin? Mahirap yung pag-clear. Mahirap na may long-range game pa rin. And you can see time after time for the side of DRX na pag nakapwesto na ang NRG, mas mabagal yung pag-clear nila compared to what we've seen so far against other teams. Hindi sila ganun kasigurado kung ano ang makikita nila sa NRG, especially on the individual basis.
I mean, NRG, ang ipinapakita nila dito is that they still have those old spirits of what made them yung notorious na optic nga na team na yon. Pero DRX din naman, in fairness. And yet, even if they perform super well this series, either way, matalo sila, it will be by far one of the worst performances from either team. And so you're looking at, as we talked about, 2 number 1s noon na ngayon nagkikita dito sa round number 1 ng lower bracket.
Oo nga, mga number 2 na nga, sabi tuloy nung layout eh.
Pacific 2, America 2.
Hindi nyo na panahon, pero panahon na kagad ang labanan dito sa may main. Handa na kagad ng energy though. Artist leading the charge. Buzz will fall first and foremost. At nakita natin sa DRX, meron naman silang isang rifle sa kamay ni RP. Siya lang natitira doon sa may B site. Everyone else, malapitan ang gustong labanan, especially gamit ng Cascade. Pero hindi kakagat dito energy. Tambay muna sa kabila.
5v4 DRX. Yung Vandal lang ni RB, nag-iisang barrel talaga nila that they can utilize dito to try and get some picks off. But we've seen these 50 rounds na gumana para sa DRX. I don't know if it's gonna work this time around though. Kasi medyo ibang sitwasyon. NRG gonna hit the side from the front. Di na sila mapapalibutan, di na sila maiikutan this time around. DRX, handa.
Yeah, that's exactly it na. Ngayon, gusto nila mas direct yung approach. Ayaw na nila maipit. Gusto na lang nila na isang hard hit after the setup. Nano Swarm muna inatapon. I believe that's maybe for the dugout area. Dash in muna dito si Artist. Ayan na rin yung flash. Mako though over onto the corner. Nag-iintay na lang timing. Eventually, Mako will hit his target. Seekers though into play. Ito na ang DRX. Gusto na malapitan. Som though finds you anyway. And NRG, na-clear out na nila ang kailangan nila.
Great brute force dito galing sa DRX. Against DRX rather, Ardis. Namatay siya pero he did what he had to do. He took the space, got an opening kill, got the entry, and allowed the rest of energy maka-flood in. They're waiting on his lead. RB though, dalawa, okay. Winnable. He sees him on towards Art pero expect pa niya dito. Si Crashies! Tumumba!
10 HP pa dito si RB. Buhay pa rin. 1v1 na finesse. Siya na lang natitira. Marami natin na beses na nakita na si RB sa Masters Tokyo nag-step on up. Kaya dyan ba to? No, the Snakebite will deny. Walang laban sa Snakebite. Walang laban sa utility. And NRG will take that lead.
Still nice attempt dito. Galing kay RB. You could tell he wanted to chase it pero the timing wasn't there anymore. Naubusan ng oras. Alam niya may Snakebite possibility. Kaya medyo talagang nag-tuck in siya. But in the end here, grabe, Som nakadalaw pa pala doon. But still, with the timing of that, DRX, let's see how they respond. Defensive side naman to ang kanilang sinimulan. This is an attacker-sided map. So, perhaps DRX, if they get like one more round here, they could be good for a second half comeback.
Yeah, and NRG actually sa stats nila so far this year, attacking side ang mas pabor nila. So, wouldn't be surprised nga if they can keep this lead and go for more Ardis ngayon. Ito naman tayo. Tries to play towards the corner. Gusto sana mag-play ng hard aggress as well. Pero kita mo talaga, DRX, Cascade for the disengage, pero also for the dissuade. Di lang nila gaanong kabibitawan. They're gonna give up that space, sure, dahil may Trailblazer nga. Pero alam mo na, gusto pa rin i-pressure na DRX yan. At ang konti na nakukuha na map control lang NRG bit by bit.
I mean, at least may progress. Yun yung malaking bagay dito eh. Look at this, DRX. Conceding more of that connector control. Alam nila that this is a possible position that energy could be in. That is very true. Napasukan na nga. And he's trying to destroy it para hindi malaman kung nasan yung mga iba pero hindi niya naabutan.
Hindi nga matimingan pero Viper spit na muna to. DRX setting things up. Parang nang matakot ang NRG, and this is why may lurk pa rin dito sa NRG sa kabilang side ng mapa. Finesse trying to find the off angle. Si Buzz gusto man yung pumwesto. May Cloudburst shot swings. Oh! Yun na naman! Kulat na naman gamit ng operator sa ibang series pa. DRX just shut it down with a single bullet. At tahimik kayo ng NRG.
Line-upan pa. DRX, they should be tying the game up right now as Crashies wala na magagawa. No time, no teammates left, and no chance. DRX dito. And that's more of what you have to see pag binigay mo ang connector. Ready for the re-hit on either side this time. Masanda na sila dun sa B-Link.
Yan nga, diba? Nakaabot si Buzz in time. Maganda kanyang rotate. Naglagay pa nga siya ng smoke para lang konting ma-feel safe ng NRG. But look at how he swings. Naka-line up ang dalawa para sa kanya. And boom! Patay kagad si Victor at si Som. That's already such a big part ng post-plant utility na inaasahan ng NRG. And from that point on, sa kanila na yung round na yun.
Isipin mo nga kung tatlo yun, di ba? Hindi ka pa.
Hindi mas magaling pa sa collateral kanina.
Grabe. Hindi na yung collateral eh. Collateral.
Tural?
Oo.
Kala ko, kokolat.
Kokolat?
Oo.
Kala ko, kaso wala siya eh.
Okay. Sino?
Wala.
Sino?
Si Ja.
Ah. Si paring Ja.
Oo, magaling yung mga
okay
collateral.
lang yun.
Isang Pinoy collateral.
Next week na natin siya makikita maglaro.
Totoo.
Sa Ascension. Tama. May ganun pa guys.
Sa pag-angat.
Kaya nagtatanong kayo, asan yung mga Pinoy team? Yung isa, nasa Thailand.
Oo.
Mag-Ascension. Yung isa, nasa Korea, mag-LCQ.
Oo.
At syempre, makikita natin pareho down the line, the future.
Oo nga, magsama pa.
The future is the Philippines.
The future is now?
Oo. Now's the time.
The time. The best of all.
Oo nga eh.
Grabe.
Ano tayo? Content created dun ah.
Oo nga eh. Sana may pagpatuloy pa dito ang streak na itinadala ng DRX, the operator, galing kay Buzz. If that can continue to be a problem dito for NRG, especially knowing that they don't have the weaponry to dismantle this, then DRX, they could definitely take the lead and extend it further.
Yung mahihirapan lang nga talaga DRX, double wall pa nga ang setup. May finesse, may som. But at the same time, dahil nag-split apart yung mga controller, matimingan lang nga ni Buzz as you mentioned, it's a perfect chance for DRX. And as of right now, half-buy muna dito sa NRG. Rifle lang sa kamay ni Crashies para may konting firepower. Thrifty sana ang gusto nilang gawin. Yan na yung ating flash. Papunta doon sa may link. Artist though, iba yung clear. Hindi pupunta sa may backside kasi alam na kaagad ng NRG. Ang rami lang ng DRX nakatampay sa kabila.
Tama, front sight lang. Ang kinuha ng NRG didn't want to go for a deep backside control. They only take that front part of it. Som, na-spaman nga. 4v5 dito. DRX on the retake, may lockdown and they're gonna be disciplined with it.
Hinihintay na lockdown muna para doon sa space mismo. Crashies though, looking for the angle. Artist! No man's land, mag-isa dun sa site. Goodbye na lang sa kanya. And Stax is already on the defuse duty. May Cove na taga-alaga. And the rest of DRX are there for daycare. Crashies, sige. Ano pa magagawa mo dito sa exits? Ang ganda ng poison cloud na naman ng DRX. And it's just their lead to take again.
Tumamang na ngayon ang DRX. Siyempre, isang round man lang, but to start, especially looking at how the lead was dun sa kamay ng NRG kanina. I mean, it's smart by NRG in this case na kunin lang yung front sight. Alam nila they have the lesser weapons, can really fight long range, can't take too much aggression, and yet, hindi pa rin na-convert yung round just simply because the retake dito ng DRX. Way too clean. Spam dun kay Som, but this time around, guns now for NRG out as they're going A.
Oo, may baril na dito ang NRG and let's see what they can do. Main na naman ang magiging hold. Ay, hilig talaga nila na tipong, uy, may tao ba dito? Knock-knock. Tao po. Sino po nandito?
Sorry po.
Ano po? Shopee. And then pag wala, pag wala na. So, text ka na lang, balik na lang kami bukas. Ganun. See you later. Iba na yung delivery. And speaking of, yung Shopee sa kabila, Lazada na lang dito sa may B-site. Finesse. Ito na naman tayo. Gusto makita kung ano yung setup ng DRX. And the most interesting part, andyan yung guiding light. Cascade muna here. NRG actually looking for the 5-man full execute. And Buzz, different plan! Muntik pa, pero wala.
Naka-atras. Although, he's taking some damage in that. Luckily, naka-operator lang siya. So, should be able to still help in this fight, still have value. Burn na nga yung dash. Stacks on the stop. Hindi tumama yung follow. Kala ko tatama yung kay Buzz, but Zest going big as a backline dito ng DRX ang nagpakitang gilas.
Oo nga, shake it off, Buzz, kasi andyan naman yung mga kapwa niya, mga friends ng DRX. Yung even though tumagos lang kay Som, and Zest will say, oy, akin na yan, 3K na yan. DRX, looking better than ever yet again. And kita natin parang may mga high-lows lang talaga tong two teams na to eh. Minsan DRX in command, minsan NRG. Right now though, you can see the comfort of DRX. Basta may pressure silang na-apply gamit kay Buzz. The rest of the team has ways and space to make.
Grabe naman yung friends sa DRX. Para mo namang ginawang Buzz and friends yung DRX.
Tropa na. Siya kayo namatay una eh.
Hindi, actually, sa bagay, totoo, tama. Sila talaga ang pinaka-tropa natin sa may tourney nito. Aside from Paper X, diba? Server, mga Pacific people. So,
mga ilang months rin natin yan kasama.
Oo nga.
Ilang months tayong nag-learn ng Korean para ma-interview sila.
Totoo.
Oo. Ano ang na-learn mong Korean?
Anyong.
Anyong hasuyo?
Hasuyo.
Oo. May isa pa akong Korean word for you.
Ano?
Kimchi.
Bingsu.
Samgyup.
Labanan na ba?
Eto na tayo. O si Ardis, ang import ng NRG. Galing FPX dati. Lockdown muna dyan, Ardis! Kinatay na lang ang isa. And yung pa nga yung reckoning magiging pressure dito. Not only that, may lockdown pa rin. RB try to hold dito sa may dugout. But this is still NRG making their way towards the site. So many intay kung saan pwede nga mapunta yung plant. And that space made. The Trailblazer now leading the charge. Link natin to, Bladestorm galing kay Buzz. Gusto rin niya. Oy, si RP! Nakadalawa pa! Tatlo na! Todo na lang. Buzz picking up that gun. 3v na to. Stingers lang ang hawak kayo ng NRG and DRX are just doing it by this point. The retake is possible at malayo yung rotate ni Finesse. Sige, naubusan ng bala dun sa isa. Hindi sa dun sa pangalawa.
7-4. DRX, paangat na ng paangat dito ang kanilang lamang. I think this is what, the 4th round they've won in a row now. Para makuha yung tie kanina, tapos diretso pa nga. But I think the more impressive thing here, gang sa DRX, is yung recognition nila sa mga binabalak at sinusubukang plano ng NRG. Because nakita mo, naintindihan nila anong sinusubok dito ng NRG. That's why they're able to adjust accordingly para ma-address yung problema or yung ginagawa ng kalaban.
So, ano pa ba magiging plano ngayon ng NRG? Last round na ng attacking side nila. And we were talking about a while ago na mas pabor sa atake ang NRG ngayon. DRX looking strong on the defense, especially. They pick up the orb do para kay Crashies. 2 away from the Seekers. Laking tulong yan mamaya kung matutuloy nila itong take dito sa may A side. At dahil nakita na kagad ni RB yung reckoning, pop muna nanaswarm si Turret and bumaba rin. Nag-1v1 muna si Ardis at yung Turret. Ito na naman tayo though. RB over onto the corner and RB wins it. Kanina pa siya nandito sa dagat and Mako even finds 2 more. Hindi makatakas si Somatol. 5v2 na kagad to at ang pag-asa na lang talaga ng NRG. Yung stall ni Victor at yung pit ni Finesse.
Nanoswarms dun sa may spike mismo. Medyo pop ng maaga. Victor still wins that fight, okay. Pero post-plant kay Finesse, medyo mahirap. May isang snake bite pa siya. Pag tumama yun, you can force him off of it. Hindi lang kumunik masyadong lumayo. And they had so much more time still to play there. So, DRX, 8-4 on the defense sa Lotus.
Oo nga, that last stretch galing sa side ng DRX, laking tulong talaga para sa kanila to build up that lead. RB especially though, angkor na angkor. Hindi mawawala, hindi matatanggal. Serbisyong totoo lamang dun lang sa dagat paulit-ulit. Sarap ng higa nila.
Oh my, ang chill naman ng watch party.
Baka naman prod pangirin ng beanbag dyan, pero hype na si Stax. Hype na ang DRX at bigay namin kasi sa panel natin para masabi kung paano nangyari yun para sa side ng DRX.
Nakakaingit naman yung watch party na yan. Parang gusto ko din eh. Yeah, so guys, actually, this is looking so positive for me. Ang liit ko na, tapos lumiit pa ako. This is looking so positive for DRX, di ba? We highlighted yung head-to-head between Som and potentially Mako, di ba? And nakikita nga natin na DRX are not letting NRG bully them. They're really fighting back and they're really more like, they're really just making sure that all of these tricks that NRG are bringing out, they're not falling for it.
Yun nga, ang ganda ng mga reactions sa DRX, lalo na sa plays ni Zest. I really like how they've been using that harbor as a bit of a rotator kasi ang hirap to really maximize that pick. Kasi on slower defaults, he's a bit of a static agent and yung wall niya hindi ma-maximize. But the way that they've been reacting to energies wall with their own, and honestly pushing their limits, putting Buzz in more awkward situations with either a rifle or an operator has been finding them a lot of success. Plus, RB has been insane, just holding everything down.
Absolutely true. Yung sinabi ko rin kanina, diba? They need somebody to be able to hold down the fort. I thought it was gonna be Fox and 9, pero at this point, parang nagkaroon ng second win si Buzz. Again, Buzz, not the most paano ba sabihin, noticeable player from DRX in this entire run ng Tokyo Masters, but now dito when it's all down on the line, he really is truly performing para sa DRX.
And I have to commend Stax as well. Diba? Kasabi lang natin, diba? Parang it's been some time since we've seen Stax really pop off. Pero nakikita natin dyan, especially his holds on the B side, diba? Napakaganda, and it looks like the DRX from, years back. Year back? Year back. From year back.
Actually, di pa 1 year nga eh.
Di pa 1 year. Parang ilang years na. Pero ilang tournaments, tournaments back na lang. Yun na lang.
Was it Stax who kissed his mouse?
Yes! Yes!
Kaya
Yung
pala, yung mouse
kaya
natin,
si mouse natin, yeah.
Yung the best ad for gaming
actually.
hardware possible, diba? Tapos nangyari pa yan sa
Biktima
world
kami,
stage.
diba?
Diba? At mukhang gumagana nga ang powers na yan dito sa matchup nila. But right now, the sides are going to switch. We're gonna see if DRX can maintain this over energy. So casters, sa inyo na.
Grabe, nagre-reminisce pa ang ating panel eh.
Oo nga.
Sabi na.
Good times.
The bad times. Oh. Iniisip ko yung ano ba yun? Yung muling ibalik ang tamis
ng
panalo ng DRX.
Ngayon, puro talo eh.
No, syempre alam mo naman ang ating top 3. Pag hindi kasama ang Team Secret, isa doon ang DRX. At ang top 1 ngayon ng taga sa scoreboard na to, si paring RB. He finds first, mid-control ang habol dito ng DRX, plus yung execute pa nga sa may A site. So ito na naman tayo, palagi may taga-lurk. Victor though, nice hold dito sa Secret.
Talo, pinalo. Victor, nice pick there. Crashy's on the flank. Alam na yung position niya. He gets the one, pero walang bala yung frenzy mo, sir. Kaya, tama na muna yung stapler.
Trinay niya yun. Natalon. Iilagan talaga yung bala. Flash no connecting, but the high tide is perfect. Timing nga dito. Ang energy makakapwesto at si Somdi na lang pinibitawan. Andiyan si paring Finesse. Andiyan si paring Victor. I got your back, fam. Handa doon ang energy.
Masyadong malayo. Pwesto niya dito. I think he might have had the lineup doon. Pero, at least energy on the defense. Bumawi na naman, especially coming from that lurk ng kay Crashies na pull talaga yung attention nila. That's what they needed to do. So, even better dito.
Kita mo yung last part. Hindi na replay. Yung finish bump niya yung tropa niya in-game and then out of game.
Wow.
Kasi taga-defuse si Som, diba? Tapos ano naman sila fitin.
Buti nga ngayon, medyo mas magkakatabi na sila. So, pwede na sila mag-fist bump.
Aabot na yung kamay?
Oo, naalala mo yung mga first masters, ang layo nila sa set isa.
Anong klaseng yun? Fist bump through the air?
Social distance.
Totoo. The world is healing.
Oo nga. Nagkakatotoo.
Well, will the scoreline heal para sa NRG?
Will DRX heal back?
Oh.
To number 1?
Number
or
1.
NRG din? Wag mong kakalimutan.
Sorry, hanggang number 2 lang sila. Kahit next year. Alam mo bakit?
Champions kaya yan, ang Masters.
Alam mo sino maging number 1?
Sino?
Team Secret.
Totoo, tama.
Oo. Kung may naos.
Ng lahat ng region.
Kung may naos rin sa franchise. Either. Ikaw na lang pumili. Basta Pinoy. Yan, pilitin si artist kung sino patayin niya. Stacks, -1 na kagad. Som also on the other side. At kung ano mang site ang pupuntahan dito ng DRX, andyan ang NRG. Ubos ang bala ng isa. Okay lang. May sidearm pa. Classic lang yan. Masarap talaga pag libre. Pero yun, nakalibre si RP rin. At least DRX does a small bit of damage with NRG's convincing round.
Konting bawas lang naman sa ekonomiya. Siyempre, pahirapan na ngayon. Pero, DRX...
Oy! Tama ka!
Oh.
May alam mo ba, may inflation ngayon sa Valorant.
Bakit?
May shortage.
Bakit?
Ng bala.
Ay, oo nga.
Diba?
Mahal nga eh. Dati, 90 bullets to a vandal. Ngayon, tipip na lang.
Oo nga, tipid. Pero, actually, feel ko hindi pa naman sa patch na to, diba?
Hindi pa nga. Hindi sa nilalaro nila.
Buti pa sa kanila.
Oo nga eh.
Maganda pa yung, yung conversion rate.
Iba din yung chamber.
Malakas pa yung
Kaya nga yung clutch ni Mindfreak kahapon, yung puro spam siya ng smoke, pwede pa yun eh. Kung live patch yun, wala na siyang bala.
75.
Dami-dami ah.
Yun yung mga sulit nung panahon eh. Nung panahon, sulit pa ngayon, hanggang mix and match ka na.
Oo nga, dati yung sakto talaga.
Oo nga, yung mga... Dude, I remember yun, mga 20, 25, diba? Yung mga price ng mga sa McDo Jollibee.
Ngayon.
Ngayon,
50 pesos.
50 pesos small
50 yung plain lang. A la carte.
Wala. Add to cart ka na lang talaga.
Cheeseburger 80.
Ang mahal na. Pero syempre, may laban pa tayo dito. At habang ginugutom namin ngayon, ang DRX ngayon ay gutom na para sa isang run. May rifles na nga silang handa na naman. Ang very interesting though na yung split nila, more so na parang gusto nila i-hit yung parehong site instead of the connector hold na kinukuha kanina ng NRG. And just because of that, iintayin pa ng mga DRX members yung the rest of the team para mag-rotate dun sa may main. And Artis has a chance, as a plan, pero di niya matamaan.
Kita nga niya yung impormasyon dito, puntang A side that should fall the defense dito ng NRG para medyo mas back off sa B. At tumulong nga sa A. Art position, RB good for the one. Crashies backside hold pa rin nasa kanya.
Yeah, 1-for-1 muna dito. Crashies with the backside as you mentioned. At ang ganyan, Stinger range is perfect! Stinger lang, nakatatlo ka na! Sulit na sulit ang energy dito. Push na push. Couldn't find the target though. Si Zest nandun sa kabila ng high tide. Still waiting for it to dissipate. May cascade lang, dumaan lang siya. Nag-top muna para naman nakakot versus Stax. Handa na para sa kanya. Stax though versus the world. 1v3. Gulo ng tubig. Pero yun, nalunod na lang siya sa mukha ni Fides. NRG with a bonus.
Ang daming smoke. Ang daming echoes sa ere. And that just kept him guessing. Kept them so much more problematic than Stax. At when there's more smokes, the team with less weapons, lesser weapons in this case, katulad nga ng NRG dito, they're the ones who can capitalize off that kasi pwede lang gamitin yung smokes para makapasok, para makasiksik, and that's exactly what happened.
Yung DRX ngayon, isip natin nila, paano tayo natalo ng Stinger ng ganun?
1v1.
1v1, tama ka naman.
Malapitan.
7 bullets pa yun, ha? Calculated.
Grabe.
Ang galing.
Lahat tumama.
And that's what energy is. It's a very smart team. Alam nila kung paano manalo sa mga angles na mas makakatulong sa kanila. Artist though, hindi pa siya tapos. Maraming bala pa pwede. Itadtad dyan. Spam muna and Buzz has different plan. May judge siya dito. Gusto makalapit ng DRX talaga sa may site para lang makuha nila yung host control, especially for the post plant.
Well, ngayon, DRX, not the best buy. Tatlong Bulldog, may Judge, may Marshall. They're a bit late here as well. Sa pag-rotate. Actually, never mind, they're actually quite close. The fact that napag-rotate nandito si Som, it's about time. Stax, he gets opening pick trade kay Artis.
Yeah, nakapasok dito ang DRX. Dito sila sa effective range. We hear the Seekers though. Lockdown muna lalabas ngayon ng DRX. At nag-iintay lang si Buzz. Pero double pick rin. Walang malakas na dalawa. Kailangan makatakas dito ng NRG as it's a 3v4 right now. And DRX able to buy themselves some very crucial time. Pero nasa sulok ng hall si Victor. Siya mag-iisang sa unang contact ngayon dito sa DRX. Iba ang plano doon ng DRX. Walang baril-barilan dito. Utility lang throughout the nano swarm, throughout the snake bite. Prevent them from getting the defuse going. Artist though on the board. Si Stax talaga at si RB ang kailangan patayan. Stax with the taps. 3K para kay Stax. And DRX have done it versus NRG. Napawian nila.
Huge round dito para kay Stax and DRX to get themselves around again, get the blood flowing.
Uy.
Para makabalik, para bumawi. Tumayo na ngayon ang DRX.
Oo, kita mo, si Stax rin eh. Ready na. He knew that. Akin tong round na to. Basic lang. Na-classic pa nga yung kalaban and this is what DRX does best. Yung recovery talaga nila. Once they get back into the thick of things, once they get back into a round, kaya nilang gawing convincing.
Very convincing what we saw there so far, but let's see. Opening push dito. Papunta sa may A main. Uy! Right click! Tumama yung iba, pero hindi lahat.
Dinatrix ni Buzz at buhay pa rin daw. Chosen one! Buzz is here to play! Naka-triple kill pa nga! At mukhang open na ang A-site para sa DRX. Seekers naghahanap kung saan pa. Ang iba, naka-4 na nga! Bigay mo na! Buzz, sige na! Habulin mo si Victor.
Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz.
To infinity.
And
Bia. Wala, patay.
To the ground.
To the grave.
Yeah. Skirts.
Yak na lang.
Okay, natapos na yung round.
Okay, tapos na.
Okay, so
save na to. Exit frags kay Victor maybe, pero at the end of the day, he chooses to keep the gun.
Isang 10-7 ang makikita natin.
Tens.
Uy, tens.
10-7. Tens.
Shoutout kay Tens.
Okay, Tens.
Sa nag-watch party or something.
Close ba kayo? Pwede mo tawagin Tyson.
Oo, si parang Tyson.
Oo.
Kilala ko, jowa niya.
Sino?
Si Kaite.
De La Cruz.
Oo. Okay yun ah.
Mga Pinoy pride.
Oo, syempre.
Kahit Vietnamese yung dugo niya.
Alam mo ba?
Then,
Alam mo ba? Nakuha pa yung mga Indonesian sa atin.
bakit?
Kinukuha nila si Tarik.
Bakit?
Hindi mo alam ba yun? Sa
Talaga?
watch party ni Tarik, may mga Indonesian fans siya.
Oo.
Tapos ginagawa niya yan, yung WK na tawa ng mga Indonesians. Tapos ginagawa ni Tarik, yun tuloy, honorary Indonesian na siya.
Nako.
Sino gusto?
From
Okay.
Tito Tarik to...
Ano na?
Ano ba tawag nila doon?
Hindi ko alam.
Hindi ko rin alam
May
eh.
isa akong word na alam, bawal sabihin. Starts with the letter A.
Ito lang sasabihin ko, Tebotol.
Tebotol. But yeah, this was a very convincing DRX round. And yun talaga nakita natin eh. Parang sabi ni Ardis, nakamarka na sino yung target. Pero nung hindi tumama lahat ng blades, nawala na lahat ng energy.
Nawala ng energy, si Energy.
Ikaw, nawala ka na ba ng energy?
Hindi pa naman. Medyo maaga lang.
Hashtag
Oy.
NRG win.
Uy, Happy Father's Day pala.
Oo.
Doon, Daddy's Day.
Oo.
Kay FNS.
Shoutout kay si Finesse.
Si Finesse.
Shoutout rin kay...
Bagay pala si FNS dito eh.
Sino, Finesse?
Kasi diba tatlong letters, yun ang abbreviation, pero pag binasa mo, it's supposed to sound like a word. Finesse.
Kaya,
FNS.
di mo ba nakita
Tapos, NRG.
Hindi.
Diba?
Kita mo ba sa scoreboard? Ayun no? Full name na siya. Ayun no?
Ay,
Finesse.
oo nga, no?
Hindi na FNS lang.
Wala.
Finesse.
This is not the finesse, I know.
Makikita mo sa energy, magigiganda na talaga. Energy.
Oo nga eh.
Diba?
Grabe naman.
So ano yung DRX?
Susunod si RB, A-R-B-E-E. RB.
RB? Di ba kainan yun?
Ha?
Di ba kainan yun?
Kainan ba yun?
Oo.
Arby's. Oo, tama, tama.
Okay, mamaya ka na. Kakain na naman tayo dito eh.
Arby's, Denny's. Lahat na lang.
Uyo.
May is.
Baka naman. Dennis
mais.
after.
Usually, pang umaga yun eh.
Oo, totoo.
Pero ngayon, pang gabi.
Ibang classic umaga, pang 4 a.m. Anyway, eto na naman tayo. Ang DRX, papunta na ng B-site. Kita natin daw Toxic Strings get up yet again. But Som with the fight out the bus. Ina-expect na kagad ng energy kung saan sila pupwesto. DRX though, interesting cove. At dahil doon, ito na naman tayo. Crashes and his stinger. R2! Nakadalawa na! Mas malupit pa ang sequel ng energy ngayon. And RB, in a 1v4 scenario, kaya ba niya i-pick to? Maramihan! Nakaintay! At wala ang palag talaga.
Daming nakatutok. NRG. Hindi muna bibitaw dito sa mapa na to. The answer backend. Ito mo doon si Ardis nangate. Kinurot.
Okay. Pinalong ganun. Pero ito na naman tayo. Sulit no, sulit to. Magkano to ulit? 1-1?
1-3 na.
1-3 na ba ang Stinger?
Di ba dati 1-1?
Di ba dati 1,000? Oh?
Di ba dati 950?
Diba? Tawad tayo ng tawad ha. In any case, basta less than 1.5 and then more in the hands of Crashes.
Well, tingnan naman natin dito. Crash and burn or tuloy-tuloy pa din. Buzz, entry na naman ang kanyang sinusubok. But Ardis, quick shutdown.
Yeah, this time it works out for NRG. Kita nila, diba? Kailangan nila prioritize si Buzz. Kasi kung nakapwesto siya doon sa may kahon, doon sa side na yon, yun yung hindi nababatayan ng gaano ng NRG. And with that pick-off, gandang start na kagad ng depensa natin.
Tama dito, in defense din ng NRG. With all this utilities placed dito ng killjoy nila. It's gonna make that B entry na mukhang gustong isubok dito ng DRX a lot more difficult. Mas mahirapan sila dito. They do have a lurk. Galing kay RB pero may third nakatutok sa kanya. He has to find the timing on this to get value. Sinira nga niya and they give up the B link in anticipation of it.
Uy, pinatay yung aso ba yan? At yung Trailblazer nga, try mag-scout. Walang ka-present so far onto the site. Iba ang plano ngayon ni parang Victor. High ground muna dyan. The lockdown also for the stall. And dahil nandito, actually, DRX, they're gonna plant this. Zest puts it down. Balik na naman tayo sa long play para lang doon sa post-plant. Reckoning though, tinapan dito ni Zest para ma-stall. Konti ang energy.
At saka, don't forget, that flank was still available since a while ago. It's gonna come from B-Link at sasaw-saw dito si RB sa pagpasok nila.
Uy, iba pa rin plano si Ardis rin. Sausaw rin kung may timing reckoning na naman dyan. Galing sa side ng NRG. Stacksto found and blinded. NRG with the takedown, but Stax survives somehow! May cove na dito. Zes gusto makapasok. And here comes Stax trying to fight one back. Zesto denies the plant, or the defuse rather. Denies the flank itself. Siya na lang natitira, pero hindi niya kaya mahuli si Finesse dyan. NRG, magiging close yung timing, pero sapat pa rin para sa round.
Nakuha pa nga. Kung napatay niya doon si Finesse, I think that would have been it. Pero, syempre, timing nga. Flash, paglusot, handang-handa si Crashies. Now, NRG. After the round lead kanina, ay bawi pa nga, especially when it looks pretty well for DRX. They planned for the short angle. Medyo mas malapit, medyo mas makakatapat. Now, still, NRG. They bring out finally, yung off dito ni Ardis.
Oo nga, linabas na rin yung operator. NRG, may contest pa ba nila yung A-main na malapitan? Kung yan yung gagamitin nila, seems like that's not the answer. Timeout though, out of nowhere. Sabi ni DRX, wait lang, time first. Mamaya na.
Mamaya na ulit. Konting pahinga.
Kung may open time sa com shop ng Pilipinas, meron bang ganun sa PC Bang ng Korea?
Siguro naman, di ba?
Oo.
Parang, bale, yung open time, parang pinasimpleng put it on the tab na lang yan.
Wow! God smoke.
Postpaid, hindi prepaid.
Ganun
sabihin.
Siyempre, Korea yan.
Pag ano pag yung mismong oras, prepaid yun, binayaran mo na agad Pag postpaid, yun, open time. Pagkatapos na lang. Kung ganong mahal ginastos mo,
kuha ka na lang ng open line. Sa'yo na mismo yung computer.
Sa
bayaran mo na lang yung internet.
Bagay. Di ka lugi doon.
Timeout muna. DRX. Ano na plano? We've seen them though work really well out of these timeouts na reassess nila anong kailangan nila gawin. Kita natin though more so na here for DRX na whatever they have na kinds of guns, they change whatever their setup is. Doon na makikita mo nag-a-adjust yung harbor utility ni Zes. Doon mo nakikita na iba yung nagiging plano ni Mako. And as of right now, RB really just continuing the pace na pinagagawa niya all throughout this tournament. He's been stepping up so much here for DRX. And now, as they look for the siege of that A site, dalawa lang ang nag-iintay sa kanila sa kabila.
DRX dito. They're the ones who have gotten on a rocky start. Second half na nila na ngayon na bumabawi ang energy on the defense of all things when alam natin mas favorable sila sa attacking side na kadalasan. Off dito kay Ardis. Nag-back off. Parang aware naman si Mako sa pag-push.
Yan nga, diba? Alam naman ng DRX rin na wala silang presence. Nakita doon sa main. May mag-push dito sa may ramp ng B mismo. Trailblazer though, shot up. Operator narinig na at susugurin kagad to ng DRX. Buzz though, trying to find the angle. Ardis, full disengaged. Tinulungan pa nga nung flash ni Crashies. And while the cascade is there, nag-iintay lang sila ng timing na naman. Naka-reassess at naka-reposition na ang energy dito.
That's good help dito galing sa energy para maka-atras si Ardis. You saw the flash there from Crashies. That leaves him though on cooldown, so not gonna have util to play with for a bit here. But Ardis, no more dash na rin. Nasa kanya. Pwede pa siya mag-peek dito. Mako gets the lurk on Assam.
Ito na naman tayo, Mako with lurks, but Finesse with the shutdown. Here comes trouble as Buzz will shut Ardis down. Pero hindi pa naman sapat. Nakita natin, DRX, kailangan na nila mag-play dito sa B-site. Nahuli na lahat mga lurk nila. And Crashies also has a different plan. Spam sana, Buzz holding down the operator.
Well, alam niya that Crashies likes to come out from this B-link sa pag-retake dito ng NRG. Seekers out para ma-confirm nga yung position nila. Alam nila dito kung nasaan na ngayon tuloy ang NRG. The time is ticking. Shot na si Connect pero they burned so much time on this. Yung second, hindi rin tatama. Buzz, magpa-follow up na ngayon. Kakalbuhin si Crashies. Timing still dito. Meron na para sa DRX.
Yes, they have the long plant yet again. Handa na naman sila mag-play ng timer mismo. Hindi na kailangan yung kinailangan ng kutsilyo. Paubos na oras dito ng NRG, but Finesse is there to get that shutdown. Inintay na lang niya! Napredict pa kung saan manggagaling si Zes. And NRG, they do it yet again. It's not gonna work, DRX. Hindi papayagan to ng NRG.
No way. NRG. What a round from them. At yan ang isa, heartbreaker dito para sa DRX. They burned so much time. Did so much in that round. Yung lurk dito ni Mako. Tapos, yung mga picks pa naman ni Buzz. Yung transfer dito. Galing kay Finesse.
Flick.
Sobrang clean, sobrang linis.
Kaya mo mag-flick ng ganun?
Flick of the wrist?
Flick of the wrist.
Oo naman.
Okay, sige.
Daliri lang.
I'll see you on NRG din.
Sige.
Kita-kits na lang. NRG though, this is what they do so well na nakikip calm pa rin nila ang nangyayari. But so far now, it's chaos onto A main. Som picking up the operator instead. At naging 3v3 na to. Lumusob si Ardis. Lumusob si Crashies. At nawalan tuloy ng DRX ng entry.
Huwag ka mag-alala, Dax. Pwede mong abangan ng aking sunod na team. Hindi NRG,
Ano?
kundi RNG.
RNG?
Bahala na lang kung saan tumama.
Oo, nagloto ka na lang dyan, boss. Still though, NRG, kita natin nag-hard aggress papunta na main. DRX is able to even it out, yes. Pero doon mahirapan ngayon ang DRX eh. Sila na mag-rotate papunta sa mga site na fully fortified of utility. Isa may ult, isa may killjoy setup. At kailangan talaga nila makakuha ng isang crucial pick para lang magka-chance ngayon.
They need that advantage. The Viper split dito sa may A side pero pwede naman ng ikutan. The problem is though, pag nakuha ka na yung plant, they'll have to plant for that back side and they won't have A main to try and fight for. Som, kahit naka-harbor, isang pitas sa stockbo.
Yeah, binigay sa kanya eh. Sabi ni RD, sa'yo muna to. And NRG as of right now, maganda rin na buhay pa rin yung backline like this. Slow walks here from DRX. You never wanna do that pag operator ang katapat mo. Simple lang. Para sa NRG, RB na lang natitira in a 1v3. And alam naman niya, sobrang alanganin tong smoke na to. Pass ko muna ng Viper Spit. And you mentioned it, backside pilit.
Yun ang papaglaban nila dito. RB, maybe you can get a kill or two. Get locked down for last few rounds dito ng regulation. But not too hopeful for his sake. Retake though, galing sa energy, may operator nga sila. Late ang rotate dito ni Victor, but I think they're willing to play off of that.
Yeah, RB though, kanina pa siya effective dito sa may dugout. Can he do it yet again? 1v3 pa nga to. The poke and the prod. Som shows up para sa round na to. At yung harbor pa, yung binigan ng operator. Kayang-kaya naman ni Som yan.
Kayang-kaya naman. Let's not forget, nag-duelist din siya dati, nagsisage. There's all these different agents, so hindi siya pamilyar doon. Gumamit nga ng op. Although, we don't normally see a harbor specifically be the op or pag-controller, pero in this case, basta gumana.
Yeah, alam na niyo, basic lang yun.
Oo. Mindset lang yan.
Role is just a mindset.
Tama.
Ako, I do this sa puso ko.
Tama. Winning is also a mindset.
No, and energy now is winning by 1.
Well,
baka nga by 2 kasi half by ang DRX
Pwede
dito.
bang mag-match points sila dito.
This is, kita natin talaga historically, NRG. Nakikita nila yung mga adjustments dito ng DRX. Sila rin, very tactical team. And in all honesty, parang they're cut from the same cloth in a way. Yung dalawang teams na to. Na syempre, DRX a little bit more on the teamwork side. NRG may pagka-star power pa rin on the individuals. Pero yung mga mid-rounds nila mismo, yung mga adjustments especially sa mga chaotic fights, doon natin nakikita na ganun kapantay itong dalawang teams na to eh.
Tingnan natin yung push dito, execute though, ng DRX. Nano Swarms, lots of utility dito para pigilan ang kanilang pag-push. And NRG in a comfortable spot to play the retake. They burn enough time, they burn some utility and ultimates as well dito. Galing sa retake.
Yeah, Seeker's there and here comes Finesse! Nakasinira na yung Cove NRG! No, it's time to collapse on the opposition! Huling-huli na dito ang DRX! Mako, the only one left. Ganyan yung Viper Spit. Pero nasa labas pa nga siya. May high tide na kaharang iniintay ni Som kung may mag-push. Pero hindi pa muna na-bait si Mako. Kaya niya ba to? 1v4 for now. No defuse as of yet. NRG, hinahanap lang nila yung target nila. Gusto nila lapitan, especially with the Cloudburst. And now they find him. Crashy, search, seek, and destroy. NRG match point.
Linis pa ng round doon ng NRG. They put initial utility para mapabagal dito ang execute ng DRX sa B site. And then hit them with a fast retake with the Seekers to lead the way. That's all they need. They're playing as a team here. Ang hirap pigilan ng retake sa B site knowing that your only kind of post-plant position is that B long.
Yeah, DRX. Huli kagad sila. Nung nawala lang yung COVID, dun na nag-collapse lahat ng inaatupag nila dun sa site na yon. And this is basically it. unless they can win this round. Nako, map 2 na nga tayo. And kita mo, tuloy-tuloy mga panalo ng NRG. Tuloy-tuloy na lang natatalo yung DRX kung saan sila malakas. Dun sa post plant. They still have the operator. Na kay Ardis naman.
Then lurk dito. Galing kay Mako. Has to win this fight versus Finesse. Pero may one way nga dun. Trying to go for that B split once more. DRX. Are they even aware of the operator dito ni Ardis? Now they are. Buti lang dito, mama.
Muntik pa yun dun sa may pillar. But here we have it. Buzz now trying to play close. DRX rethinking their plans. Medyo napapa-disengage. Takot sila dun sa operator pa rin. At nag-ingay na rin dito si RB. So now, NRG, alam nila. Manggagaling sa dalawang angles dito ang DRX. Last stand mismo. Dito sa may hallway, si Ardis na lang yung naging guardia si Bill ngayon. And Victor actually wins it out versus Buzz. A nice fight from NRG. May posisyon pa silang pwede gamitin ngayon.
May blades in siyang sanang parang gamitin dito Ardis if he needs to for that retake. In Energy, they might just want to take that option. Lockdown dito para sa DRX. Buys him more time, buys him space para makakonting abante. And the big position here has to be coming from RB. Kailangan niyang sumamsaw at the right time para makakuha ng at least isa.
Yeah, it's a flood from CT especially. Kaya nga si RB yung kailangan bantayan. That link position looking strong. Ardis, eto na, lulusob na. Paubos ng oras kayo ng NRG though. Mako hold close at hinuli pa niya nga si Zom. Zes on the board as well. Ayan na yung top ni Victor. NRG though getting a takedown. Si Stax na lang natitira ng 1v3. Kailangan niya timing to ng tama. At tama nga ang natamaan niya. Stax with 2 there at the very end. Enough to keep DRX alive.
Nakuha pa nga. And RB, he wasn't able to get the kill there. He needed to get that kill. Buti na lang. May players silang katulad ni Stax na napaka-clutch sa mga sitwasyong ganun.
Step up talaga si parang Stax. We've seen this
Nothing
though.
new.
Nothing new indeed. Pero ito yung parang big kill na nakita natin. Si Mako pa rin eh. Nandun lang siya sa may site. Nahuli niya si Som na sana siya na mag-uumpisa nung defuse. And from that point on, na-stall na naman yung NRG. We've seen that times na nananalo yung NRG dito sa B site. 1 second, 2 seconds lang sa defuse sana. Basically. And DRX, they knew they could get away with it eventually.
Well, matutuloy pa ba nila yun? Will they keep on being able to get away with it or will NRG put a stop to it as well? Lockdown dito available sa NRG DRX. Kung makakuha sila ng isa, they'll have that Seekers which can be very useful knowing at NRG. Medyo spread yung defense nga nila. Binibigay dito ang connector.
Yeah, we look for stocks kung ano plano nila. They didn't go for that orb though dito sa may A main. Link na lang magiging pwestuhan. And I do wonder kung anong intel na nakuha ni Crashies gamit ng guiding light na pinadala nila dito sa may link area. Trailblazer though, para magsimula. They clear out nila yung backside. Natakot na rin sila sa mga pag-sticker pinagagawa ni Crashies. DRX though, they get the plant going and aasa na lang ang energy sa lockdown retake.
Good damage dyan dito. Kay Buzz, as he said, pang retake pa sila dito on the defensive side. Victor, he has to make sure he gets value out of that position. Lalagay niya, lalapag dito sa flowers mismo, sabi niya sa Harbor, pre, tabi.
Harang si Som dyan. Kailangan po pumuesto. Si Som naman next. Gusto niya i-line up na maayos yung high tide niya. And here we go now. NRG on the retake. DRX, kailangan nila bitawan. Kailangan na nila pumunta ngayon kasi na-half na rin ni Som. NRG though getting ready. Pinibait out nila yung contact mismo. And here comes trouble as DRX nandun pa rin sa kabila. NRG with the top yet again and they get the takedown. Stax though again and again. Stax! Buhay pa rin para pumalag. RB though, hindi niya matamaan. And a single second is what separates what could have been para sa side ng DRX. NRG steal it yet again at baka sa kanila pa itong mapang to.
That should have been it. RB was there the nick of time pero meron lang smoke, may cloud burst kaya na-stick pa nga yung defuse. I thought he had the timing on it too. But even better coming in from this NRG squad, DRX, even with the heroics of players like Stax, so multi-kid after multi-kid, hindi pa rin ma-confirm yung mapa.
Isang segundo sakto. 1.00. Nanda-defuse pa ng ganon. And kita mo eh, na ganon lang ka liit yung agwat. That's just how small the gap is, my friend. We have seen so many times na NRG, natatalo nila yung DRX sa mga ganitong labanan because of those single seconds. DRX also, same kind of case. Ganon kadikit yung labanan na to. But I think the biggest factor is yung NRG, doon sa second half talaga yung streak na nila. Nung nasusolve nila yung mga post-plant ng DRX, nung kahit nakaka-plant yung DRX mismo at nakaka-position, may sagot pa rin yung NRG. The fact na nalalaro nila yung laro ng DRX against them is such a big testament sa kanila rin wisdom eh.
Sobrang dikit. At ang ganda ng adjustments dito ng energy. We see like here, Buzz, for example, he does that one. And then later on, sinubukan niya yung same push na yun towards A-main at na-shutdown nila. Pinapitas niya Ardis. They stopped this from being as successful as it was the first time around. And that's where energy have been super good, making that adjustment. And some absolute pop-off. Kahit naka-harbor, kahit naka-operator, walang pake, walang problema.
Diba parang Som with the Harbor, Crashies with the Stinger, yung maliliit lang na bagay na yun ng energy na nakatatakasan nila gave them this map win. Well earned dito sa NRG. Sayang lang sa side ng DRX and kita mo, isang mapa na lang sila ay mapapatawid na ng sea papuntang Korea.
Oh, and who would have thought DRX, a team na ever since lumabas sila by Vision Strikers yung pangalan nila, people have been touting this team as a top 5 team in the world, and yet they could be going down here opening round ng playoffs, lower bracket. What a timeline we are living in. We'll see you guys in the next one though. Pagbalik natin dito sa break, Masters will continue.
Fnatic's definitely a good team. We knew that coming in. They're fundamentally very sound, and a lot of the things that they did were obviously correct. We were expecting that. We had counters ready, but for some reason, some of the mistakes that were made today were very uncharacteristic from us, especially like individually. We gave up too many early kills to them, specifically in showers. We gave them too much comfortability and too many kills at the start of the round. We made the game harder for ourselves instead of just waiting for them to execute and kind of playing those 5v5s out, those retakes out. So we just have to work on that and get better, because you're never going to beat a team like that making those kinds of mistakes.
10 seconds for the plant right now, nothing left.
Queen Chronicle is that could have secured the round. I believe it did. I don't think there's enough time. There's not.
So DRX is a very dangerous team overall. They're fundamentally sound overall, and they are the epitome of a team that has discipline. When they get going, it's really difficult to stop. So the key would be to break their momentum. I'm definitely excited to play them again. It's going to be a revenge match for us, which is a big deal for us. We never lose to the same team twice, and we don't plan to lose to you guys.
NRG takes the first map, yung map pick ng DRX pa. They take Pearl and unfortunately, it was so close. Nakita nga natin. Ilang seconds pa yun? Less than
Just one.
1 second?
Just
O
one, I think.
point,
Oo.
parang
0.01 ata.
Oh my
0.01.
gosh! They could have pushed it. They could have pushed it. Pero nakita nga natin, di ba? NRG, they definitely were so prepared, especially on the defense.
Yung pinaka last round, parang sign siya na sobrang dikit talaga ng series na to. I mean, like, on both teams, really, wala namang glaring issues. It really comes down to all those smaller things na I think this was the round where Finesse clutched it during the B plant where there was supposedly a high-low swing coming from the attacker side. From, what's the call out for that again, Nasser? Yung sa likod ng pillar. Yung post plant, yung platform, 'di ba? Basta may isa sa platform, may isa sa pillar
or ano.
Above ramps pa mismo. But anyway, they were supposed to double swing. Kaso nangyari yung mga rare spray transfer ni Finesse. It landed and then got one. But again, it just kind of came down to that too. Victor was absolutely insane. And I feel like also on the side of DRX, they're kind of out of it today. They're not segmenting the fights. They're taking it as a whole. They're kind of just running into it instead of, oh, is Victor the problem? Maybe let's get Victor out of the picture. Sabi ko naman kanina na they have to play with a lot of heart, but that doesn't necessarily mean they lose their identity as a team that's also incredibly systematic.
And that's a good point, diba? Kasi, again, nung pagkasimula nung first game na ito, akala ko, wow, DRX are coming into this. Ang ganda na nakita natin. We talked about nung halftime na Buzz is taking up the helm as the proper duelist dito para sa DRX so we can match up against, let's say, Artist. Artist wasn't even performing as explosive as I was kind of expecting him para sa energy dito. It was all the backline. Sinabi niya, si Finesse, Victor, si Crashies. And they still, DRX, syempre, it can't happen overnight. They still go into the fumbles na nangyayari sa nila. If something doesn't go according to plans to execute nila, nakita nyo, there was this one play I think they did on the A site where nagpa-plant na isa, nahuli sila sa backside with someone holding the stinger from NRG. Tapos hinabol pa rin nila yun. And that guy, I think that was Victor ata, got like 3 kills off of the stinger.
Oh man.
Paisa-isa nila pinik siya. That was not supposedly the play dapat na ginawa ng DRX. Is that like a plushie with a chainsaw? Cool.
Wow.
Hindi ko nakita plushie with a chainsaw.
Grabe,
It looked like
no?
it is, yeah. But anyways, sorry.
Buti pa si Asa, no? Meron siyang champion mentality, yung short-term memory lang. Uy, may flash na chainsaw.
Anyway.
I'm a dog. It's like,
so, it's not exactly short-term memory. It's more of like easily distracted, diba? Look, squirrel.
Yes, squirrel.
Look, Haven.
The wilderness must be explored. Rawr!
Kevin.
I feel like for DRX naman, parang, di ba, maganda yung first half eh. Tapos, when the side switched and NRG was on defense naman, parang yung DRX was picking up steam also at some point. Tapos nag-time out si Chet, di ba? And then when they came back, tuloy-tuloy na yung NRG. And they kept on shutting down Buzz. Parang naging dedicated homework talaga ni Artist. Shut down Buzz at all costs. Even if it's your own life, okay lang. Shut down Buzz. And it really did work. Di ba? Parang nakikita natin yung streak nito. It was 5 rounds in a row for the side of NRG. Yun na yung momentum swing ng team na to, di ba? And as we head into Haven this time around, alam naman natin to, on the brink of elimination, DRX, it's that mental battle na naman and they don't really do well in that sense.
Totoo. Sana maayos nila kasi, again, they're a pretty complete team naman. And it's just the mental aspect and the intangibles na medyo kulang. And I feel like since it's only been really showing itself on these again stages like this where they're so close to being champions pero yun nga nasa lower bracket pa tayo so baka the symptoms show itself earlier and earlier so it becomes worrying lalo na sa mga future events natin.
So coming in to Haven, diba? Just looking at the statistics, the last 5 series, 2 of those included Tokyo Masters, talo lahat ang DRX sa Haven, which was supposedly one of their, if not their best map. So medyo kita niyo yung dry spell nila in this particular map.
Oh no. Pagdating sa Pacific kasi alam naman natin sobrang lakas ng DRX but as we were discussing kasi earlier, 'di ba? Minsan kasi yung conditioning na nangyayari every region iba per map eh. So parang malakas yung DRX sa Haven, sa Pacific. We like to consider it as a Pacific map. 'Di ba? Kaso lang yung style ng NA, whatever they bring into that, yung conditioning na na-prepare ng DRX, hindi pa na sasanay sila sa style ng energy. Hindi sila na parang and they have to adapt, 'di ba? Ilang araw lang ito to be able to adapt to what energy has to offer. Hindi siya nag-work at the moment. So, going into Haven, yes, DRX, good map. Kaso lang, I'm very, very worried. And on the side of energy, mukhang positive naman. Nakita natin si Finesse, all smiles kanina. Very unusual, di ba? Usually, very seryoso siya. Kaso lang, ngayon, it seems as though they're pretty much, they know that the momentum is in their favor.
Oh yeah, it seems like they're ready to go. Para sa akin din kanina, yung parang na-neglect yung mid sa Pearl on the side of DRX. It's like they really wanted to go for all those haymakers, not really jabbing, and just going for those smaller fights first and trying to, oh, come on guys, don't do this.
DRX win for Zeta. You know that the audience is on the side of DRX, lalong-lalo na Pacific team. And you know what, I feel kind of bad for NRG kasi parang hindi naman, dahil lang sa mga international tournaments, parang halos lahat ng mga tournaments na nakalaro sila on LAN, sila yung magiging villain, palaging against sa kanila yung home crowd, di ba?
Okay, parang
it's kind of like their branding.
Yun na nga di ba?
Yeah, the branding that wasn't put, that they didn't put on themselves. It was put on them.
I feel like they're pretty welcoming of it naman. To be quote-unquote the villain.
Every good story needs a villain.
Yeah, but remember, the villain has to be a good team. Come on, man. Like, win your game. Come on, DRX. I'm just saying, kasi yun nga, they're really out of it today. I hope that they get that bravado from being a villain again and translate it well within their system.
I don't think that they're totally out of it. Kasi nakita nga natin, di ba? Parang in the rounds that they were performing, they were really like, saw the great plays from Stacks and from RB coming out. Kaso lang, I think kasi pag nawawala na yung momentum sa kanila, when they lose those several rounds in a row, 5 rounds in a row, yung recovery, wala, mahina yung DRX sa ganun eh. They either have to, and it goes with the way the team works, diba? They either have to win it all or none.
And just the micro-engagement then, you talked about how nahirapan sila sa recovery. It was so hard for DRX to fight inside the
site itself.
The site itself, the bombardment of smokes, parang nawawala sila. Pero kita mo yung players ng energy when you look at the POVs, sobrang they were like, they knew what to do. They had perfect trigger discipline and such. And parang ayun nga, na bombastic na lang dito yung na bombard na lang yung DRX of like just no lack of information and then just not knowing what to do. So yeah.
Yun nga parang sobrang committed ng DRX sa mga fights. And NRG know that. That's why they have no if you notice kanina, there's barely any utility early on in the round. They would always wait for DRX to engage because they know DRX would not, again, take a step back and just reassess and hit somewhere else from the map.
It's gonna be so difficult, especially sa side ng DRX na alam nila yung mga mistakes nila coming from, Pearl, and it was so frustratingly close. Parang para sa akin kasi kung talagang sobrang layo ng scoreline, parang it's easier to deal with kasi alam mo talaga yung mga mistakes, pero to have mistakes boil down to yung parang 0.1 seconds. Alam mo naman na hindi siya talagang mistake, timing lang was so off. So parang how do you fix a mistake that's not really a mistake, 'di ba?
Well, I don't know if the set is gonna agree with that, but
dadabog na yung natin.
Nagalit na din yung mga DRX fans all over the world.
Ganun ba?
Pero, yun nga, timing, I think that timing is a very difficult concept to grasp kasi it's still part of game theory. Rhythm control is still part of game theory, but once again, it's those things that kind of go against some of the fundamentals. Kasi minsan, you see some teams, they wait a minute. They wait for 30 seconds before they go for a super heavy hit. Pero kung palagi na lang 30 seconds, diba, it becomes predictable. Teams are just like, okay. So that's why you kind of have to go for those smaller off timings. A hit on 42, hit on 54, stuff like that. But that's, I feel like, siguro oversimplifying the concept. Pero yun nga, yung sinabi ni Mika tama naman. Those small mistakes that are just sometimes come down to habit is so hard to fix or get rid of entirely.
I guess you just boil it down na lang sa diba? Like, Energy just understand the mannerism or yung win condition ng DRX, palagi nilang dinideny ng Energy. Kasi again, DRX, they're all about that, the one go na pag maganda yung pag-execute nila, hindi sila matigil. Pero Energy, they like to always throw a wrench in dun sa ano na yun, sa ganun kasing cog of machinations.
Well,
sorry, machination.
Tug of machinations.
Sorry, cog. Cog and machination. My bad. I don't know.
Well, nako, si Mika, nagpe-facepalm na lang. Now you know how I feel. But anyway,
thank you
to
guys.
Go back, sige lang, no problem. We're honest with you naman. Anyway, to go back ito of our serious conversation on the topic of the game. Nakalimutan ko na kasi si Asoray kasi. What was I talking about again? Oh my gosh. What was it?
Di ko na.
Di ko na
Totoo na ako dito, naiiyak na ako kay Asaray.
Huwag ka nang umiyak, okay lang.
Okay naman ni artist dyan sa picture.
Oo, di ba? Sobrang,
parang,
sa picture lang pala siya masaya. Medyo seryoso siya ngayon eh. Sige.
Sa stream din naman niya, masaya din siya.
Naalala ko pala.
Naalala mo na. Sige, go.
Yung wala ding info binigay yung Energy. Like, they give nothing to play off DRX. And that was the biggest issue with DRX. Like, how do we react when we have nothing to react to?
I think also, di ba, yung nasabi nyo na naging predictable masyado yung DRX. With regards to their post-plant, nahirapan talaga sila eh. You look at the defensive side, halos lahat ng mga rounds actually naka-diffuse yung Energy, di ba? Uy, yun. Wow. May prediction. Si Nostra Wendell nandyan na pala sa Tokyo. Shout out kay Wendell. Pero diba, you look at the other half of Pearl, diba? Halos lahat sa defense side ng Energy was all diffuses. And as we enter our Prime Gaming Agent Select, it was really that. It was predictable after a certain point. Once nakuha ng Energy, tuloy-tuloy na yan. Yung nakuha na nila yung plano ng DRX.
I'm a fan of this comp on the side of Energy, but very, very high execution. Sana hindi sila mag-freeze. Katulad ng bind performance sila. Wow! Nag-pick ng Sage pero walang ginawa. Good job. Anyway, going back to this, it's still a very hyperactive comp, but this time Ardis is on that. Jet, the comfort pick. But again, DRX, medyo cold spell sila dito, Asoray.
Yeah, again, the 7 recent games that they've played, lahat ganun lang. So, I don't know how they're gonna be able to bring this back, lalo na pag nandyan na yung Harbor.
Well, makikita natin yan as we step into Haven. So, casters, sa inyo na.
Kung kami na naman, tayo na naman, bigay na naman sa atin. But wait ka na naman tayo. The gift that keeps on giving has to be this series. DRX versus Energy. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin. At punta naman tayo ng Haven.
Wow.
Oo.
Rumarime ka na? Bumabars ka na rin?
Sige nga, ikaw.
Flip up ka na?
Uy!
Sige na. Kala ko bibigyan mo kami ng
Hindi ako ganun.
Hindi ka to ng ang ating damods.
Damods, ibang Tagalog nila eh.
Ibang level.
Higher plane of existence. Higher level
Masaya
of Filipino.
Ako, nakikita ko na sa personal.
Alam mo ba, ang tunay na Filipino identity ay na kay Bill at kay Taylor.
Totoo.
Tayo ay ang mga
Konyo.
Mga konyo. Yung galing Katip at
Kapang konyo. Tama.
Katipaneros, bro.
Katipaneros and
Taftians.
Kala ko Taftawenyos eh.
So,
pero tingnan natin
gusto mo ng history real quick?
Sige.
Ang DRX, alam mo ang last team na nakatalo sa kanila sa Haven?
Sino?
Team Secret!
Team Secret!
Oo.
Siyempre, 2-0 pa yun.
Oo, tapos, si RB.
Oo nga.
Galit. Kasi natalo sa Team Secret dati.
Bining up mo kasi.
Hindi, ito pa. Yung isa pang team natalo ang DRX dati. Sino pa? RQ.
Ay, RQ. Tama.
So meaning nun, ang weakness na lang DRX sa mapan to, Pinoy. May Pinoy ba sa NRG? Pag-isipan mo yung mabuti. Pag-isipan mo yung mabuti habang tayo ay nag-plant na kaagad papunta ng A-side. Ayun na yung fault line. Si Puzzle low HP na kaagad dyan. The Nile-Swarm in the way. And Victor gets 2! Isa kay Turret, isa sa kanya. Ito na rin si Zesto na try mag-line up. Malapitan dito sa Poison Cloud. Ito na naman tayo. Double control here for the side of NRG. And Victor does it yet again. Zest, can he fight? Victor will deny him. At ano na ang sagot mo, Black and Blue? Panoy ba si Victor?
Oo. Sa ganong klaseng sitwasyon at performance naman. Ayan mukha parang taga ADM ito. Diba?
Ano mo yan? Batchmate ka yan.
Oo nga, malay mo.
Si Victor Wong.
Kala ko si Victor San Juan.
Oo. Di ba, parang wala akong alam na Filipino pangalan niya Wong.
Sino? Victor?
No, si Victor, yun yung pangalan niya eh.
Wala din akong kilala ng Victor na Pinoy.
Oo nga eh. Sino
Vic.
lang? Si pare.
Vic.
Uy, si Vic!
May mga kilalang Vic.
Oo.
Vic.
So, si Fluffy02.
Oo.
Ang lakas yun. At mas malakas din si Ardis ngayon. Marshall lang yan. Basic lang yan. Maganda yung range and maganda ang pwesto ngayon ng NRG. Mapik pa nga nila ito eh.
NRG up in the series. Up sa mapa ngayon. At on the way up ang trend nila. Based on sa ekonomiya. But, ito DRX. Alarm bot here. Alerts NRG towards the push. But, I don't think it's gonna be a problem for the retake.
Yeah, NRG. Dali lang yan. Anti-eco pa nga, malapitan, finesse. And Victor working hand in hand. And with Ardis getting a triple kill, malapit na rin siya sa Blade Storm. Solid anti-eco ha dito sa NRG. Ang ganda ng pag-call nila basically kung ano gagawin dito ng DRX.
Si Victor, may ina-adjust eh.
Oo nga eh.
Ito mo.
Alam mo na, lumalakas na eh.
Bukas pala.
100% eh.
At least, di ba?
Malinis pa yung round dito sa side ng
Habang
NRG.
tumatagal, mas lumalakas.
Alam mo na. Ano yun? Horsepower.
Oh, grabe. Takatak.
Oh, DRX. Ano na? Sagot?
Ano nga? May Vandal, may Phantom, may Barrel, walang full armor.
Uy, naka-light armor
Grabe,
sila.
Fanatic daw. Hindi daw gawain ng Fanatic.
Para mura naman eh.
Totoo, tama.
Pero, half buy lang pa rin ng energy. Or rather, bonus buy.
Bonus.
Dala-dala ang kanilang nakuha nung last round. So DRX right now, alam naman yung execute nila. It's a very standard composition para sa kanila. Ine-expect nila si Stax ang mag-setup, si Zes ang taga-intel, si Buzz ang papasok, and the rest will follow suit. Pero NRG's composition with his double control, laking bagay rin pwede silang mang-istorbo. And Ardis right now, waiting for someone to peek. Buzz though, nice punish. Maybe another one. DRX now putting a stop to the aggression.
And it's not just double controller, Dax. Yung mismong fact na double wall controller, this is something that DRX have kind of pioneered for other maps. Pero dito sa Haven, they haven't really experienced anything like this. At bukang sila pa naguguluhan. Ardis, na-blind na nga dito. Buzz on the entry. Ardis! Off the fadeaway! Nakuha pa nga niya!
Paano niya nakuha yun?
Fan the hammer.
Oh, simple lang yan. Kobe's got your back, fam. And Zest right now, line up sana yung dart. Ayaw niya muna pakita ang kanyang position. And NRG, a solid hold so far. Ang ganda ng range nila mismo na naka-close hold pa rin sila with these kind of guns.
Oo. This is the prime range of engagement dito para sa mga weapons sila. And so let's see. Scan na nga. Pero snake bite. At dahil doon, may delay to lane short push. And this is so perfectly played by NRG. RB gets a kill.
Look,
Big round from RB. A triple for him. Pero Som.
Binitawan ni Stax! May oras pa ba sila? May oras pa ba? Si Som nandiyan pa rin. Nakakatatlo na nga. Tumagos si Som. Mas buntik pa. Masira ang lahat para sa DRX. Stax, nakita mo yun. Calm down.
Calm down, brother.
Chill lang. Nasa atin pa yun.
Well, bonus yun By the way, nga pala, kung hindi kayo aware,
yung bye tuloy ng DRX, medyo naging bye-bye na lang.
Oo nga eh.
See you later. And you mentioned it, big step up na naman kay RB. Yet again, this has been his tournament so far in terms of the statistics. At muntik pa na naman. Energy pag malapitan. Hindi sila gaano na-check ng DRX. This time around though, mas handa na ng DRX. They throw out the initial smoke para lang hindi payagan si Ardis mag-peek dito.
Oo nga, para hindi siya maka-silip gamit ng op. Take a bit of map control dito. Although, that does take quite a bit of a while. And yun yung pinagkaiba. If you had an Astra, that could have been a dismiss of the smoke instead para hindi masyadong tumagal dito at maubusan ng oras.
Yeah, op still in hand. Naka-dash prime na siya. And alam na niya, may tamong his wing. But Buzz, not hit at all. DRX. Alam na nila, may operator dito sa may A-site, aalis na muna sila. But you can see for NRG, baka agad yung plano. As soon as the disengage is called, may high tide silang pwede gamitin para lang bagalan yung pag-push puntang B.
Ang dami ng mga angulo na sinasara. Ito mo, B-main, garage, and they just dash through it though. Dito DRX, saw him with the angle. And he's the one playing this kind of second initiator position dito sa may A-Link.
Yeah, they're confident eh. Kasi alam nila, mag-isa lang si Buzz. Asan yung trade? Wala. Stacks, all you can do, fault line from afar. Anyway though, spike planted. May chance pa rin dito ang DRX. Ito na kagad mag-poke galing dun sa side nung garage. And Victor and Stacks get one apiece. NRG though coming out of so many angles. Naiipit na dito ang DRX. Gipit na si RB at si Mako. Iniintay niya lumabas si Victor. Nice shot from RB. May laban pa rin yung smoke ginamit ng DRX. Pupunta this may window. And here we go. Lockdown rin. Galing kay RB. Nagka-flash. Mako with the takedown at Crashies with the tray. And Som, hindi niya binibitawan. Si Crashies na lang ang taga-tapas ng lahat. And another way for NRG para lang pigilan ng DRX to even get a good play going.
NRG throwing a wrench into the spokes dito sa mga gulong ng DRX. And the amount of times that they put themselves in a position to punish. Ito lang nakita natin doon, pagpasok mismo ni Buzz. Handang-handa si Som. He gets the kill. Sira ang lockdown din, which is a big investment early on na walang value na ikuha ang DRX doon. On the defensive side, itong kalakasan ng comp na to. We see this as well on towards that A site dahil nga sa position dito ni Som, which is so smart to have him be on that A link. They can block off sewers and they main as Ardis. Isang bala ka na.
Sure, try to block that. Ayan na rin, NRG. 1, make that 2. Ardis is at the ready. Nagklasikan kalaban si Mako. Nakuha ng operator at least. But now it's gone as Crashies will make the trade happen. And here we go yet again. The great wall of NRG. Paulit-ulit na lang. Courtesy of Som. Laking tulong niya dito sa NRG sa mapang to.
Pwede lang iangat anytime. RB good for the one bago matrade na agad. Still nice shot though. Stinger kapit dito ni Zest, and at the end of the day, this should be around for NRG. But once again, because of the comp and because of especially kung saan nila nanalo si Som, very smart to have him be towards that A-link position. Kadalasan doon mo nakikita yung mga breach, mga sky, ganun fade, and he's kind of second initiator that you would have if you have like a main Sova with you anyways. Doon ang pwesto nila, and they have Som play that spot because it's the most viable for him. He can block off both B main, garage at the same time with one high tide. Pwede ring sewers or A main. Just so much map control from one single agent.
Yeah, exactly. Yung Harbor, hindi lang dinadala niya yung smoke, yung pagka-slow rin na factor. And you know, for DRX, ang kanilang pinaka-entry point si Buzz. Ano magagawa ng the rest kung hindi sila makakahabol? Halos wala. It relies on Buzz to do everything himself before DRX get it in there. And speaking of himself, si Zest na lang. Natitira, 1v3 at here comes NRG.
Tingnan natin, paano to gagana? You know, NRG, in 1v3 like this, it shouldn't slip from their hands. Zest, naka-bulldog man lamang. Still, you can never count him out in this case. Gamit niya yung arcade bundle, by the way, pero the entirety of the push flooding in there from that backside. They can stick this defuse dahil nga may wall sa tapat niya.
Zest, kailangan may pick to. Zest, punta ka na. Wala. May Cove. Wala. May Som. And ayan na naman. NRG with another one. Som has been something special this series, from...
Something? Grabe.
Uy, miss ko na siya sa Paper Rex.
Ay, oo nga.
Pero totoo naman kahit nung Harbor siya kanina sa Pearl, nung Harbor siya dito sa Haven, laking impluensya niya so whatever's going on dito sa battlefield. And especially now na mas nagigising na si Ardis, NRG looking better than ever at yung DRX yung nahihirapan sa kahit anumang execute.
I think when it really impressed me kung performance si Som mismo, yun yung pinag-uusapan is nung lock-in. At least from what we've seen sa mga dati niyang teams, even though he was NRG for a long time, obviously we know na hindi masyadong successful yung NRG team as a whole in VCT Americas before this year, no, 2022, 2021, and parang mas naging kilala pa siya dahil sa streaming career niya. Iniisip na streamer lang to, and yet from streamer to player all the way, ang ganda ng performance niya here and what this team has been able to do. And you can see it come tenfold, like ang sobrang wide ng amount of agents na pwede niyang i-flex into.
So sinasabi mo, may pag-asa maging pro player isang streamer?
Oo.
Naman. Sino ang gusto maging pro player na
Madami
streamer?
namang content creators na umaabot or at least nagpa-perform na rin.
Totoo.
Sa pro. Si GRS.
Si GRS. Si Ryak ba yan? Sa Indonesia? Si Siyempre, ang ating paring nasa NA.
Sino?
Paring G and Sanity.
Si G and Sanity.
Sheesh! Ang lakas yun.
Oo, si Papi Sanity.
At alam mo, sino yung malakas sa show match?
Sino?
Si Razzie Binks.
Oo, totoo.
Malakas yun.
Oo nga, top frag.
Kahit sa Korea, pumalag, di ba?
Oo nga.
Oo.
Kahit may kilaban pa siya, ang kakamping pro.
Oo, di ba?
Di ba?
Kaya ganun yan.
Pinoy Pride.
Oo. Nakita ko, may show match nga siya na umabot ng 21-19 eh.
Sabi pa nga niya, parang hindi pa confident.
Nahiya pa.
Nahiya
Syempre,
pa siya.
humble ang Pinoy.
Humble.
Pero to, humble ba ang energy? Medyo hindi. Medyo confident na sila mag-push. At ayan pa nga si Som at si Artis. Buzz didn't even see it coming. Bigla na lang siyang patay kagad yung Seekers. Nagugulahan kung saan sila pupunta.
Uy.
5v3 na to.
Sakit.
And the high tide yet again. As soon as NRG say stop, wala na talaga. Isang blue wall ang harang sa'yo.
Ang hirap makatagos dito. Like, perhaps si Buzz, oo, sige, makakapag-dash. Grabe si Finesse. Mga wallbang lang kay Stacks. Walang takas. But as I was saying, and good to pinag-uusapan ng kanina, because of that slow factor ng Harbor, it's arguably the hardest smoke to push sa buong laro. Like Viper, sige, may decay, pero the slow is a big thing that keeps you kind of bogged down for at least 2 seconds after. At kaya hirap na hirap mag-follow up ang DRX pag may wall. Makakadash si Buzz, pero paano na yung sunod?
Takot yung DRX, and ito ba yung mental nila mismo? Have they been conditioned because of how Energy played that last map? Let's not forget, ito na naman tayo, naagawan na naman ang DRX na map pick nila na map 1 para lang sila pa ang magiging delikado. Spike planted daw, nalagay na rin ni Mako to sa may A site. Ang Link ang pwede gamitin ng NRG for the retake, and you can see, umpisa pa lang, Som ang taga-setup ng lahat. Hindi lang high tide, kundi yung reckoning. Wala, lunod na dito ang DRX, and NRG will find them where they stand. It's just a mastery talaga, hindi lang no agent, pero yung buong team umaasak dito kay Som eh.
Oo nga. Like, it really is the linchpin dito. And sino bang mag-iisip na this would have been a preferred pick on a map here like Haven? It seems like DRX.
Ako.
Ikaw? Siyempre.
Harbor
everywhere.
everywhere.
Everywhere. Lahat na lang.
Pero kailangan ng second kasi.
Oo
Kailangan may kapakang smoker.
Totoo,
Eh pag
tama.
naglalaro tayo,
Wala.
ako lang yung nag-smoke kasi kung hindi, mag-lock in si Ray ng Reyna out of nowhere.
Tipong last second na.
Last second.
Tipong pinag-usapan niya, sige, ako omen, ako smoke, ako smoke, ako smoke.
Naka-highlight yung Brimstone.
Pag 0 seconds na lang dun sa rank, sa timer, biglang, Reyna, ay guys, sorry.
Oo, ang galing. Shoutout
Kala ko meron na.
Shoutout kay Ray na makikita natin in the next few days. Pero gusto natin makita dito sa DRX, a better performance eh. And ano naman tayo, we see some of these teams na at the very top of the game last year, nag-underperform dito sa Masters Tokyo. Iba talaga pag iba yung time zone. Pero dapat sanay yung Korean team kasi pareho lang sa kanila. Ito na tayo to. Mako with the opening. Finesse will fall. NRG ipit dito sa backside muna. May konting opening with the cascade. And look at Artis and Victor go. Nag-champuan nga nila yung angle na yun. Artis now still alive, still fighting. At 2v1 na to. Ses, hindi niya kaya pa rin. And NRG na naman. Alam nila kung saan sisilip.
Ang laking bagay ng ginawa ni Som doon. Once again, the Harbor being huge. The fact na may cascade doon sa may papuntang logs allowed Ardis sa mapag-reposition papunta sa logs at makatakas din after getting the kills doon para tulungan si Victor. And just the way that they do this, normally a team, they would smoke dun sa may parang platform side. Ay, dun sila mag-smoke katabi ng default. In this case, they smoke towards the log side, and with a cascade, it works out perfectly para nga makakido si Ardis. Makatulong.
Ang ganda talaga eh. Kasi alam nila saan mismo kung nilang kailangan, saan mismo sila pwede mag-playoff. And as of right now, parang hindi lang mismo yung DRX nahihirapan. Yung playstyle nila mismo, medyo thunders na pre.
Thunders.
Oh, in a way.
Rolling Thunders.
Rolling Thunders. At yun nga, meron silang Rolling Thunder. Pero maaasahan ba nila yun? Sapat na ba yun? Some actually using the Cove as a poison cloud right now dito sa may B site. Ito na ang DRX though. Papunta na lang sa may C instead. And Buzz will trigger pretty much everything along the way. Ipit pa rin siya dito though. The Nano Swarms barring his path papunta dito sa may C site. Beyond that, DRX, ang plano lang nila ngayon, force out utility early.
NRG dito. The way that they've been playing this defense makes you wonder, paano kaya yung attacking side nila? Like, who takes priority responsibility of smoking off that heaven position pag punta na sa A site. Questions na we don't even know if we're gonna see much of if matuloy nilang tong half na to na patuloy-tuloy.
Oh, the answer is Harbor, by the way.
Oh, gets ko naman.
Pero lalapit ka dun sa...
Malay mo, Viper.
Lalapit.
May lineup kasi din sa Heaven na gamit ng Orbit.
Meron! Hindi, lalapit ka dun sa sulok tapos i-curve mong ganun. Pero mamaya na yun. Ito pa rin. DRX, nakaplant na rin dito sa may B-side. NRG though, playing from the garage yet again. Artist, gusto niya manguna. May dash pa siyang pwede gamitin. No, that's the problem. At hirap sila maka-peek on out instead. Finesse, binabantayan na rin dito sa may flank. Lockdown na lang ang sagot na kagad dito ng NRG as time is ticking. Stacks though and Mako on the board. DRX lumalaman. Maganda ang mga game position nila. Nano Swarm for the stall though. At since ginamit ni Som kanina yung Cove, hindi nila magamit ngayon. Hunter's Fury though the answer. Zes, tatagos na ba yan? Som though does get dinked down by RB. Crashies! Gusto niya sana saluin, but there is just no time left. DRX, they steal that round.
What a round din para sa DRX na medyo alanganin ba yung economy nila pagpasok doon sa round na yun. Still able to make it happen. You see here, really able to play with the timings of when they know Energy are gonna strike back, Stacks finding the kill, at saka making sure na ma-address yung lockdown na yun. Buys them the time they need. Katulad ng sinabi mo nga, because yung Cove, wala na naman. Dahil nagamit na ni Som kanina, not able to stick the defuse the way that they wanted, and once more, it goes back to the Harbor. So, a lot of these rounds, crucially, falling on Som's utility usage.
Yeah, but also, si Zes laking tulong doon. One thing that can pierce through everything, pag may Hunter's Fury si Zes. He's been struggling though, kaya ngayon lang natin nakita, 1-8 lang siya eh. Si Buzzern, 1-7. Medyo hirap dito ang DRX ngayon, but maybe this is the start of something new. Na notice na nila yung konting timing na pwede nila gamitin in between the Viper and the Harbor walls, the rotations of NRG especially, and speaking of, Artis, short hold muna, operator dito.
I mean, they've gotten a lot of this Harbor utility off early, so I think they have to pick their timings right on when to strike because they can't let Som come off of cooldown dun sa high tide niya. They have to hit habang bukas, and this is the timing that they wanted. Buzz though, damage done. Someone's been doing a good job of punishing yung opening updraft dashes niya.
Yeah, diba? And plant muna dito sa side ng DRX. Trying to at least balik na naman tayo sa post plant na ginagawa nila. And this is such a big win conditions para sa DRX. Di natin masyadong pag-usapan kanina kasi kulelat yung nagiging numbers ng DRX. But in a 5v5 situation, sanay sila mag-stall especially. We saw it a while ago on Pearl. Kita natin ngayon. Lockdown ang kanilang gagamitin. Buzz daw naghahabol. Mukhang na-detain si Finesse. Pupush ba yun ni Buzz? No, not actually. Instead, we watch for Zes to get the takedown onto Crashies. Ito rin sana para kay Buzz first. Si Victor ang mananalo dyan. 4v4 na to and Energy, you can see it. Na wala silang oras, wala silang posisyon, and this round goes to DRX again.
Energy, because of that lockdown, forced out of position. I mean, even if Buzz chased Finesse there, it wouldn't have ultimately mattered. Maybe he got the kill, pero it still would have been DRX's round. And DRX, that's 2 rounds back. I think this is a timeout galing naman sa, galing sa NRG.
Yeah, because nakikita natin dito sa side ng Energy, natalo ka. Na 1 lang yung napatay ng kalaban mo.
Okay.
It's becoming a problem na
4v4?
Pagdating sa post plant, dun nawawalan ng steam yung NRG. Dun sila nawawalan ng pwestuhan. And DRX right now, tina-challenge talaga nila yung Energy lumapit dun sa spike kasi dun yung pinaka-win condition. Basta ma-cover ng DRX yung flank mismo, Energy has no other answers.
Well, at the same time, kasi DRX have been finally burning a bit more of that utility early and picking their opportunities. Pag alam na naka-cooldown yung Harbor ni Som, they know one cascade has been used or maybe the Cove binato na, and they know the high tide is on cooldown, naka-CD. Alam nila, ito yung opportunity nilang sumugod at kumuha ng site. Because so far, you'd expect the Harbor typically to be played in a way na pang-re-hit, pang-retake. But Energy have been using it a bit more to try and anchor down the site, to try and lock down the site para hindi makapasok ng madali ang kalaban. But when that's on cooldown, they lose a lot of the re-hit potential because of it. And so, DRX, they've been finding yung timings na nahihirapan sila nung opening start ng half na to. But so far, I think nakuha na nila yung medyo pace na kailangan nilang ilaro dito.
Yeah, they're learning a lot right now. Dito on the fly mismo. And NRG, parang halfway lang into the VCT America season, nila to linabas ng composition na to. It worked for pretty much all of them except Evil Geniuses. And right now, kita natin gaano ka-effective siya, especially on the defense. DRX though, saan naman tayo? Back to the slow game. Back to chillings.
May naisip akong alternative name sa
Ano?
Evil Geniuses, pero applicable pa din. Devil Geniuses. Devil. Devil Geniuses. Pwede pa naman. Kapatid nila. Ha? As in Devil.
Devil. I get you. Eto. Who's gonna get Huy? RB! Hindi siya handa doon. Muntik pang madali, but RB, you give him a second chance. He will get that first frag. 4v4 na to. DRX pupunta na naman doon sa may seaside. Ito na kagad ang magiging stall potential ng ating Viper. But with the Rolling Thunder, it's Space Maid and Buzz with the find. Ito ang kailangan sobra ng DRX na burn ren nila yung Cove dahil tinay ni Som alagaan yung teammate niya. 4v3 pa to.
Ito na nga ang sinasabi natin, di ba? Oh, Som? Somehow gets a kill there, spamming through the back box. So, high tide, off a cooldown. They clear the front side, they clear the back side. They know it has to be a long post, but may utility pa naman, double shock dart, pero that's about it. They don't have any other mollies aside from the aftershock.
Yeah, fault line ginamit na yung shock dart. Nandiyan na rin natin si Artis. Nakatungtong na lang, but Stacks fights 2. 1v1 na to. Here we go yet again. Double taps, double fakes. This doesn't know where it's coming from. Sabi mo nga, di ba? Hindi alam ngayon. Alam na natin na bumabawi ang DRX.
The Buzz. Tumawa naman. Buzzer beater, pwede bang sabihin.
Ano yan? Lights on or lights off? Garage take or long take? Pili ka na lang.
RGB lights ang aking sagot. Pwede kang pumili ng iyong kulay.
Uy, depende sa mood.
Oo.
Okay yun ah.
Makulay ang buhay.
Pag sinabawan ng gulay.
Tama.
Still though, this was stellar pa side ng DRX ngayon. Mukhang alam na nila ang ginagawa nila sa Stacks. So,
tuwang-tuwa
happy talaga to be here. Happy to play.
That's a good sign dito para sa DRX na
they need the hype.
Nagkakaroon ng buhay sila dito.
Oo, isipin mo kailangan ng hype man minsan eh.
Oo nga eh.
Nagkakagana ka tuloy eh.
Kanina, yung problema ng Loud eh, parang they just felt so serious. Rounds that they'd win, seryoso pa din. Walang taga, nice! Sheesh! GG! NT, ganun. Laging seryoso.
Grabe, so exciting ah. Na-inspire ako sa'yo maging hype man. Pero eto na, asa na ang hype ng DRX. Nakadash in na dito si Buzz. At hindi napansin gaano ni Ardis. Thanks to the flashes of Stacks. This is a chance for DRX yet again. Nakuha na nila yung entry. Pero may Seekers pa rin silang kailangan bantayan. Victor though through the wall. Makakapitas na rin ang isa. Stacks is there but Victor with another one. Backside hold pa rin. Ang lakas ngayon ng NRG. And DRX, papatakbo na lang. Balik muna sila kung saan sila galing.
Napapigil bigla.
Uy.
Stacks 1v2. We've seen Stacks pull out rounds like this, pero hindi ito magiging isa sa mga yon. Som closes out the round. Advantageous half na secure ng NRG.
Yeah, kita natin diba? Yes, you can get that kill onto an aggressive player. Pero hindi naman yun yung crux ng depensa ng NRG. Yung malakas sa kanila, yung backside hold. Because it allows yung mga controllers para makatulong, yung mga utility nila na pwede pa rin lang either takasan yung sa kalaban or gamitin para makaganda ng angle isolation. And we see that a lot from NRG na yung backline mismo ang pinaka-synergized.
Yun yung kailangan na maging synergized. That Som plus finesse combo, kasama si Victor especially, they're the ones who have been, I think, really winning this game para sa NRG. Finding the proper punish moments and really making sure na DRX hindi silang komportable sa pagpasok. Buzz! Opening entry na naman.
Oh, na-distract si Som. Dahil kay Mako na tinuloy yung TP. Crashy's Go is here yet again. At sabi sa'yo, diba? Backside lang sapat na. NRG just holding down the line. Bawal tumawid dito.
Crashies! Grabe naman yun. Talagang ibinangga ang DRX. Kala nila libreng pagpasok.
Since binanggo ng ibon.
Oo nga eh. Yung bangga talaga.
Ibang klaseng crashes na yun, ha?
Oo nga eh. Yung tipong binangga. Wow! Crash.
Nako. Wala silang maskara ngayon and it's difficult. But RB, he did it before. Kaya ba niya gawin? Hindi. Denied by Crashies. 4 is what he gets. 4 lang ang rounds dito ng DRX. 8 for half. Energies in command at ang nakita natin buong depensa, di ba? Sila ang nag-set ng pace, sila nag-set kung saan lalaban, and especially kung saan sila mag-hold.
At kung kailan, yun yung importante, right? They know that when that high tide is up, maliit ang chance na makakapasok ng basta-basta ang DRX. They know they have to play these ways the way that they need to. Patignan natin ang panel, anong masasabi nila?
Unfortunately, this is not looking good for DRX. Nakikita natin na NRG, basang-basa nila yung mga galawan ni DRX, especially since they're running on that momentum from the first map, 'di ba? At saka parang ganun rin yung DRX, they're doing the same mistakes over and over again. Alam naman nila na yung energy is coming in hot right now, and they seem to be making very careless mistakes.
Siguro yung pinaka-defining characteristic ng mga NA teams natin is their confidence, and once that gets going, it's just so hard to take it away. Nakita naman natin sa mga ginawa sa energy, yung like for example, yung mga reads nila kanina, and just sticking defuses, even though they know some of the players are still alive, is already such a telltale sign. And Mika's right, you know, yung mga mistakes na, again, just paulit-ulit na lang on the side of DRX is so hard to watch.
Yeah, ang problema naman dito para sa DRX is they're the complete opposite of that. It feels like they're second-guessing every move that they make. And again, going back to sinabi mo about the defuse and such, kita mo there was like, I think it was Mako ata at the very last precipice of that, just parang, tama ba tong lineup ko? Shooting through the harbor wall. Is this working ba for me? It feels like that he just didn't know what to do in that situation. Lalo na may parang other player pa from Energy coming around the corner. And it happened twice ata before they were able to counteract it. Ba? So that's a really big problem moving forward dito in the second half.
They're also not able to push energy back, di ba? Yung parang they're not able to fully have control over one side at any one time, di ba? Kaya yung energy, nakikita din nila na parang, okay, half-hearted yung push ng DRX. Sige, we'll push back, di ba? And ngayon na, the sides are going to switch again, for DRX, I'm feeling like, they need that momentum swing kasi nahihirapan talaga sila to be able to do that. So we're gonna see, indeed, if they can pull back from this as we pass it over to our casters.
Babawi ba ang DRX, di ba? Kaya ba nila gawin sa depensa ang kailangan nila gawin to survive? I wonder, kasi NRG looking strong so far, and what do you think? Dito sa attacking side especially, mas makulit pa yung double wall na yan.
Yun nga yung pinaka-curious thing kasi at least on the attacking side, you can really start to condition yung opposing side gamit yung double wall na yan. But the question is, after that, the post plant, how does it work? How much utility do you actually have to hold on to?
O nga, how much do you burn at the very start? Yun yung pinakatanong natin. We know for DRX, they're willing to play that post plant nga na 5v5 finesse to final to pass at NRG. Di na kailangan ng utility kung sila ay nakaset up na dito sa site. Ganda rin ng cascade dito ni Som. Stacks though finds the angles, finds the targets. Dalawa para sa kanya. Here comes Som yet again. Tatlo na naman para kay Som. At Alusong assist! Muntik pa yon, pero syempre si Som nandyan. Muntik ka na.
Grabe naman.
Dikit na dikit.
Som, at the end of it, ang laki ng ginagawa niya dito para sa squad na to, para sa NRG. Buzz, medyo mainit ang pagpasok. Hindi niya na-expect na maso-shutdown siya agad sa paglabas niya dito ng smoke. Madaming nakaabang sa kanya. Didn't have enough of the help that he really needed to in that case. And Som, being that backline player, yung mga iba, sila ang kukuha ng parang aggro para sa kanya, tas siya na lang titira.
Yeah, he has just been super sure about his shot so far. Sobrang sigurado ngayon ang NRG at sabi nga ni Raf, diba? Confidence, especially from these NA squads. Kampante na sila, handa na sila, at gusto na nila tong tapusin as soon as possible. NRG with a split take also, DRX. Triple stack nga man sa A side, pero aasa sa sobra. Stun dito ni Stack. Ayan na yung fault line. Nasa na yung engage. Ang bilis ng disengage ng energy. Hindi lang mismo yung pag-dash out. Ginamit rin nila yung smoke ng kalaban para makapwesto sila.
Hindi sila magpapabayang mahuli, di ba? Biglang aatras na lang. At ayaw magpa-ipit dito. Ardis, iti-check pa niya to. Quick and clean. Triple para kay Ardis ngayon. Building up his blades. At yung ulti niya quick. Pang-apat pa nga. RB tutumba. And this is kung makuha pa na yung bonus na to, this is energy running away with the game in the
this is
series.
it. Kung manalo sa round na to, tapos na to. 4-4-4. Nakita natin dito sa NRG. This means, sino ang malapit na sa ultimates? Yung isa, si Som. Yung isa, si Ardis. At laking tulong yan, especially sa ganitong classic scenario, sa bonus, na may blades ka, tapos or biglang may reckoning ka. Energy. Kung ma-over na naman nila ang DRX, tapos na ang laban.
I mean, we've seen comebacks from DRX in the past. Alam natin, for a while, there were questions of their mental. Tapos, naibawi nila yon after the comebacks versus teams like FPX in the past. And yet now, they're facing a similar situation against another NA team at the brink of elimination dito. Pero, mas maaga sa mismong stage ng tournament. And for a team like DRX, one has to wonder kung where did it start to go wrong.
Oo nga, kung saan ba sila nadali, na natatalo na sila ngayon ng PRX consistently kahit wala ang isa sa kanilang main roster. Now then, anong configuration ba ang tama sa totoong DRX? And as Ardis does get tag, hindi mo natutuloy ito ng NRG. Nakikita naman natin to. Pull back muna. Try to fake out some of the rotations. Pwede sila mag-push back yet again. Nakapwesto na nga sila sa long eh.
Medyo ano nga yung pwesto na to. Kung may pop flash, pwedeng mabulag dito si Zest and it's gonna be difficult para kumontra. Trailblazer, ayun na nga.
Oh,
no. Problema. They know where he is. Spam kay Ardis. That's why you don't play committed position. Habang alam mong naka-bonus ang kalaban, what are DRX doing?
Oo, nakasova pa nga, diba? Wala siyang katakas-takas at all. And Energy will take that haul and run away with it. Takbo muna, takas, pupunta ng B-site. Hindi sila takot whatsoever sa anong utility pop-tapan dito ng DRX. Kasi handa na yung Cove, handa pa nga yung Toxic Screen, and they get the plant going pa.
Oh, safe plant dun. Dahil nga sa Cove na sinabi mo, Victor, RB, nagsusubok na, trying to just chime in on the fight, pero alone against a 5-stack, medyo mahirap.
Yan, ito na, nag-whittle down na ang mental talaga ng
Wala
DRX
na.
and NRG are here to slay. Kahit saan ka pupunta, Mako, wala kang katakas-takas. DRX, well, this is not what we expected from them eh.
This is a bit of a whimper, Dax. Sa totoosin lang. Sa DRX.
Ano
Not the potential X. Wag naman ganun. Nagsama. Nakakaawa.
Alam naman natin dito sa matchup na to, labanan talaga ng tactics eh. Labanan talaga ng ano yung pwede nilang gawin, especially on the fly. We see how important mid-round calls are para sa Energy at sa DRX. Pero feel ko ito yung nagiging difference so far eh. Unless may mag-change sa game na to, ito yung pansin natin sa Energy. Nag-i-innovate. Yung DRX, medyo bumabalik sila sa luma and
medyo naiwan nga eh.
Yun nga, di ba? Parang, ito na ba yun para sa DRX? Ito na ba ang kaya nilang dalin? Or will we see something else here right now from them?
Which is weird, no? Considering DRX were one of the most innovative teams throughout the entirety of the competitive scene dito. Competitive circuit for the past 2-3 years ng Valorant and VCT. And yet, it's that same lack of innovation this time around na kung saan naging problema nila. We haven't even seen them try, especially on the attacking side kanina, executes that they have pioneered, like the Vision Strikers push, yung C-split, dalawang garage, dalawang C-long, tapos yung Jet manggagaling dun sa B, magdadash into C-link. Those type of executes para makapag-pincer. It just seems like they've thrown the playbook out the window, and to me, it's, even though Energy is a great team, hindi siya necessarily na sobrang lakas ng Energy ngayon, but more of DRX just not playing the proper way that we know they should, because Energy, they're not doing anything super fancy in terms of how they play. Of course, syempre maganda yung ginagawa na with their composition, but aside from that, I think it's just Energy playing how you're supposed to and DRX not.
Oh, yung map 1, tumatapat pa yung dalawa eh. Yung map 1, alam mo na, sobrang close yung labanan. We're getting really as good as we can galing sa side ng Energy at sa DRX. Pero ngayon, dito sa second map, Energy have done pretty much everything right. At ang DRX ang hindi makahanap ng sagot na consistency. Then may times na, sige, na-adjustan na nga nila yung composition, pero kita mo yung agwat, kita mo yung numbers, and with Energy leading the charge, andito na sila, happy pang pumalag. Spectre pa nga hawak dito ni Finesse. NRG with the first takedown. Lulusog na rin sila through the smoke. Si RB nahihirapan pa rin. And eventually, he'll only have that 1-for-1 trade. Flank dito sa side ng DRX. Kasama yung fault line pero ang NRG nagplant na nga doon sa may backside. Handa pa rin sila but Buzz looking to get on fire. Crashes though, shutting him down. Tulak muna dito na naman ng Cascade. Zest na lang natitira. Kailangan niya makuha ng konting intel dito. Nascan niya ang kalaban. Shock darts there too. Pero kita mo, harang na harang kung ano man may kita mo. DRX, NRG are on match point.
Wow. The former number ones. Kanina, dun sa Loud, number 1 ng buong mundo. And then number 1 the Pacific. Formerly for the longest time dito in DRX. And they're both looking to go down in a 2-0 fashion in maps that don't even really look competitive at all. And how could anyone ever expect that? Mas lalo na't galing sa team na to, DRX, who have always been one of the shining examples of structured Valorant play. Parang na-outplay lang sila dito ng NRG time and time over.
Yeah nga, NRG talaga. One of the smartest squads sa America region especially. And eto na, mukhang si Buzz though, may laban pa rin. Kita natin daw, operator dito tama and TRX have had enough. Lulusob na lang. Ang ganda ng pinch play nila from both long and short. In-expect nila yung push na to at sila ay buhay pa. Kita mo, may mga shades pa rin ng DRX na mahal natin pero kailangan nila gawin to tuloy-tuloy ngayon.
I mean, grabe, 7 rounds in a row ang kailangan nila para lang matay yung laro na to. And that's saying something. Without any mistakes, without any mishaps. You're gonna have to go perfect from this point out. And NRG, the way that they've been playing so far, kahit nga may mga pagkakamali sila, the individuality might just be enough to get them over and close this game out.
Yeah, we've seen so many times na. Kung hindi si Som nag-step up, si Crashies, Ardis also nagigising na rin. Victor has just been a complete force here so far and as of right now, si Finesse rin, nakikita natin, nagper-perform to the way that NRG wants in the first place. Timeout muna dito sa side ng NRG though. Iniintay na lang nila, or rather, inidiscuss nila, paano nila i-expect yung aggression ng DRX and punish it accordingly. And this goes back to our question, ilan or gaano karami bang utility ang kailangan itapon ng NRG sa simula at ano yung kailangan nila i-save para sa post-plan?
What do they leave for later on? What did they use at the start to try and condition the map or the round towards one side of the map? Tapos dun sila kailan mag-reflex at mag-pivot pupunta sa kabila. Ardis has got his blade stinger din available para sa kanya. And with the Rolling Thunder and Hunter Spear dito available, I wonder if they're gonna go for the retake option dito para sa DRX.
That's an interesting call sa NRG May pera yung ibang tao. Baka naman, sponsoran nyo na lang ng rifle.
Sayang na pera eh. May blades naman eh.
Oo nga, ganun ka-confident ngayon ng NRG na this is enough para manalo. The operator, yun na lang talaga ang saving grace ngayon ng DRX. Pero kita mo yung istorbo ng dalawang controller. Harbor muna, Cascade is there. Blast the Reckoning. Dun sa kabila naman ng leak. Andan yung Toxic Screen. At iba't ibang kulay na lang ng energy ang kita na natin dito sa B-side. Pero pre, distraction lang to. Sino ang may dala ng spike at saan sila papunta?
Papuntang A pala. May nanoswarm nga sa A main pero hindi naman nila alam na may tao pala doon. So, libreng plant man lamang. They have the Hunter's Fury para deny ito but it's gonna have to be a full 5v5 retake dito sa A site.
Ito na naman tayo. Sinasayko na ng energy ang kalaban nila and DRX are none the wiser. Punta na tayo sa countdown. Naikutan nga, napwestuhan, at asa na si paring Ardis, nandun na, nakikisama na sa DRX. Rolling Thunder, muna dyan, Buzz with the Blade Storm, pero tamaan ng alarm bot. Delikadong lagay niya, gets slowed also on the crossfire. Look who's gonna try and make the play. Si Crashies, nag-flash, si Buzz nandyan lang sa sulok, RP with the takedown, and here comes Ardis! Kanina pa natin hinihintay, and NRG will take it there. 13-5 victory! Ito na naman tayo. DRX has fall for it. NRG just on a higher plane of thinking right now.
Another legend. Another master of the VCT. Itinumba na naman dito sa round 1 ng lower bracket. We saw Ardis there nung pagpasok niya sa flank niya mismo, akala nila na libre dahil may alarm bot sa garage. Diba dumaan si RJ sa garage? Pero before umabot siya doon mismo sa pagpasok niya sa garage, binawi ni RB yung alarm bot. Kaya nakapasok tuloy. Timing gumana para kay Ardis and he went all the way around to spawn. And DRX, anything less than a top 4 finish para sa kanila is definitely a letdown. Syempre, Champions is still at the cusp for this team. But for now, bow muna at uwi.
Diba? The road to recovery starts in Seoul, Korea. Kailangan nila talaga pag-isipan ng talo nila sa PRX in both Pacific and here. Ito, yung NRG na na-outsmart, na-outplay sila. The Masters of Set Plays, the Masters of Innovation, nabawian ng mga bagong binadala dito ng NRG. And big props to NRG talaga. We keep telling na sila yung isa sa pinaka-creative na teams galing sa NA. Alam mo na palagi silang nakakuha ng bagong plano, especially pag nag-time out. And that was just played to absolute perfection. Na ang rami lang tinapon doon sa B. Iisipin mo talaga, B to pre, hindi pala.
Grabe. Ibang klaseng performance ipinakita dito nila. Saka, you look at the way too that they were able to do it. With that harbor, nag-innovate, as you said, brought out during VCT Americas sa pagganap pa nga dito against a team na you would have expected of all teams to be ready and aware kung paano i-counteract yon sa DRX. Pero maybe may ibang kumukulo para sa team na to. May changes bang kailangan? Hindi natin alam so far, or at least just yet, anong balak nila. But I'm sure anything to make it a champions is the goal.
Nasa champions naman na sila at least. Meron silang ticket na doon. Only problem is, gaano katagal ba ang magiging path nila? Because as we can see it here, NRG absolutely well-deserved victory. Start to finish ng mapa nito, sila ang nagko-control ng buong pace. Of course, we talk about Som, incredible, especially on that harbor. Pero si Victor rin talaga kailangan mo may maasahan sa mga backline. Ganun rin kay Crashies, and more often than not na, because of this backline, nagigising lahat ng NRG. Kita mo si Ardis pa tumapos tuloy na nag-struggle siya ng map 1.
Oo nga. In the way na, as well, bumawi siya dito. Knowing that this is a elimination game. Big game for Ardis. Medyo may mga smaller performances that just didn't work out dito rin para sa DRX. Yun yung highlights natin. 4 na video.
Diba? It just all falls apart. Natlong naka-line up. Napansin niya, uy, may isa pa. Sige, good night na.
Oo. Bato-bato na lang ng blades. Kung kanino yung tumawa, sorry na lang.
Well played para sa NRG and DRX. I wonder what's next for them kasi kita natin, nagka-Foxy 9 variation sila nung group stage. Natalo sila, pinasok na sila sa ZES, nabal sila playoffs. Pero pagdating dito sa playoffs, wala rin naman silang nakuhang mga mapa. Diba? So, what's the answer? What's next? I don't know. Nakita naman natin daw sa DRX, hindi naman sila nag-give up. Nag-change lang sila ng few things here and there. And I wonder what is next for them. Pero syempre guys, tapos na tayo dito sa casting side. Parehong 2-0 ang mga series natin. Pass na namin kayo doon sa panel para syempre tapusin ang araw nito.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters and NRG. Tuloy pa rin ang journey nila dito sa Masters Tokyo. Unfortunately, for DRX, heartbreak para sa Pacific team natin. There is still one more. Pero this was very heartbreaking for DRX. Alam naman natin na, syempre, coming from Pacific, diba, we had a lot of expectations for this roster. And to end it na wala man lang isang mapa na nakuha dito sa playoff stage natin, diba?
That's an insane stat, considering DRX is supposedly the juggernaut of APAC, of the Pacific. Pero yun, walang maps nakuha. And I don't know, I talked about how DRX can somewhat feel soulless as a team minsan. Pero today was just something else. It felt like this was not only a big hit to them, but also to the Pacific. It's like, oh man, what happened,
Ito yung harsh reality and brutality ng 2023 for VCT. Diba? Dahil sa sobrang close-knit ng dates ng mga tournaments natin. There's no time
that is
for
true.
them to reset yung mental nila.
Ay,
And imagine DRX having to be put into that meat grinder ulit, diba? Na from Pacific League, tas agad-agad Tokyo Masters. Ang hirap din mag-bounce back nun. They did as much as they could do, pero this was all that what they could muster, at least for now. Pero at least ang maganda lang dito is the next tournament that they're gonna have to deal with na is Champions, which is far ways off pa naman.
May time pa sila, 'di ba? Pero you're right, 'di ba? A lot of players actually did voice out na parang sa sobrang lapit ng mga tournaments, 'di ba? Walang masyadong time na para ma-refine yung mga strategies nila. Pero unfortunately for DRX, they do have to go back home, and now they have time to refine for champions. I'm excited to see kung ano ba yung itsura ng DRX when that time comes around. And for NRG, tuloy pa rin ang kwento nila dito sa Masters Tokyo. Looking at our updated brackets right now, it's mahirap tong yung bukas. Lahat ng mga favorite teams
Okay.
ko actually malalaban dito.
Buti ka pa, meron pang favorite team dito.
Oo, may apat
Ako,
pa
wala
ako.
na eh. Ano ba yung apat na favorite team sa Team Liquid? Fnatic.
Well, we
syempre,
have
may
Paper
Paper
X and
pa.
Fnatic, tas may
Of
Team
course.
Liquid and Evil Geniuses.
Grabe, lahat-lahat na ng
Oo,
favorite
nandiyan
team
yan.
mo.
Kinda sucks na magkalaban na agad ng PRX sa Fnatic. I kinda wish na
Oo
medyo
nga, no?
higher bracket pa agad. Kasi
Pang Grand Finals sana to, di ba?
yun nga
Totoo.
Well, pag Grand
Ay.
Finals din sana yung for example, yung
TLEG?
Fnatic tsaka Energy actually. Di ba? Di ba? Fnatic and Energy would have been really interesting. Possible pa rin yan, actually.
kung matalo ako
Possible pa rin.
Fnatic, no?
Oo. Just lower bracket.
Parang
Ay, hindi. Kung tuloy pa rin yung Grand Finals ng Fnatic, tas yung Energy sa lower bracket.
Pag sabi mo, kung matalo yung Fnatic, parang may moment na yung tingin ni Mika, may kasamang galit.
Sinabi kong kung matalo siya, sabi ko, parang feel ko hindi mangyayari yan eh. Yun yung ano ko eh. Kahit man gusto ko sana manalo Paper X eh, parang not gonna happen.
Ang hirap nga eh, kasi with Energy performing the way they did today and honestly manhandling the RX, ang lakas talaga ng Fnatic, no? Especially with how clean they were against, again, NRG. Pero yun nga, why do you have to play Paper X now? You know, why do you have to make us choose? I don't know how to feel about it.
I mean, the other opposite would be DRX won that match against Paper X. So, ang laban natin,
Ayo.
ang laban natin bukas was DRX versus Fnatic, di ba? So, parang, what's the good scenario for us, Pacific
It's a canon
viewers?
event.
Unfortunately for today, diba, it is goodbye to Loud and goodbye to DRX. I can't believe na sinasabi ko yan, diba? Yung parang goodbye to Loud, our defending champions, and goodbye to DRX. It's sobrang parang ninibago ako, and but it's encouraging, of course, for NRG, and it's encouraging for EDG, who do continue their lower bracket run. Makikita nga natin how far they will make it, especially since tomorrow we do have Paper X versus Fnatic. One of those teams will be dropping to the lower bracket, and Team Liquid versus EG. Another team will be dropping to the lower bracket.
I don't know which ones I want to go to the lower
Diba?
bracket still. Let's say,
Mahirap na!
why is Mika passing it to me? What does she want me to say? You
Kasi
know?
hindi
But
na ako makadecide.
Ako din hindi na eh. Baka sila na lang lahat pwede. Paano? Guys, gentleman's agreement. We all win. Yay, but that's not how it works, obviously, right? Guys, there's obviously the seeding, the circuit points, and whatnot. And man, come on, Tokyo Masters. Don't do this to us. I'm still at a loss for words here.
And again, tama, diba? Whoever wins Tokyo Masters gets another spot for champions.
Yes.
So that's also another big thing din dito para sa region nila.
So, Paper X, alam nyo na. Alam nyo na.
Another slot.
Yes, another slot.
Lahat na mga Pacific hopes ay nasa inyo na. So, kaya nyo na yan.
Go Paper X. No bias.
We
Actually,
will find out how they fare
All bias.
tomorrow against against Fnatic. Oh my gosh, shocks!
Ay,
Hirap
I don't
nito.
know. I really don't know how to feel about it. It's like, yes, Paper X.
But
Oh,
it's bound
Fnatic.
to be a very, very exciting series for sure.
Absolutely.
So we will see you guys same time, same place dito lang. Kita-kits sa Tokyo, okay? See you guys tomorrow.